You think this programme does gossip. There's more gossip backstage, as I like to call it, because I'm theatrical, than there is actually in the studio. It's Producer FM. And was somebody saying to you something about, they obviously thought you were on the Sunday Times rich list, Darren. I mean, Carl, could you buy Iceland? How much would it cost to... Could you buy a country? Would it ever be possible to buy a country? If you know, or to buy into it or something. I suppose you could buy a business there. It's only small, isn't it? You could buy a little country. I quite like the idea of buying an island, but I don't think who'd come and visit. You'd be sitting on... Ollie, yeah, Ollie. Not... the phone would ring. Hi, it's Ollie. We're out. That's what you'd have to say every single time. Exactly. The trouble is he's burning his little candle both ends. That's the trouble, isn't it? You can't do it. You could do... Not for you, Ollie. Not for you. Although I think they are actually expanding Love Island at the moment, so it appeals to all... You don't have to be the body beautiful. You know, I don't want to actually sort of say it, but you could be one of those bodies where you sort of emerge from the sea holding a tube of Veet in one hand and a razor in the other. And the rest of it would just be history. But at least you make an entertaining programme. But I quite fancy it. I remember when P. Diddy went to Cannes some years ago and he rented this boat, which I think was something like $160,000 a day. $160,000. And I looked at it and I thought, that's flash. But it's not your own. It's like all these Essex girls get these limousines, these horrible stretch limousines, which are only rented by chavs. You know, nobody else in their... Ollie again. But, you know, but if you see somebody in a Rolls or a Bentley or something like that, you know, you're going to go, oh, there's somebody with a bit of money. But I'm still not on the blooming rich list. I looked through it. I went through it just to see. There's no radio presenters in there at all on the rich list. No, absolutely nothing at all. Even the Beckhams are down at 345 or something like that. They're way out of touch with it. They don't have the sort of money that you need, which is basically quite a few £100 million to get onto the list. And then, who was I most... Oh, nobody really. I mean, I've expected them to be rich because some of these people have been on the list for years and years and years, so there was nobody... Dave wasn't on there, actually, surprisingly. I think his children were. I think his children are inheriting the lot. I mean, that's for tax purposes. And I think they've sort of done it that way. I don't know. There's nobody in there that I wasn't... Because most of the people you've never heard of. The sports people you've heard of and the people in the music business. But when you think McCartney's been in the business, in one of the biggest groups in the world, he's only got £750 million, which is great. But you'd think... with all the songs that he wrote, he'd be in excess of $2 billion or something like that, but he's not. Even Philip Green has lost, what, $1 billion? I think, so he's down to 950 million. What a hardship. But actually the trouble is there's no point in me being richer. I got a thing the other day. I got a thing from the government, which is always worrying, isn't it? Would you like to apply for your pension now? Call us now with your national insurance number. We'll tell you how much your pension is worth. How depressed was I? But I don't know whether or not I get it now, or whether I get it next year. Do you get it? Is it 65 you get it? Or something? Or 66? I really don't know. Whatever it is, I'm frightened to phone them up. In case... I'm only 39, I know, but I'm doing it in advance. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing it to collect the money now. Heaven, what would I do with it? What would I do with it? I've already got 2 other pensions coming out. I mean, at the moment, it seems like I'm absolutely loaded, but to be honest with you, you're not really. At the end of the day, when you look at what people live on, I mean, look at Ollie. I mean, look at him, bless his heart, threepence a week you live on, don't you? Did you ever remember, you probably didn't see it, was on the telly the other week, it was people in the poorhouses, you would have been one of those people in the poorhouses, who, when they went to sleep at night, they paid a penny for the rope. Did you see that? And it's a piece of rope strung at this level, and you lean over it with your arms, and that's what you paid to sleep on. You slept on the rope. Seriously. Not the grass outside of Leicester. I mean, to be honest with you, Ollie, I have seen people sleeping on the grass on Leicester Square, but they're generally pure bottle of cider, they keep a welcome in, and they're off like... We had one on the bus yesterday. That would be you, wouldn't it? Were you shouting at the football? That's why you... Yeah. Who do you support? Newcastle. Good God, they're not still going, are they? Newcastle. I thought that is a cross to bear. I thought Newcastle was only famous for Newcastle Brown Ale, and I went to Newcastle. It's got a big bridge, a big suspension kind of bridge, and you get a good night out in Newcastle, do you? Is it sort of party town? Oh, right, yeah. Very cheap alcohol. That's Ollie's answer to everything. How is the booze? London is so expensive. I don't know how people afford to go out drinking in London. I'm always surprised by it. It's all right for us rich people, but I mean, there are poor people out there. It's a fortune. I said, when I come through on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, they're outside Tiger. They only look young, but they're all boozed up and even smoking is an expensive thing to do nowadays. Really? Have you lent him money? Don't lend him money. Don't lend him money, Thomas. It's not... Because the worst thing is... I mean, I would lend it. Did you see that... No, don't. No, of course you haven't. Listen, he makes stories up. They had a great programme in America. They've had two. One of them is a bloke who comes up behind people in a supermarket at Christmas time. They're about to pay for their things, and he puts the money down and goes, "Merry Christmas." And they go, What? Why does he pay for our shopping? And the other one is "What would you do?" which is a great thing. They have a guy there, right? He's a vet. He's not really. He's an actor. He's a vet. And he's queuing, and the girl behind the till, who is an actress, goes to him, "I'm sorry, your card's been declined." And he goes, "Oh, I put some things back." And they see what the next person in the queue does. 99% in America go, "I'll pay for that. I'll pay for that." It's the most heartwarming thing you've ever seen. And there was a guy there, and he said, "I'll get that." And he said, why would you do that for me, sir?" And he said, "Because I was a vet as well." And then the hidden cameras come out and they go, "Listen, why did you do that?" He said, "Because I saw somebody suffering and I want it." And that's how I feel about you, Ollie. I want to feel that if I was working in a supermarket and you were there, we'd go, out now. Security, here he is, come and take him away. And it's all these nice people. You have lost your voice, haven't you? You'd be totally useless as a radio presenter. We've all lost our voices in years gone by, and it's not nice. You must have been what were you shouting? What do you shout at a football match? Do you shout? You want your manager to stay. You were shouting his name a lot. Oh, right, they scored 4 goals. I'm sorry, you're mistaking me for somebody who gives a toss. I seriously couldn't care less. Who is the manager? That's Rafa Benitez, Spanish, paella, and all that kind of stuff. Why is he leaving? Why can't he stay? He's too good. Oh, and the fans are not happy. Do you think you will... So who's kicking him out? Mike Ashley from Sports Direct. So look at that. I know these things. Look at this. Is he of course he's going to be on the rich list. I don't have my thing, actually. I gave it to somebody yesterday. Mike Ashley, he must be on the rich list. He must be, and Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? I don't like to hear people shouting things on the pitch and all the rest of it. So where were they playing yesterday, Ollie? At Fulham. Right. Sorry? Craven Cottage. Oh, right. Lovely. If only they realised. Anyway, so they're all going to be there having a nice time, except Ollie, who was shouting and sort of how much is Mike Ashley worth? Let me have a guess what he's worth. 430 million? Something? He lost 150, did it? Ah, right. Let's say 430 million. What do you got? Oh, you think he's worth more than that? 600 million? Could he be 600 million? Because you think he's worth $1 billion? Good. Really? Wait a minute. How much is he worth, Thomas? Do tell. How much? Darren, how much is he worth? It seems to be... He's lost 461 million. He's still not... Oh, right. With how much? Oh, good Lord. So he's got 1.97 billion. That's nearly 2 billion. Good God. He's rich, isn't he? He's rich. Down 500 mil, but he's only 54. Wow. Good Lord. Oh, well, there you go. Who's going to argue with a man worth that much money? That's a lot of money, isn't it? Doesn't spend it... it's up to you, isn't it, the fans, to sort of support the lifestyle. Most of his money must have come through football and through the shops, I would think. You can... Yeah. Oh, it's a shame, really, isn't it? Because it ruined your weekend. I mean, look at the state of you. Look at... Are you back on tonight? In your dreams. Never going to make that one, Ollie, are you? You're going to be sitting there going, I don't think I can make it again tonight. I just need 2 days in bed, at least. Although the big thing that surprised me about the rich list, as I said at the beginning of the programme, was that the Beckhams, who we were only told the other week were dollar billionaires, are nowhere near it. They've only got about £355 million, which is nowhere near $1 billion. Another load of old chronic rubbish that they put out about them. I will tell you all, though, the Strictly Come Dancing cocaine shame This is an interesting one because this woman's come under my radar before because she's a researcher, I think, or she could be a producer. But either way, the association between cocaine and Strictly Come Dancing is not good because this is a family programme, supposedly. So you can't talk about things like cocaine and sniffing. And then Jordan goes to, I think she was at GAY. I never understand quite why Jeremy Joseph puts on women at a predominantly gay male club. I mean, they're not going to be remotely interested. Jordan could take all her clothes off in front of you and it wouldn't make the slightest difference to any of the blokes in the audience who are trying to work out, how does she do her eyes like that? I don't know, would I do my hair like this? Oh, I think so. Oh, I love those shoes. I could wear those shoes. Look at that. Oh, she's going to sing. Oh, no, she's not. And so she goes there and she starts behaving in such a peculiar way that the crowd go, is she on drugs? And the answer is, she might be. She might be. But apparently she wants to be a paramedic. Do you know, to be honest with you, I'd rather give up the ghost and die quietly as opposed to, sorry, here we are, we're in a road accident, and Jordan's here. Oh, God, take her away. Take her away, she might sing. And she's offered to sing at people's funerals. She said for 5,000 quid, she would come and sing at your loved one's funerals, a couple of songs of choice. Like what? I can't imagine. I don't think I'd really want Jordan to sing at my funeral. I don't want anybody to sing at my funeral. I'd like to see Ollie sitting up in the front row, though, going, I don't feel at all well. I had a bit of a skinful last night. Yes, Ollie, the first one on the pew to fall asleep, you know. They go, well, Steve's gone to sleep and now Ollie's gone to sleep. That'd be a good, have to carry Ollie out of the church. Can you imagine it, can't you? It is, the trouble is, I have a modicum of sympathy with you, but not a lot. Because I've been in that situation before where I've had a skinful over the years and you come into work and you think, I'm really not going to make it through. I'm not feeling 100% on top of the whole thing. And it's awful because you just want to go like that and be in your bed with the duvet up under your chin. But it never works like that, does it? Because you're getting home on the bus. Oh dear. And now, how long will that take? Get a sausage where'd you get a sausage sandwich on the way home? There's a sandwich shop. Well, at this time of the morning. And they do sausage sandwiches. Do they? Good, I didn't know that. Do you like sausage? Strangely, I'm a sausage lover too. I bet you never guessed that. You only have to look at me to realise, sausage. I'm that kind of person. And I've had them big. I've had some big ones. They had one the other day. It was a 12-inch. 12-inch. And I thought it's going to take forever to cook. And so I went back to the usual 7. Much easier. I can handle things like that much easier. But I never put you down as a sausage lover, but to be honest with you, stranger things have happened in this world. Stranger things have happened. So you eat the sausage sandwich on the way. Do you sit on the bus eating a sausage sandwich? You don't, do you really? Oh, I hate people eating food on the bus. I've actually done it on a train, which is equally bad. But I only buy little, what do they call those things? Hash browns. And so those you can discreetly pop in your mouth, without it looking as though you're eating a full meal or a bacon sandwich. And you would know, if somebody was sitting next to me eating, I would have to look, going, you're not eating that, are you? How much is a sausage sandwich? Are they very expensive? 3 quid. Have you got 3 quid? That's the next problem, isn't it? I want the sausage sandwich. Any money? Oh, no money. So you have to all you have to do is sit outside the shop with your knees pulled up, holding a plastic cup. I reckon you could get enough in about an hour to buy the sausage sandwich. It's not going to be that difficult. And then how long does it take you to get home? You're going to get home in about 40 minutes. That's 2 sausage sandwiches, as you well know. That's not one. That's a 2 sausage journey. I know, because on my one, I could do 2 portions of hash browns, and that gets me as far as Richmond. Any further than that, I'd have to go for another portion. No, you're definitely a 2 sausage mouth, I can tell. I could tell just by looking at you. Yeah, that sort of person. Whew, honestly, what a day. It's only Monday, isn't it? There'll be people lying in bed going, he's not like this every day, is he? Yes, unfortunately, we are, every single day. But we're all in a very good mood. Sort of, we're in a good mood. You're not, well, except Ollie, who doesn't really know where he is at all. He could be sitting under a toadstool, ladies and gentlemen. It wouldn't make any difference. In fact, actually, you'd be better off if you ate the toadstool and sort of wished a magic wish. But you will make it through the day. You should have gone with Callum. He went down to Brighton for a concert, which sounded good, didn't it? He didn't lose his voice. There were loads of people down there to meet, but they were advertising it. Sorry, the other day. Oh, right. Oh. Is it? Why are you insisting he's got a lady friend down there? It's Brighton. Hello? Hello? Come on. It's got a place called Camptown. Hello? That is the clue. Brighton is very it's very bohemian. How many sausages for there are not enough sausages in the world for a trip to Brighton, Ollie. I promise you. And it's better than Yeovil. Is that where you come from? Are you from Yeovil? In Somerset? Oh, wow. Why do I know that? Do you know, I'm more educated than I thought I was. I've heard of Iceland, Reykjavik. I've heard of Yeovil in Somerset. Although it does sound like the place, the moment you go, oh, hello, welcome to the world, here's our son Callum, blah, 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 and he's going, where are we? And his mum goes, Yeovil. Get the hell out as quick as possible. Because nobody stays in Yeovil. It strikes me as being fairly elderly. Did you move? To where? Oh, a little village near there. Go back. No, seriously, little villages are a nightmare. There's more things going on in little villages than there are in main towns now. Look at Midsummer Murders. They spend most of their time trying to dig up the neighbours. It's very worrying. Should we take a break? Have a nice day, Ollie? Don't it? I think definitely 2 sausages on the way home. I don't know why you're even stinting on it. Darren's going home to look at his slideshow, Iceland and other places we have visited. I bet you've got slides. Is it just Iceland? Just Iceland. I bet you have, because my uncle, every time we used to go round there, he's not with us anymore, and we used to sit and he'd say, oh, we went on holiday to so-and-so, and we'd do the slideshow with a projector. Your parents did it. Everybody did it, didn't they? And you'd sit there, and then you spent ages looking at a picture of a geezer, and they go, this, of course, was day 1. And you think, we're going to be here all bloody night, aren't we, watching these stupid slides. Do you have slides? No. Do you have a video? Oh, it's lovely, thank you. I think I'm busy, actually. I'm looking at a slide of our cat being cut. You know, when I say cut, it's having its fur trimmed, so it doesn't get those balls. Nothing worse, is there, really? Poor cats and balls. I tell you, they just don't go well together. Our one used to sit there in the sitting room. Have you ever had a cat? Oh, right. And it used to it was long-haired, white. And it used to lick its own fur, which meant that it had fur balls. See, Ollie? And I'm halfway through the story, but it doesn't matter. I'll fill you in tomorrow. And then it would go and eat something in the garden, grass, to make it cough up the fur balls. But sometimes it hadn't got as far as the garden. It would sit in the sitting room going, mrr, mrr. My mother would say, take the cat out, it's going to be sick. And have to take the cat out. The dog ate plasticine. Why do dogs eat plasticine? But I love the smell of plasticine. I tell you, the best smell, Play-Doh. Play-Doh. Have you smelled Play-Doh? Oh, best smell in the pink Play-Doh. I know it's all the same smell. Delicious. You ever done that one, Cam? That's cat. It's lovely. It's fantastic. I'll have to buy some Play-Doh and bring it in. I could just sit down and, certain things like rubbers that go in the end of pencils. Those you go, oh, it's vanilla. But the Play-Doh, I'll buy some Play-Doh today and bring it in. They did a big wheel of it in Costco, but all the different colours, but little tiny pots. And I nearly bought it. I thought, don't be so stupid. Grow up. Now I'm thinking about it. Now I want it. I want some too. I think, or failing that, I'll have to buy some plasticine. It used to come in a little car for it. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So, a couple of things which are good news. The animal welfare groups welcoming the law, which I think comes in today, outlawing puppy farms. And to be honest with you, if you saw some of the horrendous pictures of people who've got puppy farms, they're really not interested in animal welfare. If they die, they just throw them by the side of the road. I know it sounds horrendous, but I promise you that's what they do. Luke Goss's marriage, very odd, because Luke and the dreary brother, Matt, turned up at the BAFTAs. I don't know if they got anything. I can't remember. I'll be finding out in a moment. And then there was a rumour, because he's been married to Shirley for 25 years, and I thought they were rock solid. I know that seems really odd, but they always just look very well together. In the documentary, she's an absolute tower of strength. And so there we go. Steve Allen, this was them at the BAFTAs last night. I think it's all a load of rubbish, as they said she wasn't there. Well, she's definitely there. In fact, she's there in all the pictures. But were they just doing that as a publicity shot? This strange business called Show. The one on the far left is... I've no idea, actually. No idea. It does look like it could be another... No, they haven't got any other brothers, I don't think. But I thought Luke and Shirley were very good together, because I thought she was managing him. That's what I thought. She's very good. Very good. They have a child, And now they're saying they've split because the allegations are that he's cheated. I would find that really difficult to believe. I mean, I'm always prepared to hold my hands up and go, oh, right. So so he has cheated. It was while he was away doing something, I think. And, I would be very sorry if that was it. But of course, Matt can't find anybody. Matt can't find anybody. It's just, I think you're dealing with not just an ego, and it is quite an ego, but I think you're also dealing with the fact that he's delusional. Ian says, you confuse me. Yesterday you said you supported the Villa, Aston. He said, a couple of weeks ago it was Maidstone United, and a few months ago you were cheering on Coventry City. Make your mind up. I think one's allowed to be fickle, I think. Steve, sad to hear about Brian Walden, or Brian Walden. Everybody used to do the impression of Brian Walden. That's how you knew who he was. Everybody knew about him. He was great. He was really great. 85 he was. Ron says, Richard Branson has his own island. He has Necker Island. Are you doing something on my other screens? You are, aren't you? Is this you doing something on the screens? Yes. Oh, right, okay. I think he rents some of it out for 10,000 a week, says Ron. 10,000 a week? Where are you from? 10,000 a day? 10,000 a day? I think it's more like 50... it could be more than that. It's Necker Island. I know exactly where it is. Heard your conversation with Johnny Benjamin. Nice young bloke. Wish him well, says Shane. He was nice. He loved the interview. What was your first ever job, says Martin? First ever job? What was my first ever job? No, I didn't do a paper round. No, didn't do a paper round. Good luck. You must be joking. Get up early in the morning, start cycling around shoving papers through people's letterboxes. No, thank you. What did I do? But that's different. This is a lot more money. Do you know how much paper rounds pay? You couldn't exist on a paper round. It's like a few quid a week, isn't it? I don't know how they exist on it. You got paid £10. What were you doing? What were you doing for £10 a week? Was that just doing papers? Right. How long ago was that? 5 years ago. Oh, blimey. It's not bad, is it? 5 years ago you were getting 10 quid a week? God, blimey, I'll jack this job in immediately. That makes you feel old. You finished yours, Thomas, 12 years ago, and how much were you getting a week? Were you getting more than... Oh, really? I didn't realize paper rounds paid that much money. Good Lord. Mind you, a way of keeping fit, isn't it, I suppose? What is? Sticking up. Sticking up. I've never heard of it. Skills in pubs. Skittles. Oh, right, yes, I've heard of Skittles. And you can do that? Can you? Oh, wow. See, I didn't do anything like that. I started work at 15, full-time, because you could leave school at 15, and I didn't want to stay at school anymore, so I went to work in a shop. I was selling carpets. I can't remember what I got paid. Oh, I tell you what I got paid. I can tell you exactly. Under £6 a week. A week. Yeah, but I'm a lot older than you. So, yeah, it was £5.19 and sixpence. So it was 4 pence short of 6 quid a week. And I thought I'd arrived. Your money used to come in a little brown envelope. You could see a note through it. I don't know why. Had this little window. And they go, oh, Stephen, there's your money. And they go, oh, thank you. And you take it. I remember thinking, God, I'm really rich. And I went and blew it on a jumper. And I went home. My mum said, so where's your pay packet? So I held up the jumper and I went, look, I bought a jumper. She said, how are you going to live for the rest of the week? And I'd forgotten that when you start work, you've got to give your mum something, because she does your washing and ironing, changing the sheets, supplying, shampoo and toilet rolls and soap and all the rest of it. And so I then started giving my mum half of my money. I learnt very quickly. It still didn't cover it, but at least it was an effort. It was something like that. And then I left home at 18, I think. 17, 18. Came up to London to seek my fortune. God, what a miserable bloody time that was. What a miserable time. All those people who go, oh, come up to London, it's the streets and everything is paved with gold. The hell it is. It definitely wasn't. It was a very miserable time for about 6 months until I finally got some work. And up until then, it was like, God, what do you want to do in London? You suddenly realise in London, like anywhere else, I suppose, you need to earn a decent salary to actually have some standard of living. And there were 3 of us renting a house, and on our end each was £9, which shows how cheap the place was. 27 quid a week it was to rent this flat in Queen's Park, Harvest Road. I could take you there now, and there were, two girls and me, and the girls there was only 2 bedrooms. They had 1 bedroom, just you went in, there was a sitting room. We didn't have any furniture apart from a settee, and I was in the end bedroom, which backed onto the railway line, and 9 out of 10 times I couldn't afford to pay the rent because I didn't have any work. Very difficult, actually, coming up to London and going, right, I'm going to make an effort and try and find a job, because otherwise you have to admit failure and go home, and I didn't want to admit failure, so I decided I'm late. It was easier to sort of go out and find something to do. So I became a DJ. Hey everybody, it's Steve Allen. Come on, you Blues! Another season ends, another win for Man City. That's what I was doing. It. Come on, you Blues! Come on, you Purples! I was 65 on the 20th of February, says Dave. They contacted me and told me I can draw my state pension 6th of July this year. I think actually I can do mine next year. I'm sure it's because of when I was born that they go, you can't do it this year, do it next year. So what they do is they'll sort of put it through. I think. If I was a millionaire plumber, I'd spend it on the best Rod Stewart haircut I could buy, says Ian. Maybe worth taking independent financial advice regarding your pensions and your state pension from a tax point of view, says Dean. Oh, I've already got that. Oh, don't worry, I have an accountant and I have advice. Hello? I couldn't be in this business without not knowing about advisors. So, she's very bossy with me. Oh, yes. Oh, good Lord, yes. But the trouble is, you see, I pay people to look after my stuff. It's easier. It's much, much easier. So I've got... And if you've got pensions coming out, and these 2 came out on my birthday, one of them was running from when I was little, when I was 16. When I was 16. And is the matter? What are you doing? You got an itch. Your back just spasmed. God, that doesn't sound very good, does it? Wait a minute, why are you... Oh, sorry, he's got his hand down the back of his shirt or something. And your back's... What does that mean, spasmed? You haven't got any muscles. I've seen you. You're flabby. Got no muscles. Oh, here we go again. Oh God, we're getting the old drama bit now, aren't we? Why don't you just roll about on the floor? We're all done with it. We could tread on you. If you lay down, face down on the floor, you could get Callum to stand on your back. That'd be entertaining for us all. Where's he gone now? Oh dear, it's very worrying. Hiding. He deserves to hide on this programme. People do hide on this show. Now he's standing up again. Very annoying this morning. What's the matter? So, so I've taken the financial advice. So I've had this first pension. I was taken out when I was 16. And do you know when you take something out at 16 and you go, and they go, and this one comes out when you're 65 and you think, yeah, right. And you just completely forget about it. You completely forget about it. And then lo and behold, the blooming thing matures and they write you going, this coming, and then the other one came out literally within a couple of days after that. Both roughly the same amount of money. But, what you do with it, comes down to the experts. You need it, you can't do it yourself. And the pension, the other, the government pension, I shall do that. So I felt quite excited actually to actually get a thing about that. Somebody said to me, oh, you're going to be all right, aren't you? And I went, but I don't know what to do with it. And don't please write in saying you can give it to me, Steve. Cataract op this afternoon. Looking forward to it. Seeing better but dreading having it done, says Sharon. You won't even know it's been done. You won't even know it's been done. Steve, I thought your first job was up chimneys. If only. Would have probably paid better, actually. And somebody else says weather getting better down in sunny Eastbourne. Flowers starting to look good. Will you be attending Hampton Court Flower Show this year? As always. And it will make a change, says Lynn, to the so-called celebrities caught sniffing a white powder. Headlines would read, Steve Allen seen sniffing Play-Doh again whilst in McDonald's waiting for his hash browns. No, I don't get them from McDonald's. I get them from Burger King because they do little hash browns. So you get a packet of them. They're like, little, they're nice. McDonald's just do a big one and it's never that exciting. Maggie says, I'm 65 in July and have to wait until May the 4th next year, also for the bus pass. Oh, right. I've already got my bus. Where are you? Are you in London, Maggie? If you're in London, you get it differently. I've had a bus pass for the last number of years, which I think is the 60 plus. Yeah. Your mum's got her... Well, she doesn't even live in London. They do one in Aberdeen, do they? Oh, right. I didn't know that. I thought it was just London. And she gets it free. She gets it all free. Oh, right, I didn't know that. I thought it was just us. When I arrived in London, says Anthony, it was so easy to get live-in bar work, so it was an easy introduction to living in London. First in getting to know people and also living affordably. It's so expensive. I know what it's like, because I've been there. when, you know, you hand over more than half your wages and it goes on your rent. I know exactly what that's like. So here is the story. I have to bring it to you because this lady's name came up into my radar a short while ago, and I can't remember why. I think they mentioned her saying, oh, she knows the celebrities that they're booking for I'm a Celebrity. She's called a top talent chief. She's been hauled over the coals by BBC bosses for a social media post about cocaine. Now, I don't know what the BBC's ruling is on people talking about cocaine. Her name is Stefania Alexander. She's the producer responsible for the show's celeb lineup, was warned she could face serious action. A senior BBC source says she's in a lot of trouble. It's totally unacceptable for a family show. Of course it is. Of course we have to find out the remainder of it, do we not? So you get a picture of it. It's very pretty. And they're very furious with Stefania Alexander over a photo posted on her Instagram profile. It showed a handwritten list of items to take on an upcoming holiday to Ibiza, which included the Class A drug. She swiftly deleted the image and made sure that her social media profiles are now set to private. But the move was not enough to persuade bosses to turn a blind eye. Horrified executives called her in and hauled her over the coals. They warned she faces the prospect of serious consequences. A senior source at the BBC said this is supposed to be the most family-friendly show on television, but the sex scandals and affairs have put that at risk, so there's no room for anything else adding to it. Very strong words have been had. Oh, poo sticks. Oh, poo sticks. Stick it up your arm. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's extremely serious. She's in a lot of trouble. Last night, Stefania was notably absent from a party of Strictly executives and stars at the BAFTA TV Awards. Apparently, she's devastated, well, she's obviously an idiot as well, and prepared to beg to keep her job, if necessary. Well, they managed to get rid of Danny Baker in about 5 seconds. Surely, a social media post about cocaine would be enough on the BBC to get her fired. I'm only guessing. But if that's true, she's been photographed with a string of Strictly stars. Recently seen on a cosy day out with Sean Walsh. An insider said, could be anybody this, couldn't it? She's raised eyebrows because of the way she acts around the talent. People think she's too flirty. Anyway, last night a close friend of Stefania said her pal was mortified and claimed the post was a joke among friends, which is, they're all jokes, dear. It's all jokes. Let's joke about cocaine, shall we? Let's joke about it. Either the BBC is going to be seen to be acting on somebody joking about cocaine, or they're just an open organisation. Take as much of the Colombian as you want, because they're not going to do diddly squat about it. They've got a picture of her with loads of people. She obviously loves the attention, which, you know, is understandable. She's in that kind of business. But unfortunately, you can't joke about it. You'd be a fool, wouldn't you? You'd be a complete idiot. A complete idiot. So let's wait and find out, shall we? She's been pictured with Duncan James, Sean Walsh, Giovanni and other people as well. And so Strictly has suffered an avalanche of... I love the way the BBC call it a family programme. It's a sexual hotbed. What are you on about? Family programme. Unless, of course, the family is based in Wolverhampton. I can't see any other reason why they'd be behaving like this, but surely if an executive on a programme starts joking about cocaine, we're off to Ibiza, take cocaine, you know, I could have understood if she joked about taking condoms, but to joke about cocaine is really just a little bit stupid. But the BBC should be seen to be acting. Really, they should be seen to be acting, otherwise it's just pointless having people on programmes. She might be a coke taker, I don't know, I've got no idea, but if you joke and then a friend, because they're trying to do damage limitations... Oh, no, she didn't. It was just a joke. Yeah, it must be a joke, mustn't it? If I started this programme with, OK, I'm going home to Twickenham today, hoping to score a few lines, you know what I mean? People would be going, what? Same sort of thing. It's like the other week. Honestly, I mean, some people, they're either deaf as a post or they've got no idea. I talked about, in Hong Kong, the children begging on the street. And somebody wrote in to me from Hong Kong, in fact 2 people from Hong Kong, which is nice to know that they've got some sort of taste, and saying, fake news, children don't beg on the street. I thought, they did when we were there. 1964, thank you very much indeed. Don't try and be clever with me. 1964, I've got it on Cinefilm. Well, my father filmed it on Cinefilm. Children begging on the street, openly begging on the street. And they go, of course, not now. Well, of course not now, but I bet you anything, you can find beggars in Hong Kong. Can't be that difficult, can it, really? Animal welfare groups, very excited, because they're going to close down puppy farms. Instead, animals must be reared in safety by their mum and sold from their place of birth. Nearly 5,000 complaints last year about the puppy trade in England. You know, seriously, some people, they have them. I saw a Chinese bloke in Twickenham the other day, driving a 4x4 with a little puppy on his lap whilst he was driving. I nearly took a picture and put it up on the internet. You know me, I like doing things like that. I live in South Staffordshire, says Maggie, who has to wait for a pension and bus pass. See, we don't. London, I've got it, and then it changes automatically this year. I think in September I get the next stage. There's got to be some advantage to getting older, hasn't there? Do you think? I think, you know, apart from might be taking away the TV licence. Well, I pay for the TV licence. I'm not bothered about that. Not everybody, you know, needs a free TV licence. Lots of people who've saved up their money over the years. I keep saying to people all the time, they go, "Oh, what's the secret to surviving in London?" I said, start saving money. Start saving money. You never know when you're going to need it. It's always there as an emergency. If you're party boy or girl, you're going to go out all the time and you're going to enjoy spending it. You go, let's go see The Lion King, let's go out to a restaurant, let's go and do all these sort of things. You know, could be that, or you might want to go and see another show. And then all of a sudden, it gets that stage where you think, oh, perhaps I should have saved a bit more money. I save quite a lot. No, I think it's not. I think you can treat yourself every so often, but I think you should always be mindful that London is a very, very expensive place to live. And if you do find a girlfriend at some point, you know, in your life, you're going to need a little bit of money to take the person out. You know, you can't, unless you're going to do that old routine where they go, shall we go Dutch? And you go, I look ridiculous in a pair of clogs. You know, and so what does it mean, go Dutch? That's where you split the bill down the middle and you both pay. So in other words, if you're in a restaurant, the bill's £100, you cough up 50 each. You don't leave it. I mean, gone are the days of sort of men treating women. Nobody can afford to do it. You do it. You go Scottish and not pay anything at all, yes. Well, you... Nice to have a company. They changed the government pension in Sydney, says Shane, from 65 to 67. Labour government who changed it. Well, actually, the story's in the paper today about Jeremy Corbyn, talking about, we want to know all these rich people where they pay their taxes. What is this obsession with Labour? You know, he lives in a nice house. Let's find out more about him, shall we? On his way to London Luton Airport, very late, though, says Rob. Can I ask why so many celebrities are taking drugs? What's wrong with them? They're missing a lot in their life. They've just dropped Argent, or as I prefer to call him, Buffoon, from Towie. Why? He tested positive for cocaine again. So he's obviously a compulsive liar. The man's an idiot. And you can't do anything about it. He's already been told about this before. He was dropped before the last time for taking cocaine. Obviously, there's something missing in his life. Like a fat girlfriend, because I can't think of anything else. But why would you want to bite the hand that feeds? Why would you want to really ruin everything? And so people look at you and laugh and point and go, what a waste of space you are. So he takes cocaine, rich man's drug, or very soon, poor man's drug. James says, many, many years from now, when you go to that big radio studio in the sky, what would you like your last words to be? The last words would be, I think that would just about be it. I don't know, actually. Often, you know, when you read in the paper, and you do think about this, occasionally, well, I mean, not everybody does, but I do, they say, so-and-so died of a massive heart attack, and you go, I wonder if you know that you're having a massive heart attack. Do you see people looking at you going, are you all right? And you go, I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm going to make a big song and dance about it. You bet your bottom dollar when I go, there's going to be screaming and shouting, mainly from them next door going, pull yourself together. Get out there. Or I could be thinking, this will make Eddie's Steve Allen soundbite of the day. I've already been promised I'm going to make the news bulletin, so I'm basing it all on that. But drugs, never. I was never that interested in drugs. I've always been in a position I can afford to do drugs, but then you think, why would you bother? I can get as much out of life as somebody on drugs without having to cough up to somebody for Colombian or whiz or speed or marijuana or anything. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Mind you, I'm probably addicted to Prosecco, if truth be known, because there's a girl of 15 here who took ecstasy. 15. And this is... she was rushed to hospital, and unfortunately she'd taken ecstasy before falling ill at a car park where teens hang out. Very big and clever, aren't they? Not really. And vandalised park benches where the youngsters gather were cordoned off as they did a fingertips search. This is in Applegarth car park in North Allerton in North Yorkshire, in case drugs had been discarded or dropped. The police reckon it's a rogue batch. The victim lived with her family in North Allerton, where one mum said, "This is shocking. You expect it in a big city, but not in a quiet town. Are you mad?" I would expect it more in a quiet town than in a big city. There's a place in Wales, there's one village in Wales where they've had no end of youngsters who've committed suicide. They reckon they've got a huge drug problem. And I think it's just terribly sad. I don't know why. I mean, the people who go and sit in this car park in North Allerton, you know, they're going to come forward to the police and go, he's the drug dealer or she's the drug dealer. They never do that, do they? We had this with Daniela Westbrook. I kept saying all the time, every time Daniela Westbrook fell off the wagon again to shove Arthur Columbia up her nose, being the idiot that she is, and then she went to rehab, and then she's come out of rehab. Sure as God made little apples, it'll all deteriorate again. It's a never-ending cycle. And you think, why don't you tell people? Because she did tell us on television, oh, after I came out of rehab, the drug dealers contacted me. What? Why didn't you change your phone number, idiot? Nothing worse, is there, really, than people who are complete fools. David Beckham cadging a lift from his son, Brooklyn. He was in the passenger seat of their son's £70,000 Land Rover as they left Wembley Stadium. Can't you get the bus, dear? Bex was celebrating Salford City. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. But I don't see a seatbelt on Brooklyn, or the obligatory dark glasses which the Beckham family seem to wear all the time. Here in all the papers is the story of the comeback documentary. This is the Bros one, After the Screaming Stops. But they didn't win, did they? They didn't win. Who were they up against, Bros, in the category that they were up for? So now they're saying that Luke Goss and Shirley Lewis, who I thought were tight as anything, I seriously did. I didn't think. They spent weeks at each other's throats, but now the marriage is over for good. Close pals have told them to take a breather and not give up, but it's not going anywhere. They've said here that they're in the process of instructing lawyers. Now, you never know if this is true or whether or not this is just a bit of mischief-making. Somebody might have dropped a hint, oh, they're not together, because she was with him at the BAFTAs. Whether or not, you know, it's that they're not going to go any further. They say Shirley can't move on from the rumours and the trust that's been lost between them. And then last night on the BAFTA red carpet, Luke said, I didn't think in my wildest dreams we'd end up here. The fact we have 3 nominations is a wonderful validation. But they haven't. We're just trying to find out, actually. And Matt confirmed they were hoping to make another documentary. What for? You've made one documentary. We've seen it from the early days. We've seen the early little clips. And then another one, where you don't sell out the big venues that you've booked in, where you're still arguing and you're still a complete and utter buffoon. So here we go. Specialist factual, Bros, After the Screaming Stops, Grayson Perry, Suffragettes with Lucy Worsley, and then what was the other one? Paddy Wivel Prison. I don't know who actually got that one. The winner was after. Sorry. Specialist factual, giving on a few. Well done. Well, who was the winner of Specialist factual then? Do we know? Doesn't say. Okay, show me some of the others that it was up for then. There we are, factual. It went to Ben Anthony on Grenfell. So Bros didn't get anything on that one. Oh, but there were 2 others that they were up for, were there? 2 others. Editing went to Will Gilby for Bros After the Screaming Stops, but it wasn't for them. They didn't do the editing. It was done by somebody else. That's why it looked the way it did, because it was done by a professional. And so they didn't get anything. So we're just having a quick check just to find out. So, no, we didn't get anything at all, really. But never mind. It's the way it goes. Suffragettes was the winner with Lucy Worsley. I like Lucy Worsley. She's very good. She's very good. But Bros didn't get anything at all. Well, apart from editing. And that was done by somebody else. It's not even part of the actual BAFTAs, is it, really? It doesn't matter. But so they came all the way over it. And then with Matt Goss saying, in talks about another film. Oh, how dull and dreary. Perhaps you can do because, strangely enough, Shirley featured quite a lot in the first one, because she's probably had to put up with... She could sell a story. She could sell a story and a half. My God, there's a book and a film on that one. Definitely. What's your take on beards, says Donny? Well, my Auntie Enid, it doesn't look so great. I have one on a trial period. It's receiving mixed reviews. I don't know why people... Thomas will sort of half grow a beard. It's called laziness. He's not actually bothered to have a shave in the morning or in the evening before he comes in, so he just lets it grow. But the trouble is, it could take him about 3 months to grow anything that could vaguely resemble a beard. That's about 3 days. I bet you anything. That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yes, it is. I can tell. You shaved on Saturday morning? Oh, good Lord. Wow. Unlike Callum, who doesn't look like he shaves at all, poor soul. Do you shave at all? Do you? Or do you do it like once every year or something? And sort of... Really? Oh, okay. Do you wet shave or dry shave? I was curious about what people do. What do you... You did what? Do you do wet shave or dry shave? Oh, wet. Do you do wet? Oh, what do you mean coarse? I only use dry. I can't do anything wet shave at all. Too worried about cutting myself. He's a child. Of course he's patchy. But nothing of him. I'm shaving. I'll take you, he tries. Still to come, the lottery winner and her husband who lived a jet-set lifestyle, but they were hiding huge money laundering. Oh dear, now they've had it taken away from them. What a shame. And no buts, just get off your butt, says Mr. Motivator, still fit at 66, which is quite something. The wrestler who died in the ring, this is one called Caesar Barron, known as Silver King, collapsed on the canvas and died. I always worry about wrestling and stuff like that. And the Eurovision Song Contest, it's caught up in a war zone. You know, the world will be watching. The singers are just miles away from a firestorm. Rockets targeting the competition in Israel. I don't know. Should we really bother with Eurovision this year? I don't know. Tina Malone is getting her career back. What career? This is after she shared a Facebook post revealing the alleged new identity of James Bulger killer John Venables, and so she's doing The Farm, which I seem to remember some years ago was a bit naff. This time round, Paul Merson, who's a model. Oh no, sorry, Paul Merson, ex-footballer, whoever. Caprice, ex-model. Ex-Strictly dancer, Artem, and James Argent, who's just been dropped by Towie after testing positive for cocaine. Have you stopped it, James, now? I'm just checking, mate. I wouldn't like to think you'd still be doing the old Colombian, but there you go. You know, hope they're going to be testing you on the farm. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it, mate, if you got caught again. Liam in Bristol says, can you make a bumper special 2-hour edition of In Conversation featuring Kerry Katona, Katie Price, Daniela Westbrook and the GC? It's Monday. I know, I'm so sorry. I wish I could change the day for you and go, it's Friday and we're all on holiday. No, 2 more weeks and then you've got another bank holiday. Really. Ian, nothing as yet. And, who else did I get? I just got another one a minute ago, actually. Got another one from... Phil Vickery wrote to me the other day and said, by the way, you must be on the billionaires list. Oh, I wish. Actually, no, I don't think I'd want to be a billionaire. I think it comes with a lot of baggage, doesn't it? Quite a lot of baggage, and I don't really need that at all. Billionaire. One day, Rodney will be billionaires. Also, Will Guyett. He went up to Costco the other day, but in fact now... He's got teething going on with Little-un, which is quite sweet, actually. I like that. So the 4 a.m. spike is even more important. Lots of other... Here we go. Morning, Steve. He said, teething Lola means we'll get full value from the 4 a.m. spike. Happy little soul. Look at that happy little soul. Don't babies look really cute? I bet you never looked cute, did you? I bet you were... Were you an adorable child? Were you? Everybody says that. Is that what your mother told you? Thomas, you're an adorable child. And you went, thank you. Oh, no, I don't want to see any pictures. No, we don't want to see any pictures. Thank you very much indeed. I should call HR if any pictures appear on my screen. What sort of programme do you think this is? Not two-way family favourites. The Daily Star, Enders Jake Wood, watching in horror as a top Hollywood wrestler died in the ring in front of him. It's not very good, is it? Michael Schumacher's family plan to release the first official film about his life. And Britain's Got Talent magician Ben Hart has slated Simon Cowell's show. Almost 9 million viewers saw him perform on Saturday night, and TV's Mr. Nasty called his tricks unbelievable. When Ben landed BBC show Killer Magic in 2015, he said, Britain's Got Talent rings, and I say, no way, the producers have it in their head, the outcome they want, so they secretly like you or hate you. Last night he said his words had been taken out of context. We used Ben Hart for one of my Christmas shows at the Magic Circle. Fabulous magician. Young, sickeningly good-looking, tall, talented. What can I tell you? So similar to myself. So I'm just having a look through all the BAFTA winners here. Let's have a look. So leading actor went to Benedict Cumberbatch. Leading actress Jodie Comer. Ben Whishaw. Supporting actor Fiona Shaw. Very good actress. Got supporting actress. Entertainment's performance Lee Mack. Would I Lie to You? Male performance in a comedy, Steve Pemberton. Female performance, blah, 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 blah. Single drama. I'm trying to find... Actually, interestingly, live event went to the Royal British Legion Festival of Remembrance, which is just something amazing. Reality went to I'm a Celebrity. And comedy, A League of Their Own on Sky. So nothing for Bros. So there was a wasted evening. But they had to go, didn't they? They had to be seen, I suppose, so that they could go, oh, yeah, this is really lovely. And then we got Lee Mack and Rob Brydon. Was that them kissing? It's a bit difficult to tell, actually. A lot of people do this sort of fake kissing that goes on. And Maya Jama was there as well. What was in that packet, Maya? I kept meaning to ask you, but nobody's asked you up until now, but they should have done. David Beckham is set for a new starring role as a telly-show maker. I mean, I love the way that he just kicks the football around. Now he thinks he can produce television programmes. Slightly taking on a little bit too much. Old Golden Balls is said to be launching his own TV production company to make a series of shows mainly about himself. The football idol, he's not an idol anymore, really. He's happy to sell them to global networks, so he hasn't even got, the keeping up with the Kardashians and stuff like that. It was unclear whether Victoria and the children will join him. And they go, Bex is a cooking fan. Of course he is. Well, he could stick a pizza box. Oh, my God. God, you were a fat child, weren't you? You think you were a good-looking child? Good Lord, I'd have had you out for tender immediately. You think that's a good picture? Pfft. Look. No, he doesn't. Look at him. Good Lord above, honestly. I mean, were you dropped on your head as a child? Did something happen? I mean, you want to see Will Guyot's gorgeous little package. Seriously, I mean, honestly, you. I mean, there's no... I mean, the only decent one is of you yawning. But then most babies do that, don't they? Oh. And then they go back to sleep again. But the picture of you smiling looks somewhat eerie. Have you ever seen the film about Chucky? I don't want to make a big deal about it, but, you know, there's a vague similarity. Nice to see one of your little romper outfits. Little cheeks, little puffy cheeks. It's amazing, actually. I mean, there's no... If you'd shown me this picture some time ago and not told me who it was, I'd never have guessed it was you. Never have guessed it was you. I mean, your mother's very lucky that she's looking down at you thinking, what in God's name is this? But, listen, somebody loves you somewhere. Somebody loves you, so that's all that matters, isn't it? But Callum loves you. Which, yeah, Callum's not too sure about that one. Yeah, a minute ago he was kind of defending you, now he's not too sure whether he wants to defend you. We want to take it too far, do we? He's only been to Brighton, you know, just for the day. 2 days. 2 days. Did you spend time... Did you sleep out, or did you not sleep at all? You didn't sleep? Oh, right, okay. So you weren't actually booked into the Grand or something like that? You weren't booked into the Grand or anything else down there? Oh, right. This was sort of rough and tumble, kind of. Did you go with a load of other people? Yeah. What are you shaking your head for? You never went to it. You went to see the Lion... You went to see the Lion King. You know, which is... From the day we were born. That's a good show, isn't it? What's the matter? He stayed at a place down there. Why are you spreading rumours about him? Honestly. Has he got no privacy? Honestly, he didn't anyway, so there you go. He didn't. You're just making up stories. Who actually paid for your food out when you went the other night with the girlfriend to go and see the Lion King? Did you pay for the food? You went Scottish. In other words, she paid for the food. Where is this place? I've never heard of it. Where you eat as much as you like. What's it called? What's this place called? Called Preto. Oh, right, okay. And it says eat as much as you like food. He seemed to like it anyway. He said he couldn't get enough meat in his mouth. So, and how much was it? Do you remember how much the bill was? Here we go. Oh, it's like a cantina. Our West End Preto branch. And so it's an abundance of shows, blah, 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 blah. 180 guests over 2 floors. So they're open from 12 o'clock, lunchtime. And the food... Oh, look, they've got guarana, diet guarana. $2.95, which is a soft beverage. It's Brazilian. Unlimited servings of our freshly prepared, spit-roasted meats presented on skewers. So that seems quite good, doesn't it, for $21.95? So how much was the whole bill? Do you remember what the whole bill was? You had a lot of alcohol, okay. How much was the bill? I don't care whether you had a lot of alcohol. How much was the bill for 2 of you? Oh. Both did the all-you-can-eat, okay, for $21.95. So that's 46, and then you had the alcohol, so it took it about 60 quid. Oh, that's all right, isn't it? I quite like that. Traditional Brazilian, Sorry? 66.66, including the tip. What, did you give him, a quid or something, did you? At the end, give him a little bit more than that. Sounds quite good value, though, doesn't it? I mean, and how often do they come around the tables giving you their meat? Every 3 minutes. Oh, right, OK, you don't need to sit there and go, excuse me, over here. They're constantly wandering around. Right. Best meal you've had in London. Good Lord. Well, there you go. And they do all the beers and everything else. Oh, they do cocktails. They do a mojito. Lime, strawberry on passion fruit. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I don't think I've ever... That's a fruit mojito. I don't think I've ever had a fruit mojito, but it sounds delicious. Very nice indeed. Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, terrified of fouling up on Twitter. Who isn't? Who isn't? Good Lord, Danny Baker must be ruining the day. Ruining the day. Richard says, when you compare rates of cigarette smoking 50 years ago with today, there's been a massive reduction amongst young people. Unfortunately, tobacco seems to have been replaced with drugs that are 10 times worse. Thus, perhaps a return to cigarettes could be seen as a lifesaver. And Shane says, would Dale be a party all night person? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was tempted to say, ask Cilla Black about that. No way. No, he'd be first in bed. Well, he wasn't, actually. He just decided he got to that stage and he didn't want to be with anybody, and so he'd go back home. And at the moment he actually discovered the delights of the internet, that was it. He could, watch all his old favourite artists on YouTube. But, no, he was definitely not a stayer-upper. Whereas I think Cilla, when she used to go out with Paul O'Grady, they would go out and be talking till 4 or 5 in the morning. Oh, Dale could never last that long. Absolutely not. I know. Because I went out with him every Saturday night for God knows how many years, and you'd have dinner, and then maybe we'd go to a club, and then that would be it. He would get to that stage where he wanted to read the day's papers, the next day's papers, so we'd go and get them, and then it was a case of night, speak to you later. So that was that. Here we go. Emojis have gone gender neutral to keep snowflakes happy. Google have added 53 of the new symbols on its smartphones, including a genderless builder and a weightlifter. Have you seen the, on the traffic lights, where you cross the road? It's gender neutral down here in Trafalgar Square. I don't know if it's in the rest of the country. I wish they'd bring back the roguish antiques dealer Lovejoy driving around East Anglia in a clapped-out Volvo looking for Chippendale tables and old Bros albums. I was watching one of those the other day. They're out, the whole box set of Lovejoy is out, which is worth watching. It's one of those good box sets. But I like all sorts of box sets. I spent ages doing box sets. Also, 1 in 10 concerned children refuse to eat meat. Unfortunately, it doesn't work round here at all. And a disgusting rugby player, delayed a 55-minute flight for 90 minutes after allegedly sexually harassing a cabin crew member. Travellers said they were intimidated and sickened by a raucous rugby group on the plane from Bristol to Belfast on Friday. One was escorted off by police after approaching the crew member as the plane was taxiing for takeoff, forcing it to return to its parking bay. Rachel Davis, a passenger, said it was horrible. The lady in the cabin crew was in floods of tears. A boss at the airline EasyJet said, "We do not tolerate abusive or threatening behaviour on board." That'll be drunkenness. See, clever people who don't realise that you can do it. It's a case of, get on the plane starts taxiing out and they think that they can make their move. So he did. Immediately, they push the panic button, the plane turns right round and they go back. Yobbo. They'll name him. I reckon by tomorrow we should have a name. We'll find out exactly who it is. He'll, of course, be denying it all and telling you that it's all something to do with alcohol abuse. What have we got here? Merlin, first dates. Oh, dear, honestly, aren't you bored with First Dates? The most boring programme on the television. Seriously. But the mixologist and cocktail shaker Merlin Griffiths turns his hand to comedy this week after bagging a cameo in Dave's new scripted sitcom. Sliced starts on Wednesday on Dave at 10 p.m. and Merlin appears in episode 2. I've seen this programme. This is where people go in there and they go, oh, right, so you're looking for a date. And then they drag out Chelsea Healy or some other old has-been. And it's very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. Amanda Holden, they say, has got the golden touch. She was in here the other day. She was in here. In fact, she's been in the building quite a few times in the past few weeks, which is good news. Here he is, Robert De Niro. Plenty to smile about. Warburtons have made him an offer he couldn't refuse, so he's appearing in an advert for bread as he knocks down a huge site in London so he can put up one of his hotels. So Joe Allen's went and they had to move it round the corner, which at least it's still there, which made me feel very happy. Robbie Williams in the papers today says he speaks to dead people. There's probably loads of you listening who speak to dead people. That's what happens. But when Robbie Williams says it, it kind of sort of takes it onto a different level. Also, the lottery launderer. I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Eurovision caught up in the war zone. The BBC accused of exploitation after asking for unpaid workers for Wimbledon. Unpaid worker. I mean, perhaps they mean work experience. It's Richard Madeley's birthday today. Many happy returns to Richard. And Grace Jones could be lined up to star in a scene in the next James Bond movie. Plus, David Nielsen, he plays Roy Cropper in Corrie, is so sick of being recognised he wears a disguise when he goes out. And a staggering 86% of young men have an Anton Deck-style bromance with another man. Not sexual. It's just going to be. It's going to be sort of a bromance. It's the nearest thing you get to a romance with somebody of the same sex without it becoming, let's kind of share a bed. Although some people do share a bed, don't they? Pretty nice to have your company. Sad story. Double-page spread in quite a number of the papers today. This one's from the Daily Mirror. The Yemen and the forgotten civil war there, the world's worst humanitarian crisis. There, a child dies every 12 minutes. A child dies every 12 minutes. It's very, very sad. They've got some of the grandchildren and children queuing up in a refugee camp at Marib, queuing up for something to eat. Little children. Dying is not an option. It's almost a necessity in this place. It's terrible. What's worse is that Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the world, far below nations like Somalia, Afghanistan, Ethiopia and Sudan. But it's next door to Saudi Arabia, not far from the British holiday favourite cities of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And nobody's aware of anything. If you say, not very far from here, there are children dying, a child dies every 12 minutes, what are you doing about it? And they'll go, nothing. We didn't know that. And so until you read this story, it's terribly, terribly sad. It really is. Police have launched a murder investigation after an OAP shot with a crossbow bolt died from his truly horrific injuries. Gerald Corrigan was hit whilst adjusting the TV satellite dish at his home in a remote part of Holyhead and Anglesey. One theory is he was shot by a lamper. Lampers are hunters who go out at night. Brian Kearney, the Detective Chief Inspector, said it was a murder probe, but police kept an open mind. Shot with a crossbow. Oh, God, I've got to think about how bad that must be. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Other stories. Corbyn calls for the UK's richest to reveal tax payments in a move to make a fairer society. What's the point of working then? Why are you encouraging people to work when you're sort of basically saying, oh, you work really hard and now we're going to take all your money away from you? That's why he's out of touch with so many people. Rory McIlroy, 138 million. Gareth Bale, 94 million. Eden Hazard, Chelsea, 40 million. Theo Walcott, 29 million. Music in the wealthiest, Paul McCartney and wife Nancy Shevell, 750 million. I don't know why she's lumped in with it. Is she part of it? I don't know. Elton John, 320 million. Lord Lloyd Webber, 820 million. Michael Flatley, 204 million. Olivia and Darnie Harrison, 250 million. As long as they keep living in that beautiful house in Henley. The gates alone, you would pay a king's ransom. But this barn to suffer. Sick chickens who can't stand in a packed shed, and there's a photograph. I don't know who's actually taken it. But what's interesting is when they find out, this is 3 sites used by Avara Foods, a joint venture between Cargill and Facenda Foods, that's the UK's second largest poultry suppliers. They found birds with red raw skin, dead ones rotting in overcrowded sheds. DEFRA says chickens must be culled humanely, but Animal Equality says footage shows staff breaking some birds' necks and leaving them to convulse on the floor for several minutes. Oh dear, I don't like the sound of this at all. And who actually uses these? Well, these are chickens which turn up all over the place. They even carry the red tractor motif, which means that you're sort of fairly guaranteed. Not so good. Nando says, animal welfare is important to us as it is to our customers. All our chickens are barn-reared in the UK to red tractor standards. We expect all our suppliers to operate to high standards, and we're disappointed with the footage. Disappointed? Disappointed, Nando's, with the footage? Well, this is where these birds come from, these poor-looking creatures. Asdal and Lidl wouldn't comment, but directed the paper to a statement from the British Retail Consortium, which basically just says, oh, we're doing all that we can to work closely with trusted suppliers. These birds don't look like they're in the hands of trusted suppliers. Problems with some of the birds' legs, but staff produced evidence they'd been under the care of a vet and had been receiving appropriate treatment. When asked for a comment, Pimlico Farm referred us to the statement from Avara Foods, and Helmdham Farm and Evanley Farm were unavailable for comment. Kind of makes you want to sort of turn off, doesn't it, with Asda and Lidl and Nando's. You know, I'm sure that animal welfare is very important to you, but judging by this picture, doesn't look at all good, I'm afraid. Oh, dear, horrible, horrible, horrible. Mind you, they've always said if you could actually see any of these things going on, you wouldn't be eating meat ever again. And apparently, Matt the Trucker says, I think Amanda Holden has taken over from Emma Bunton on the Heart Breakfast show. I am in the same building, you know. I do know what's going on in the building. Probably, yes, I knew before you did. I know loads of things. Can you say again where all-you-can-eat restaurant was? Well, it's an all-you-can-eat restaurant. It's a Brazilian restaurant. It's called Preto. It's a chain. Just put it in onto YouTube. You'll find them all over the place. Presumably roughly the same sort of prices. You know, all-you-can-eat meat, where somebody comes around the table and gives you... He's a different person today. He's like a man possessed. You know, all of a sudden we've given him meat. It was like that. Well, didn't they do a big survey some years ago on Eskimos who were only eating seals and stuff like that, and then they put them on to meat, and within a very short space of time they were having all sorts of problems. Their teeth were rotting and everything else because they weren't used to having things like that. They were used to eating seal. I've never eaten seal or ever expressed an interest. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, you and your time in Hong Kong reminds me of the film Empire of the Sun, where Christian Bale plays the schoolboy of a rich expat family in Shanghai who rides around on his bicycle and befriends a group of American GIs as Japan bombs the Chinese coastline. I know you weren't out there that long ago, but it sounds it. I was born in Hong Kong December 79 and lived there till 98. Saw many child beggars. Loads of them out there. Loads of them out there. That's why when you get this rubbish that comes back going, oh, no, we don't have child beggars out here. Hello? But I could go over there and take pictures immediately. A 50p coin dedicated to Sherlock Holmes is coming out this year. Will feature the titles of Holmes' stories in lettering so tiny you will need a magnifying glass to see it. Designer Stephen Raw said, I hope it will encourage the inner detective in those who are intrigued by the coin. Special versions have gone on sale. There's a gold one at 795 quid. Imagine how lovely that would be. 795 quid. It's also a picture of a lorry driver. I think they might have done this overnight. Did you do the lorry driver who was caught driving along the motorway using his mobile phone to make a card payment? You didn't do it. Okay. This is near Leamington Spa. One of 3,000 lawbreaker drivers. What an idiot. I think what they should do is tell you who he is. You know, because now, if you're caught on a telephone, you get 6 points on the licence and a £200 fine. David Beckham was last week banned for 6 months for using his mobile while driving that rented Bentley in London. Fool. Now he has to sort of, ask Brooklyn, could you perhaps drive me to the shop? So because we need to go out to get a picture taken, because otherwise it's all going to be a little bit embarrassing. Plus. When Stephen Sutton, do you remember Stephen Sutton? He lost his battle with cancer 5 years ago. Tomorrow, he'd raised 3.6 million for charity thanks to his desire to help other people. But the inspirational 19-year-old's influence didn't stop there. The figure has since reached more than 5.7 million. Well done you. Sadly, Stephen, obviously not with us. 5 years ago tomorrow he died. It doesn't seem possible that Jane Sutton is still fundraising in her son's memory. Isn't that lovely? She said his mother, Jane, would be overjoyed to see what's been achieved 5 years on. 5.7 million. They weren't hoping to do that. He only wanted to raise £10,000. 5.7 million. Well done you. Because he will be listening. He'll be sitting on a cloud somewhere, and word will actually get back to him. They go, you were mentioned on the programme. Producer has sent me images of himself as a child. Slightly disturbing that people actually have images of themselves as a child on their telephone. I don't have any images of myself as a child on my phones. No, you don't have it. It's not a... Excuse me, they did. They did have cameras back then. And I was a very popular subject. But we had Cinefilm. We had, it was the forerunner to video and all the rest of it, Cinefilm. And, it's moving pictures, like that, a bit slow motion. No, it was proper stuff. You know, you can either get colour. I've got them. My brother did them for one Christmas. Is that what they set ragtime music to? No, it isn't. No. Very bitter person. I don't know why. Ever since he's eaten meat, he's come back a very strange person. We do like the story of the man who was abandoned in a Gatwick airport toilet as a baby 33 years ago, has finally tracked down his birth parents. His name's Steve Hyde, known as Gary Gatwick, after the airport's teddy mascot was found wrapped in a shawl. He spent 15 years hunting for his birth family, only to discover his mum had died before they could meet. But he's found his birth father and siblings, who had no idea he existed. How lovely. Genealogists used DNA samples to find his family. Well, bless you for that. Gatwick worker Leslie Ann Berry congratulated him, saying, "I hoped you'd have some answers." Isn't that lovely? Found in a toilet, wrapped in a shawl, and then they find his birth family. Sadly, not his mum. Sadly, not his mum at all. Birthdays today. Stevie Wonder celebrates a birthday. He's 69. Richard Madeley is 63. Selena Scott is 68. And today's joke: slept like a log last night, woke up in the fireplace. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Brian Walden. Everybody knew Brian because of his speech impairment, but he was a fabulous interviewer. He died the other day at the age of 86. He was the man who really created the British political interview style and used it to tackle Thatcher. Has died, as I say, at the age of 86. It's always Brian Walden. He was one of the early influences, and he interviewed Margaret back in 1989. Still to come, we'll introduce you to the oldest and sweetest triplets in the country. They are not 1, 2, but 3 times a lady. I trust you are well. I know you don't want to get up this morning. I know this is the most difficult time of the morning. I know that there'll be a queue for the bathroom in the house. You'll be going, oh, for goodness sake. It's like, wasn't it that person who was asked, where do you think God is? And she said, he's in the bathroom. And they went, in the bathroom? They went, yep, in the bathroom. I went, how'd you work that out? She said, because every morning the husband stands outside the bathroom and goes, good God, are you still in there? So that's it, the fighting for the bathroom. Thank you. You're welcome. And because it's Monday, it's supposedly the worst day of the week. I never see it as that. I see this time as an absolute blessing. I know lots of people who wake up specifically at this time of the morning just to catch the programme and then to have the day, because if you're getting up to do things, now would be a good time to do them. And I mean even gardening. I see no reason why you can't get... Actually, this is the best time to get rid of slugs, because they're always up at this time of the morning, and I used to go round with a little bag, picking them off with a pair of chopsticks, which I threw away afterwards. I used to get no end of free... Why the Chinese takeaways used to give you free chopsticks, I've got no idea. Much easier with a fork and spoon. And then you go out there and you pick all the slugs off, and then you think, right, what should we do? Because I'm just waiting for stuff to grow. It's a bit slow at the moment. It's a bit slow, but it doesn't matter. But you can do it at this time of the morning. I know I always work on the assumption you could do the same. The next break we have will be in 10 minutes time, 11 minutes time. And you've got enough time to get into the bathroom, quickly do a lick and a spit wash, one of those stand-up washes, and then you can put your clothes up, and then you're all ready. Then you're all ready to start doing things. Or failing that, you could take the radio outside. We've had that before, with people sort of telling us that they've had the radio. What on earth's happened to Tony Blair? Look odd on the television. Sophie Ridge on Sunday. Does he normally wear glasses? And it looks as though he's gone all baggy, doesn't he? Do you think he spent too much time in the sun? So it's funny, actually, years and years ago, Dale and I, he was working at Radio Trent in Nottingham, and I was working down here, and so we went to Cannes. We went to Cannes in the south of France. We drove in his car to the south. Cars must have been very reliable in those days, but he had a nice car. And so we drove all the way down to Cannes, because he knew a woman in Nottingham who owned one of those print shops, and she had a flat just off the Croisette, and she said to Dale, you can have the flat. So we went to Cannes. We drove down there. Unfortunately for us, as we're driving down, and it's quite easy to do, you just follow Route du Soleil. If you're in France, Route du Soleil will get you all the way down to Cannes and Nice and Juan-les-Pins and all these other places. So we drove down, but all the cars coming back from these places, all the British cars were all dented, windows smashed. Apparently the French are mad on the road, absolutely crackers. So we arrive in Cannes, And within an hour of parking up the car, we were offered drugs. Didn't kind of sort of spell out the best holiday we were having. Anyway, we get into the flat, and it was a very plain, very ordinary, just in a little side street. But if you hung out the balcony, you could see the sea. You know, the Croisette was literally just a short hop, skip and a jump. And so every day we would go, well, we only did it on the first day. Second day we learned our lesson. We had one of those ice boxes where you put drinks in. So we used to keep drinks in the fridge and water and stuff like that. And we used to go to the local shop, the boulangerie, because we picked up the language, and we used to buy peaches, which were the size of footballs. And we put the peaches in there, and then we'd stagger, honestly, what we looked like, I can't imagine. We staggered off down to the beach with our little Speedos, and not the best look, I have to tell you, but we didn't know at the time. And we would sit on the beach all day. Well, the first day we sat on the beach, and somebody came over and said, you can't bring your own food onto the beach. You have to buy it from the hotel that owned the particular section of beach. So we didn't do that after day one. We still went to the boulangerie. We were still speaking the language. And we used to have those for tea. We didn't eat, and I don't know if we cooked anything else, but when we looked in the cupboard of the bathroom of this flat owned by this lady who owned the print shop, it was all fake tans. Nobody in Cannes, unless you're really mad, sits in the sun all day. Well, we did, because we were young enough, and you knew, I don't know whether you remember this, but when you were young, you'd go down to the beach, you'd run around in the sea, you'd come out, you'd go and get an ice cream and everything else, and you didn't really, I mean, we weren't fat. Well, I wasn't. And when we got back to the thing, you'd stand in the bathroom, you pull your Speedos down, and you've got a white mark. The white mark, which was obvious. We'd obviously caught the sun really well, so I was thinking, cool. But you suddenly realised how pale you were, unless you turned out to be the colour of Tony Blair with Sophie Ridge on Sunday. I mean, she looks quite pale, but it's all makeup. But he had that tan that we had. And a friend of ours came over, and he was another one. We all caught the sun at the same time. And we went back. We had a nice time down there. We had a really, really nice time. But it was all topless. It was all topless. You could have written a book. We took photographs of us on the beach. Dale tanned really quickly. I sort of tanned a little bit later. But I picked up an infection down there. I picked up a skin infection, which meant that certain bits of my skin didn't tan. But we loved it down there. We only went out for one posh meal because it was so expensive. And we didn't have the money. We didn't have the money. Lee says, I always get up early to have a cheeky listen, pre-gym. Is Nick Abbott incognito on this year's Rich List? Well, I can't possibly comment after all the fibs that people were telling the other day to Nick Abbott about what's being said about him on the programme. He quite rightly said, I can't believe that Steve Allen would talk about me. And he's quite right. Dion says, my dad was in Aden all of 1967 when the war was on. It was a British colony then. He was in the RAF. I was only 8. Now called Yemen. How things change. And Katie in Petersfield says, best time of the day, Steve. I've been tuning in for years, at least 25. Matthew says, was discussing Terence Conran restaurants with a friend. Which one do you prefer, Quaglino's or the Bluebird? I like Bluebird. But that's just me. Everybody's different, aren't they? Everybody's different. I used to like a place in Soho called Quo Vadis. That was lots and lots of different rooms in Soho. That was really... I did a show from there. I've done quite a lot of shows from restaurants. I think so, Quo Vadis. Yes, I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain, might be wrong. Here we go. This is where we sort of check things out and you go, oh no, it's turned into a Harvester or something like that. Actually, it probably hasn't turned into a Harvester at all. There you go, Quo Vadis. Hello? Still there. Opens at 8 a.m. How lovely. It's a lovely series of buildings. And they do all sorts of things. If you just hunt around a bit, you can find nice places. They don't have to cost you a fortune. They do lunch from 12 to 2:30. They're in Dean Street. I like Little Italy as well. We like Little Italy. It's only because Tony Pelledri always looks after me whenever I go in there and everybody else. He's ever such a nice man. Seriously, he's such a nice man. I know he'll be listening at this time of the morning. This is the time he's in. There you go. It's a large Italian restaurant with lounge, cocktail bar, live entertainment and late night dancing. Ooh, you never been there, Thomas? Never. Oh. Are you booked in? Are you? Well, there you go. Mention my name. Mention my name. Tony knows. We've been there loads of times. Loads of times. Tony would say, no, you don't. No, don't know. You might embarrass me. Don't, please. No, I don't do discounts. I don't mind somebody offering me a glass of wine or Prosecco. There's actually Tony there. Oh, there's loads of pictures of Tony Pelledri. Oh, look, there's a picture of me. There's a picture of me. Look, there. Look, there's me. I was having a fat day. I'm on Little Italy's website. There you go. How cool is that? That's very cool. Loads of people go there. I think right next to Mark Cavendish. And also Nick Ferrari goes there. Loads of people go there. Lovely. He's such a nice man, seriously. So, which makes such a difference in this day and age. Having seen all these programmes on YouTube, I've suddenly decided that this year I'm going to turn over a new leaf and I'm going to be nice to people. No, that was enough of that. OK, we've had enough of that. We don't want to do any more of that. Who wants to be nice? Well, that's the point of being nice. Be miserable. Far, far better. You live longer if you're miserable. You know why? I bet you don't know why. I bet you know why. If you're angry, you live longer. Why would you think that would be? Come on, Thomas, you know the answer to this one. You've been angry in your time. Not really. But why would you live longer if you're an angry person? Why do you think? Come on, this is so basic. I mean, I would expect somebody with your education to know this straight away. Something to do with blood pressure. Yes, it means that as you get angry, you pump the blood around your body, and that's good. It's only when the blood doesn't pump around your body, it's called dead. And so if you do it when you're angry, that's good. Gets you going. No? Just me again. Just me again. I mean, it's not what I subscribe to. I wish I could eat everything. I wish I could eat Chinese food every day of the week. I wish I could eat puddings every day of the week. I wish I could drink orange juice. Dear. I remember having a cocktail a few weeks ago with my friend Jordan and Danny and Steve and Gav, and I wish I could have had something with orange juice in it, because I crave orange juice, but it just makes me ill. Just makes me really sick, and I can't get on with it at all. And stupidly, I did. Although I've looked at the DVD, when the parents of my godchildren got married, I don't know what I was doing there, actually. I was just there. I had to do a speech. So I did a speech and all the rest of it. But unfortunately, I was diabetic, but I didn't know I was diabetic, and I was boiling. I was sweating for the country. Absolutely. And to try and cut down the sweating, I was drinking orange juice with ice in it, which of course just made it worse, but I didn't know I was diabetic, so they put a fan in my room. And during the whole speech, I sweated for the world. It was like somebody had drenched me in water. And yet when I watched it back on the DVD, I looked perfectly normal. Well, as normal as I can be. You ever been into the Grouchos? Yes. I'm not a member. I'm not. No. I don't know. To be honest with you, I live out of town. I'm a member of the Magic Circle, but I hardly ever go there. But I like to keep up the membership because I like my magic. Just up your street, says Nick. Bar Italia, their coffee bar next door, is second to none, says Jane. I know. People are so nice. And I've suddenly realised when you watch people on YouTube doing a nice act, it kind of inspires you. So I try and be nice to the team. Try and go, everybody all right, this kind of thing. No, I don't really. I don't say that at all. Everybody's got a different thing. I mean, I've always said to them, listen, I'm the presenter, you're nobody. And it works quite well like that. I like to, they have to learn. And gradually you work your way up. So you get to that stage where you go, well, I used to make tea and coffee for him, but now somebody else makes tea and coffee for him. So it used to be Thomas would go and get tea and coffee. Now we've got Callum. Callum goes to get the tea and coffee. And that's how it works. Eventually there'll be a littler person, the other side of Callum, Callum will say to him, you go and get the coffee. And that's how it works. It takes years to work up through it. It works every time, I promise you. Still to come, the 3 times a lady, Britain's oldest and sweetest triplets. And when you look at a picture of them when they were 14 years old, they looked as though they were married already. 14s obviously have changed quite a lot over the years. Quite a lot. Should we take a short break? It's 11 and a half minutes to 6 this Monday morning. So, Britain's oldest and sweetest triplets, they turned 83 yesterday. How lovely. Margaret, Mary and Muriel Beale were delivered naturally in only 13 minutes in 1936, and they've remained close ever since. They all worked in the same sweet factory. Identical twins, Margaret and Mary, still live together and jokingly describe Muriel as the odd one out. Muriel said, we've always got on very well, although as the oldest, Margaret can be bossy and think she's in charge. How lovely. Do you know, you're reading more and more in the newspapers about people who are sort of living to these, what they used to call a ripe old age. I never liked these, but I tell you, they don't look 83. They look lovely. When they were pictured at the age of 3 years old in 1939, they looked gorgeous. When they were 8 months old, they were equally gorgeous. And in 1950, they were 14 years old, but people looked older for their ages then. They really did. Nobody ever looked 40. Nowadays, mind you, I think they grow up really quickly nowadays. You probably think the same. Front page of the Daily Mail today. They've got the BAFTAs. It's just an opportunity for people to wear flash frocks. And it's mainly for the girls. It's not for the men. although I'm surprised about that. We should see more men sort of wearing nice frocks, I think. The Pokemon game wrinkles brains. A study says they don't rot children's brains, they wrinkle them. I've never done Pokemon. I've heard about Pikachu and all that kind of... Oh, you obviously know what it is, don't you? Do you know do you play it? Have you been there? You used to play it when you were younger. Last week, something like that. I never did things like that. I never did any of those. The only thing I ever had was Pac-Man, and I wasn't much cop of that. Or another one. What's the other one? It was Columns, and there was a name for it. It was sort of Tetris. I did Tetris. I was rubbish at that as well. I was better at Pac-Man, except I used to get overexcitable as this thing came up behind you. Go like that. No, quick! And you go there. And you go. Oh, I'm going to be caught. So it became way too stressful. So I don't play any of those sort of games. No, of course I haven't. 65 years old. Of course I haven't played Mario Kart. I've got a life. I wouldn't love it at all, no. I've still got a game, and I used to play on my phone Angry Birds. Was that a bit naff? Is that considered? That's all right, is it? Okay. I paid for it to go on the phone. Now I don't pay for anything on the phone. It's either a free app or I'm not doing it. But I'm not... You see kids sitting there pushing their... They must have great dexterity, because I can't do it. I was never any good at these things where you have to make a little man jump over something, and that was another one. But, not... What? Flappy Birds? No, I don't do anything. Listen, if everybody else does it, I don't want to do it. I really don't do anything like that. The nearest I got to that was an Etch-a-Sketch. Do you know what an Etch-a-Sketch is? No, isn't that embarrassing? You mentioned something, ladies and gentlemen, and the person on the other side of the glass who is so young, they do not know what an Etch-a-Sketch is. Do you know what a Moulton is? A Moulton bike? Have you ever heard of a Moulton? No, you've never heard of a Moulton bike. Embarrassing, isn't it, really? All of a sudden you feel quite ancient. Wait a minute, what else can we have that he won't have heard of? We used to have loads and loads of things years ago that I thought was quite normal. Did you... what else? I was trying to think, actually. You know what a chopper is? No, not like a helicopter, no. A chopper bike. No. You see? Now I'm really depressed on a Monday morning. How do you think your day's going? Terrible, when nobody knows what things are. I must tell you this story because it actually ties into what we were talking about, a chopper, a helicopter. This is a middle-aged man, surprisingly, has been jailed. And when I say surprisingly, I mean that I thought this was something that kids did. I've had loads of these over the years. I've got one at the moment, which... let me tell you the story first of all. What this man has done is shone a laser pen at a police helicopter. David Gill, or Jill, 50, repeatedly aimed the green light at the pilot, forcing them to abandon a search for a car, which failed to stop for police in the early hours of March the 9th. The helicopter's crew were, however, able to pinpoint the source of the light, guiding West Yorkshire police colleagues straight to him. He pleaded not guilty to endangering the life of an aircraft, convicted and sentenced to 9 months in prison. Good, you fool. You stupid man. Stupid man. Do you know there were 50 laser attacks on police helicopter crews, but they can find you really quickly. And if you really want to screw your life up, do exactly the same as thicko David Gill. But I've got one, which I bought. It was part of a trick that I bought. It was a laser trick, and I didn't realise it's basically a laser unit. It's only small. It's about 4 or 5 inches by about 1.5 inches. You charge it up, and it's got such a strong laser light on it, we can stand in this office here, and it will hit the buildings the other side of Leicester Square. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. It'll obviously do, on a clear day, about 3 miles. Well, I don't know if they... Well, I'll tell you what, talking about legal things, we had this question the other day. I saw somebody on one of those hoverboards, you know, the 2-wheel things. I thought they were illegal. I thought they weren't allowed on pavement. This bloke was standing on a pavement. I nearly said to him, excuse me, that's illegal. Where are the police? And also the other things as well, which is the 1-wheel. Have you seen the 1-wheel ones? Which you stand on. It doesn't have a pole up there, so you're not balancing on it. It's just one wheel, and you've got your feet on the pedals either side of it, and that, presumably, you have to keep yourself upright. Your sister had one. This is one here. Hoverboards are banned on public footpaths and road, and they can only be used indoors or on private property. Well, why are the police not doing anything about it? They're all over the place around here. You can't move. There was somebody going through Leicester Square the other day on one of these hoverboards. Perhaps I should start saying. Mind you, we encountered 2 cycles this morning on the main road, pitch black, no lights. No lights. I nearly opened the back window of the car and went, "Oi, peasant!" No, 'cause it's dangerous, isn't it? Some of the most popular cycling teams have black kit. Well, these people were wearing black clothing. Black clothing. And also, the other day, we were going on the 316, and there's a cyclist in the road. And next to him is a cycle track. We built a cycle track for cyclists. And just to prove it's for cycles, we did a little picture of a bicycle on there so that they know where to go. This one, completely oblivious. If I'd been I tell you, if I was a policeman for the day, whoa, I tell you, they'd be hanging by the side of the road, these people. Tuning in from Kenya, birthday, 52 today. Jim Dunn, with your show keeping me going on the treadmill, says Rich from Awesome Bath, registered for Bath Half today. Also, mad. Is that the half marathon then? Oh, no, not for us. No, definitely. I mean, I couldn't really do it. I know that Scott, Barbara's husband, has done the half marathon and a full marathon, that he's super fit. Compared to me, I'm blooming useful. Here we go. He won't know this. Do you know what Betamax is? You don't see, he hasn't got no, he thinks it's a tablet or something. It's a Betamax. You don't know? You don't know what Betamax is? Before, we had DVDs and CDs and everything else. We had video. But at the same time as video came out, another system came out called Betamax. And it was a race to see which one was going to be the successful. As it turned out, video won. But there was also Betamax. So you still find people who have Betamax machines. And years ago, there was another thing. What was it called? Somebody will have to help me on this. It was a little square machine that you could load your music onto before we got Apple and we got all the different bits and pieces. But they don't know what this stuff is. Listen, if it was more than 3 years ago, not a clue. You know what Teddy Ruxpin is? You don't know what Teddy Ruxpin is? You see, I'm hopeless. Have you ever played Jenga? You know what Jenga is, don't you? Oh, hallelujah. See, there we go, Jenga. It's still going today. But you didn't know what Teddy Ruxpin was? No. Jenga for you is a drinking game. Oh, right. You see, that's what I'm dealing with. Steve, I had an Etch-a-Sketch. Molten was a bike with little wheels. I used to play a game. It was called tennis with square balls. Remember tennis? Do you remember swing ball? Oh, yeah. Oh, thank God for that. Obviously, these things you can still go. Little Julie says, weather looks better this week. My pots will be grateful. Planted up geraniums and violas. I've still got stuff growing. It's not coming out. It's not very big at the moment. It's about an inch. You can't do much with an inch, can you, in this day and age? You're looking for something a little bit more impressive. So I'm hoping. Hoverboard, one for you and Thomas to get around Leicester Square. Well, yeah, at least he knows what a hoverboard... But they are bad. They're illegal. So why are the police not doing anything about it? Because they can't catch them, actually. Etch-a-Sketch is a drawing device. 2 buttons. Thank you, it is. It's magnetic. It's iron filings. You can move I got sent a gold one. I got sent a gold one years ago. You won't know what it is. Have you typed it in on Google to have a look what an Etch-a-Sketch is? What toys were you playing with? What were you playing with when you had Star Wars action figures? This actually explains a lot. Lego's still sort of very contemporary, still being used, isn't it? But, so you had action figures. Did you ever play Dungeons and Dragons then? No. Do you know what that is? You've heard of it? Right. It's interesting though, isn't it, when you look at the toys that we played with. And when I was younger, we played with model cars and train sets and stuff like that. Donkey Kong? Sounds a bit risque. And ladies and gentlemen, Donkey Kong. I don't think so. What on earth is that? Was it... Oh, right. No, I've never heard of it. I was more happy. I used to go... Don't ask me why. But in Hounslow, they used to sell all these little plastic toys. And one of them was penguins, which went up a moving staircase like that till they got to the top. And then they went all the way round and then came to the bottom of the staircase and went... No? Just me again, honestly. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? I'm way too old for this programme. They need to find me older people to work with. They don't know anything. It's terrible. And I've got a really old mini Molten bike. I had an Etch-a-Sketch and a touch tapestry, says Tina. 8-track. Remember 8-track? No, they won't have heard of 8-track. That was a system in the car. You put an 8-track there and you used to have the Carpenters or Herb Alpert and you play that in the car, an 8-track machine. You still find them at car booths. Worth nothing. Hakuna Matata. Just thought I'd chuck that in for you this morning. It doesn't mean anything, but if you went to see The Lion King the other day, it'll bring back very fond memories. Okay? Elton John at his finest. What else we got here? Twin Peaks star Peggy dies at 72. I never got into Twin Peaks. It was one of those sort of strange things. Some people got really captured by it. The music alone was very alluring, but I didn't bother with things like that. Mind you, I was still watching Dallas. Do you remember watching Dallas? No. You never see Dallas on the television? No? They did a reboot of it. Did you ever see Dynasty? No. I really need to go home. It's really becoming very depressing on a Monday. Normally Mondays are quite good for me, but today, when you throw things out, you think, it's like, you've heard of the Supremes, haven't you? You've heard of them? Yeah. You haven't watched it? Well, you wouldn't watch it. It's a group. So, I don't know whether or not you'd be watching. Do you know where they're from? Have you heard of Tamla Motown? No. Oh, God. It's getting worse. How about video discs? Oh, yeah. Have you ever heard of laser discs? Oh, good. I have a load of laser discs and a laser disc player, which was the forerunner to DVDs. And they were big. They're the size of albums, but it's a laser disc. No, we're not with this one, are we, at all? You have heard of them? Oh, right. Yeah. Well, it was before, so they just miniaturised it all down. I've still got the big ones going on. I've got the little ones too, which is quite nice. Nick Abbott says, Ron, after his 20-year-old car died, he bought a newer, greener car. Now that one's died. Some people are very unlucky with cars. And I only say that because they've always said to me years and years ago, don't ever sell a car to a friend. Because the moment you sell it, it will start going wrong. So don't do that. Matt says, you're talking games, the best two are still Cluedo or Monopoly. Never did Cluedo. I did Monopoly. You ever played Monopoly? Oh, love Monopoly. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank God we found something. You're banned. Why, do you cheat? What? You get in fights? What, over Monopoly? How can you get in fights over... Does it get intense? How do you get intense over Monopoly? It's like you've landed on Old Kent Road. Pay up. You know, I know you wanted to build houses and hotels on Mayfair and Park Lane, but you've ended up with Whitechapel Road. You know, you're way down. Or failing that, my brother always used to go for the stations. That was fairly popular. People always cheated, that made you angry. Oh, do you have a hidden agenda then with anger management about playing games? Oh, which little item did you have? Which was your thing to go round? You like the boat? Oh, right, okay. Or the car. The car was quite good, actually. Yeah? What were you going to be? The car. You see, I quite like being the top hat or the boot. I don't know what that says about me. It says the dog was quite cute too. I don't think Monopoly has changed in years. I don't think it has, but we used to do the shortened version, which was you throw dice, and as opposed to ending up with 1,500 quid, you start with the 1,500 quid, but then before the game starts, you can buy 3 properties to see. There's a New York... Oh, I don't think so, no. But you know that you can buy a Monopoly set now for most areas of the country. There's one for Aberdeen. Obviously, I haven't sold very many of that one, I shouldn't imagine. Yes. I had a Speak and Spell, says Stuart. Do you remember Speak and Spell? No, they don't know what that is. Oh dear, it's dreadful, isn't it? I was told, says Paul, when I did my cycling proficiency test, it's illegal for a wheel size over 20 inches to be on the pavement. I refused to move out of the way of a cyclist on the pavement, but like you say, where are the police? Well, much depleted. I had a Betamax machine. The video stores eventually got rid of the tapes, so I had to buy a VHS machine. And Monzi says, anybody watching Breaking Bad will remember Etch-a-Sketch. They use hundreds to extract the thermite, which is highly explosive and burns with tremendous heat. Science lesson for Monday over. Wow. Did you ever have a xylophone? Yep. Certainly did. A xylophone, very popular. The cheaper version. You mentioning Speedos reminded me, says James, something in the paper the other day. Speedos, made from denim, look ridiculous. Yes, I wonder. Noreen says, lovely to hear you talking about Little Italy. I found your photo on their website. Wonderful. Thank you. And what a great idea, Little Julie's, for a Steve Allen Day, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. We could start the day by putting up a small Christmas tree with lots of lights, address everybody as Poppet, drink Prosecco and slurp tea. We shall visit M&S and generally not give a forex. Have a lovely day. Back to work for me as I'm now recovered, which is great. And Julie went on a tour around Highgate Cemetery. Very interesting. Hoverboards and electric scooters. Laws are being relaxed, so they're so popular. They're dangerous. They can blow up, these things. Very, very dangerous. I would advise people not to bother. Richard Madeley is 63 today. Many happies of the day. He met Judy at Granada TV. They were both married to other people, and he wooed her by making a tastily ghastly tuna pasta bake for their first date. Oh, how horrible. I hated tuna bake. The most boring thing under the sun. Also, Zoe Wanamaker. She's 70. Good grief. 70. Also, Trevor Bayliss was born on this day, died the other year. 1937, the London-born inventor who came up with the wind-up radio and got ripped off royally. Because he didn't patent it in time, people ripped him off. Dreadful. But I went round his house on Eel Pie Island in Twickenham. We'd see him all the time. He'd wander round. Also, why is Peter Pan always flying? Why is Peter Pan always flying? Because he never lands. He never okay? That'll be an ageist kind of a joke. Steve R. Young, 20-something working supervisor, says he's never written a cheque. Well, some people wouldn't have written a cheque. I shouldn't imagine these two here have even got a chequebook. Have you? You haven't got a chequebook. Do you have lots of cards in your wallet? Do you have loads of cards to sort of access money and get sort of discounts on things? How many cards do you think you have in your wallet? No, without looking. How many? Guess. 4? 4, you think? You're right. Yeah, how many? Just give me a number of how many you think you've actually got. About 6 or 7. Good Lord. See? People survive on cards nowadays. If ever I go into a place, they go, do you have a Super Saver card or whatever? And I don't. I just have Visa, no I don't, MasterCard and something else, and that's it. The rest of them are just, cards, but they're not financial cards in any way, shape or form. Steve, is it quite legal to have a couple of 5-year-olds in charge of a radio studio? I don't know. Who knows? They are very young, though, aren't they? But it's funny when you think about things that you thought they would all know about, and it turns out they haven't. My friend's dad, says Dallas, made her a pair of stilts when we were young teens and had hours of fun tottering around on a couple of bits of wood. I know. From under the duvet, Angela and Bob at Pratt's Bottom. Didn't get the snow picture this year, did we? But does your team know what a stylophone is? What a stylophone is? There we go. They're looking blankly. Yes, quite good. He thinks it's metal and it beeps. Yes, it was like sort of a xylophone, only it was a little tiny electronic thing, and you ran the style bit, which was a pen on a lead all the way up and down it. Made famous by Rolf Harris, so probably not as popular as we thought they were at the time. Don't use the car anymore when playing Monopoly. Each time you pass go, you now have to pay the congestion charge. It's an old gag, but it's worth using. Before a CD, it was mini disc. I've still got mini disc. I've still got a mini disc player with mini discs, brand new. I mean, I don't know if they're worth any money. And I also have a rabbit phone. It's not as exciting as you think. But no, I had a rabbit phone, which was the forerunner to Hutchinson Whampoa, and it was Orange. Orange was the network, because I had one biked over to me when we were in another building. £2.5 million lottery winner. Oh, how lovely. No, this couple here, who've lived a jet-set lifestyle, have got to hand over assets worth millions after she was found to be at the centre of an international money laundering racket. Amanda Nuttall, who scooped £2.5 million in 2008, hired private jets for luxury holidays to Cannes and Dubai, and enjoyed shopping sprees at Harrods. Can't have been many of those flights, can it? They sent the children to a boarding school and rented a £2,000 a week flat in central London. Mind you, they were making their money work, weren't they? But an 8-year investigation by the National Crime Agency found that the Nuttalls were at the heart of a money laundering network which saw hundreds of millions of pounds transferred across more than 100 bank accounts. The NCA said Mr. Nuttall had amassed considerable wealth as a result of his and others' unlawful conduct, but had put the assets in his wife's name. Now she and 2 associates have to forfeit £6 million worth of assets, including a £100,000 Bentley Mulsanne, a hotel and 10 properties as part of a civil recovery case. Along with Mrs. Nuttall, there's various other people. A barrister who lives in London, practiced law for almost 30 years, have agreed to hand over assets rather than face trial. And so they're all named here. This one of them, Mr. Nuttall was not party to the claim because he put all his assets in his wife's name. And so it was. They bought a sprawling house in Romsey in Hampshire for £1.5 million, but the couple couldn't explain how they made their money. So it's going to be taken away. Very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Especially for the children to see their parents' pictures in the newspapers. How they'll explain that one away, I've got no idea. Metrobank. This was a worry the other day. I saw pictures of crowds of people in Harrow. They've hit out at false rumours about its financial situation amid pictures of these long queues forming in branches. The claims are thought to have been spread on WhatsApp among customers using Metro's safe deposit boxes to store gold and jewellery. These customers went to the branches in large numbers over the weekend to check on the boxes. Sources said the cash deposits in accounts with the bank have been unaffected and there's no suggestion the lender is short of funds. Well, that's good news, isn't it? Otherwise, a little bit panicky-poos. I was going to give you a recipe today. I decided, and then I came to the conclusion I like the sound of the recipe so much I'm not going to tell you anything about it. 10 minutes past 6. Hooray! It's going to be nice weather this week, so they say. I've yet to see any evidence of it. The other day, I went down there. I've got to go and get the car washed today. I don't know what I've gone through. But it hailed. The hail was coming down on the motorway so bad. I remember thinking, I should take a picture of this and then put it up on... And then I thought, no. Tracy, the window dresser, said, do you remember Pelham Puppets? Do I remember Pelham Puppets? Hello? I used to go to the factory and watch them. You could go... When we first went to Marlborough, which is where they were based, I think, you could look into the factory window and there'd be all these heads on bits of dowling. And that's where they made Pelham Puppets. Do you know, they're not worth half as much money as you think they are because they made so many. And actually, a friend of mine some years ago, he said to me, I bought some puppets, Thunderbirds, Pelham puppets, and he said, do you want to buy them? And so I said, yeah, okay, I didn't know what I was going to do with them. And so I bought about 200 of these Pelham puppets in boxes, 200 of the Tracy Island series. And I gave them to my brother, and he was selling them at car boots. And I said, don't put them all out there. People will beat you down. Just put 2 or 3 out. Then people will think you've only got 2 or 3. Well, there you go. Kept them in pristine condition, sadly sold them recently on eBay, says Tracy. They're not worth half as much as you think they are, even though I loved them. My father built me a theatre, as you know. Makes it sound a bit grand, like the Sydney Opera House. No, he just built me a theatre with curtain. My mother stitched the curtains. Very clever, my dad. We used to play the shortened version of Monopoly. Leave the thing in the box and go straight to an argument. There you go. That's how it should be for Thomas. Leave the thing in the box. We're going to play Monopoly. No, we're not. Definitely put it back in the box. Leave it there. What about Spirograph? Yes, I liked Spirograph. I don't know what's the point of it. I didn't know. Did you ever have a Spirograph? Spirograph? No. God, your toy box must have been really dull. It was really good. Yes. Mainly, I suppose. Your place must have been a bit like Toy Story, where the toys came to life at night. Princess Leia and everybody else, they were all fighting at the bottom of your bed and, save me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, save me. I know Ben 10. No. That was, yes. Popular amongst whom? Did you have it, Thomas? Did you have Ben? Well, it's obviously not that popular if Thomas didn't have it and I didn't have it. Oh, right, okay. Oh, there's 6 years between you. Is there? Oh, God, very depressing. Really, it's not going well today, is it? I mean, really, it was going so well when I got up this morning. Mousetrap, remember Mousetrap? Yep. Buckaroo, remember? Buckaroo, partners? I used to love that. We never had it. We couldn't afford Buckaroo. An Operation we didn't have. Bzzz, you've got to take out the append. Oh, go away. Get somebody else to do it. I went private. It was so much easier. Little oil can. Elbow grease. Apparently, somebody says, "Oh, go on, Steve, give us your recipe." I'm not going to actually. I'm not going to share it now. I've been too upset this morning. I'm a sensitive soul, and I can't give you my recipe. It was very good actually. Shane remembers the Polaroid cameras. They were useful. You could take a picture of something, then you had to peel the paper off and then shake it, and the liquid that was in the top of it would come down, and you could. That's it. Oh, yeah, but they're not the same. The picture quality is not really fantastic. It's good, but it's not as good as it should be. You can get better pictures taken on your telephone. I get... it's dirty. But I know. And everybody did exactly the same. They took pictures of their bits, didn't they, on Polaroid. No, that's me again. Anyway, do you remember the Viewmaster 3D slide viewer, says Jonathan? I had the Jungle Book thing. Yeah, but once you'd watched it. I had a Chad Valley projector, and it was slides that went in it. But once you'd seen the slides, that was it. I simply loved, says Alan, Pac-Man. Haven't played the game since the 80s. You must have liked Asteroids as well. No, we didn't have Asteroids. I don't think so. In Basildon, Cyclists race through a busy town centre, sometimes on one wheel. Some child or old person is going to get killed. The police are not interested. They tell me it's the council's concern. A council worker told me it's the police business. I give up, says Alan. Stylophone was used by David Bowie on Space Oddity. Mind you, if they haven't heard of a stylophone, they probably haven't heard of David Bowie or Space Oddity. Yep. Yeah, have you ever heard of Space Oddity? What's the first line? What's the first line of Space Oddity? Come on, you must know this if you're a fan of David Bowie. You're cheating by looking on the internet. The first thing, ground control to Major Tom. Just me again, unfortunately. Do you know, I think I'm facing the wrong way. I know you know David Bowie, but you don't know his songs, do you? Let's Dance. Okay. The star, you'd like to come and meet us, but you think you blow our mind. There's a star, man. They did a very, very good exhibition at the V&A for David Bowie. He was so thin. He had his... It was... Yeah. All right. Who did he sing a Christmas song with? Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Who was he singing with? A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. No, not Celine Dion. It's a man. He was singing with a man. He had a Christmas hit with this person, but they never met. I think it was superimposed that they, like Paul McCartney did with Michael Jackson. No, it's Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby. Yeah. Do you know who Bing Crosby is? Oh, right, you've heard of Bing Crosby. Thank God for that. Heard of Frank Sinatra? Really one of your all-time favourite singers. How lovely. He says, I think flogging a dead horse, says George, another oldie from Luton, is a phrase which springs to mind. You suddenly realise that things that we know about, which seem, so young, they don't know anything about at all. And does Thomas send around the heavies when he repossesses Monopoly property? It's his poor, long-suffering mother, I should imagine. Now I've seen pictures of the woman. Now I know how she suffered as a mother bringing up a child. Mind you, he sent pictures to my telephone. I think that's a police matter, don't you? You're not allowed to send pictures to somebody's telephone. As it is, they've even changed the voice. I've now got some South African woman on my phone who wasn't there before. I wanted somebody who sounded at least half decent. Steve, you've never had asteroids? No. Apparently you can get cream for them. Honestly, such an old one. And Cliff in Amersham says, I had a clock radio cassette in the 80s, $49.99. I had one, actually. I've got one now that makes the sound of waves, which is lovely, isn't it? I think that's quite nice. Just makes you want to go to the toilet. You lie in bed trying to put it off as long as possible and you think, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get up and do something now. Other stories in the papers for today. It's all BAFTA. They can't get enough of pictures of BAFTA for some reason. Also, Meghan posts picture of baby Archie. I think I've seen enough pictures of baby Archie now, lovely though he is, and we love the name. I think we've had enough. Can we actually do away with Holly Willoughby from all the newspapers? I don't want to see her on another show, but I have a feeling there's another one coming up, which I think we've had enough of. And you know that the death of a friend can hit you very hard. They say, on average, for 4 years. In the 4 years after the death of a person, both physical and psychological issues can occur. It's terrible, isn't it, really? Some people are very good at getting through things like that. Other people are just terrible. Very difficult. Very difficult. Also, police pay $123 million to job agencies despite facing big cash cuts. Why can't we have the money put into the police force? It's not too much to ask for, is it, in this day and age? Sometimes they go, oh, we're not actually going to bother. We're not going to bother coming round. It's, for a robbery or something like that. Also, Prince Harry and Meghan are to be given a private apartment at Buckingham Palace to use as their central London base. So they've recently moved from a 2-bed property at Kensington Palace to Frogmore Cottage. And last month, it was announced the Sussexes would create a new household, meaning that Harry and his older brother, Prince William, would be separating their staff. So Harry and Meghan's team moved their offices to Buckingham Palace, whilst William and Kate remain at Kensington Palace. Now Harry, Meghan and Archie will take on accommodation there too, although exactly which quarters they'll be allotted has not yet been decided. It's not like they're shorter places, is it? Not like they're shorter places. Do you ever go to the Boys and Girls exhibition at Olympia? I so did. And everybody came home with the same thing. A plastic pretend snake. That was the big thing. You used to get a plastic pretend snake and all sorts of different things. Ellersdons used to exhibit there. That was great fun. Great fun. I bet you built a Fireball XL5 Airfix model kit rocket. I didn't, but I have got all the the videos. Do you remember Shrinky Dinks? I think not, no. They came with shreddies, colour them in and put them in the oven and they shrink. I don't remember that at all. It sounds like some joke, doesn't it? Remember Mammold steam engines? I had one, and I didn't have Scale Extric. We couldn't afford Scale Extric. You had Scale Extric. We had Minic Motorway, which was the cheaper version. We couldn't afford Scale Extric. Although my brother, for his first wife, he bought a Scale Extric one Christmas, and they said the whole of the Citroen became a Scale Extric track, which is... Oh, really? Bored the pants off me. I thought it was the most boring thing ever. Okay, here's a car going around the bend. Oh, it's come off. Okay, put it back on the track again. And off we go again. Oh, it's come off the track again. Let's put it back on the track. Yeah. They used to have those little metal things underneath it, which looked like little bits of Brillo pad, which kept it on the thing. And if you're very lucky, you got sparks and everything. I preferred a train set. It was more demure. Train set was easy. It was sort of, driving. A wooden train set... No, we had electric train set. You could buy electric train sets really cheaply. A wooden train set's for very young people, isn't it? Is that for little children? I don't think that's for sort of adult-type people. What's the matter, Kat? What's the matter? What's the matter? You did... Oh, you thought... All right. I'm having a look at a wooden train set. That's for little babies. It's not for adults. That's a silly thing to have. I want a proper train set, Hornby 00 and stuff like that. God, did you have a playroom when you were younger? We had a playroom when we lived in Yorkshire. The house was so old, it had rooms all over the place, and in our bedroom there was a playroom where all the toys were kept. Did you have a playroom, Callum? Did you have somewhere to go and play? Did you play by yourself? Were you one of those sort of people? You had siblings? When you say you had siblings, so you don't have siblings anymore. Still got them. But you look at the train sets, I mean, it was great. Some people are really into train sets. I was sort of okay with it. I was not sort of mad. This week, 24 degrees. 24 degrees of sunshine, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Nevertheless, here we go. Temperatures expected 18 centigrade today. So largely light and sunny, as will Tuesday. Wednesday, highs of 23 or 24. In the north and in Scotland. Scotland are going to do quite well with the temperatures this week, so that's lovely, isn't it? We like that. Walden, the Brexiteer to the end. The broadcast from former Labour MP Brian Walden, dying at the age of 86. Best known, I thought he was great. He was a team guy. Very, very nice indeed. And a lovely double-page spread on Anita Harris. Wowing Phil Silvers in the 1966 Carry On film Follow That Camel, and nursing Frankie Howard in Carry On Doctor. She's got a website, and she's been a pop princess, Carry On star, the perfect Peter Pan, and worked with a host of legends. She's 76. 76. She's been in for In Conversation. She sat here. Well, not right here, because I'm sitting here. She sat in that seat over there. Ferrari at breakfast at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC. The Education Secretary says the European election will be treated as a protest vote. Nick will be asking, is that how you see it? He'll also bring you the latest on the Danny Baker tweet controversy. And Jacob Rees-Mogg will be joining Nick to take your calls from 9 a.m. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning, right here on LBC. More of your texts and emails. I see, says Andy in Brighton. Katie Price is charging £5,000 to sing at parties and funerals and the like, according to my local newspaper. Yes, it's in some of the papers. She did it the other day, and she can't sing for toffee. There's no point, really, is there? He said, do you want me to start a crowdfunding scheme on your behalf? I'd quite like her to sing at the end of Brighton Pier. You know, the Brighton Pier that isn't there anymore. I'd like her to sing at the end of that one. And Caroline remembers the kiosk at a large London station. You could make a scratchy recording of your own voice. Came out on a plastic record. Yes, in fact, all the stations you could have that. You could do your own recording. I like the one where you used to put a penny in and you turn the handle and it would stamp it. It was a machine that stamped a penny. I quite like that, actually. I love the Airfix playing kits. I tried those a couple of times. I was useless. Absolutely useless. I did have Escalado, the horse racing game. Thank you, Julie. I did have that one. That was where it was a piece of felt, baize, and you turned the handle and it moved a little bit, and that moved your lead horses along. It had lead horses. That was the problem. Don't like the heat, Steve. Not in this country, says Angie. I know. The only time it's good to have the heat is if you're sitting by, like in Brighton, like where Callum went over the weekend, and sat there on the beach and doing whatever else. Although the beach there is very stony, isn't it? Very stony. It's not a good beach. What they need to do is get rid of all the stones and just bring in Sand. Can't they bring in thousands and thousands of tons of sand and just put it down there? There is a sand pit. That's for little children. That's not for people our age. Oh, is it a big sand pit? Oh, right. Did you take your swing trunks down to Brighton? Too cold. It was a little bit. And also, I mean, I haven't swum in the sea for ages. All I remember is getting a mouthful of seawater, and it was really salty. So I remember thinking, ugh, horrible. And people do swim in it, but if there's anything floating on the surface, I don't want to go anywhere near the water. Don't like that idea. I'd rather go in a swimming pool. Much easier. Much easier. Morning, Mr. S. Memory lane of the games we played. Made me laugh. Also 38 years this week since Bob Marley passed away. Ask the boy if he knows any of Bob's songs. You don't know any of Bob Marley's songs, do you? Oh, here we go. He might come up with one. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. Okay. Do you know his biggest hit? One love, one heart. Which one? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Yeah. Yeah. No, biggest hit, of course. No Woman, No Cry. No, we're jamming. I loved all of it, actually. Trenchtown Rock. Some very good stuff. No, you can't work in radio without knowing certain things about certain people who are mega big, mega big. Chris says we couldn't afford Scale Electrics either, but we had the cheaper Airfix version, circa 1968, light grey rather than black track. My favourite car, the Lotus Cortina Tourer, white with a green stripe down the side, £125 on eBay now. Do you know, if you'd bought all those toys, but they were meant to be played with years ago, and you'd saved them, just think what you've been sitting on. Mind you, if you bought property in London, just think what you'd be sitting on now. If you live where I am, years ago, you'd be sitting on millions of pounds worth of property if you'd had the financial spondulics. So Katie Price has now told people she's used to seeing bits and bobs, strippers, she told this to, because she's training to be a paramedic. She says, I've been put on a 5-year course. I've got 4 years to go. So what I'm saying is I've seen many bits and bobs. Yeah, the worst thing about you is, Katie, you talk about them, and nobody really wants to know. Game of Thrones, Maisie Williams has revealed she struggles with feelings of self-hate, and Robbie Williams has told how mega hit Angels is about him hanging out with spirits as a child. He only wrote one line on that, and down the waterfall, and that was as far as it went. He says, when I was a kid, I used to talk to dead people. What do you mean, talk to dead people? Oh, which dead people? He's very odd, actually. He recently spoke out, says Robbie. He also claims he's seen UFOs, including one close enough I could throw a tennis ball at. He's quite mad, of course. He spoke out to plug a documentary he's in called Hunt for the Skinwalker, which follows scientists probing a Navajo reservation in Utah. He says, but he admits there's nobody in my circle that has this strange obsession I have. No, there's nobody in your circle like you at all. I pay the price, woman, says Mike, 10 grand not to sing at any event I was at. And if Thomas's mother had £1 for every time she told him to play nicely, which might be in the Nick Abbott tax bracket, play nicely. They used to say that, didn't they, parents years ago? Play nicely. Not giving the and kids who are very possessive about their bicycles and stuff like that. So we'll wait to see what happens today with the social media posting about cocaine, which has got Stefania Alexander in a lot of trouble with the BBC bosses. I mean, to be honest with you, if this is somebody who is at the top of their game for Strictly Come Dancing, she's the top talent chief. They say she's going to be hauled over the coals, and she's been warned she could face serious action. Well, they didn't do that to Danny Baker. They didn't say, we warn you, there could be, serious action. They did it straight away. Why not with her? I mean, surely she's intelligent enough to know that you can't. I mean, she's on a family show. Can't start writing about cocaine. It's claimed by her friend. And there's no age for her either. I keep looking down here to see how old she is, but she appears not to have an age. I suspect she's probably about 45. I don't know, I'm only guessing. Very strong words have been had already. More serious action may well follow when the issue's raised this week. She's writing about cocaine. She's going off on holiday. She's writing about things you need to take with you. I don't think that's funny. This is supposed to be a family programme. Can't have that at all. I can't go on air and start talking about cocaine. Got to stop it. Got to stop it now. So let's see what the BBC are going to do. Be interesting, won't it? You know, Danny Baker, they throw under the bus, as he says. And then this one, we'll wait and see what happens. But you will hear about it, I promise you. How does Bob Marley like his donuts? With jam in. Thank you, Oliver. Very, very nice. Matt says, you talk about swimming. Have you tried the open-air pool in Hampton Hill? Do I sound like the sort of person who's tried an open-air pool? Unfortunately not. I don't. It's got to be heated. There is no way that I would be getting in a cold pool. No, it's got to be heated. To bath. A friend of mine. No, absolutely not. No. A friend of mine, years ago, a very famous friend, he was very close to Elton John. And anyway, long story short, he bought this place up in Clapham, and one Christmas he invited us round there. And his whole back garden, he'd had dug up, and they put a heated swimming pool in. So all the way around the swimming pool was ice and snow, and we're in it. It was like the temperature of bath water, playing around in it. And there are pictures of me playing around in a heated swimming pool. It's the only way I would ever... So we walked through snow and ice to get to the pool. Once we got in, he said it's warm. You could see the steam rising off it. It was lovely. Very nice. Just me again on that one. Obviously nobody else. Do you not have a swimming pool? Did you have a swimming pool at home, or just a puddle, Thomas? Was it anything interesting? Did you... Local pool. Yeah. Did you go to the local pool? Did you go to the school? Yeah. I don't know why people don't go swimming nowadays. Is it because you don't want to get in a pool with the other grubby people? You like to... Oh, do you? Oh, right. You swim every 2 weeks? Heavens. What sort of swimming do you do? You do lengths. Yeah, but I mean, are you backstroke, crawl? What are you doing? Sort of that little one, you do front crawl. Oh, right. I do breaststroke. Or fell in that doggy paddle. And then I do a very good impression of somebody drowning, which is always worth watching. You know, help! I can only swim on my back. I can't swim on my stomach. I'm one of these peculiar people, so I always got entered into backstroke racing. I'm just useless swimming on my stomach. I don't know why. And swimming in the sea, we did it all the time in Hong Kong. But not now, but I can't remember the last time. The pool is heated, says Matt, thank you. And Angie says, I remember having a little chocolate machine with miniature Bourneville, I think. Yes, there was. It was... it came with Bourneville or Dairy Milk, I think. Little tiny bars, which went in. You put a penny in and it gave you a little tiny chocolate bar. That was quite a cute thing. Anything that had sweets in it as kids, we loved. Anything with sweet. I mean, that's small wonder we're all in dreadful states. Do you remember the signs at the swimming pool? Says Cliff. No bombing. Yet you weren't allowed to dive bomb people. That was quite popular, wasn't it? The dive bomb, where you run and then you pull your legs up underneath you. No chance of that now. Kevin the Milkman says, I still say play nicely, children, to the stepdaughters when I leave for work in the evening. They're 17, 19 and 23. And Rachel says the pool at Hampton's heated. It reminds me of going to Butlins with the grassy sunbathing area and cheap and cheerful cafe and sun deck right up your street. I remember you telling us about Dale following the sun around the pool on holiday. Yes, he would have a sun lounger, and as the sun moved round, he would get up and move the sun lounger round. But he liked the sun. Me, I couldn't care less. Didn't bother me in the slightest. Front page of the papers at 10 to 7. Pull the plug on Brexit talks with Labour, May urged. Can you believe we're still talking about Brexit? Unbelievable. Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Jodie Comer picking up awards at BAFTAs last night. Where'd you put these awards? Do you have a special shelf for them? Do you take photographs? Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I've actually been very good with my awards. One my brother's got, and another one my godchildren have got. Which is sweet, isn't it? Electric car sales stall after cut to green grants. I'm not sure if they're so expensive, these hybrid cars, aren't they? So expensive now. Plus, 4 merchant ships targeted in a sabotage operation off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. Metro Bank reassuring customers over the safety of their money. A bit like a scene, isn't it, from Mary Poppins, where there was a run on the bank's money. What's happened? They won't give a child their money back. And so it went on. It's so easy to build these things up with the internet nowadays. Deaths from heart disease are rising among the under 75s for the first time in 50 years. That's something I don't want to read today. Thank you very much indeed. The Daily Telegraph. Best before revolution. Do you know, I've started looking even more now. You pick something up, it doesn't matter whether it's fruit or whatever it is, and sometimes the sell-by date is that day. You've really got to be very careful. So by the time you think, I'll leave that for the next day. By the time you get to the next day, there's mould. Not very good at all. And Eve to remember for TV's female stars. Free ATM should be legally protected. They reckon that we're going to start being charged. And also, I've given up veganism, says Victoria Lambert, and I've never felt better. Producer, exactly the same. Thomas the other day, he went out and he had lots of meat, and he said he felt fine afterwards. In fact, he said he felt elated. So that was good, but he's a bit, sort of 6s and 7s. I think. Brian Walden has died, presenter of the London Weekend television current affairs series Weekend World. He was 86. He was very good. He was one of those interviewers you thought, if you were going to be an interviewer, you'd quite like to be like him or Jeremy Pack. There's all sorts of people. But for sort of doing politics, he was great. He couldn't do a programme like this. Nobody can do a programme like this. Nobody could do a programme. The Guardian. What do we got here? We got a picture of Sure Thing. This is Killing Eve's Genius hailed at the BAFTAs. This is Fiona Shaw. The NCA chief says that this is National Crime Agency, by the way, we can't halt the drug trade. Of course, it's so adequate. They couldn't stop knives. No chance. No chance at all of halting the drug trade, because as fast as they find, say, 30 million or 300 million pounds worth of drugs here, there'll be another 1,000 million pounds worth coming in. They don't have the man numbers or women numbers to get out there and stop this happening. And also, there's so much corruption going on. There's so much money in drugs. You see drug dealers pictured on the internet, surrounded by £50 notes, because it's easy. You see people being stopped on all the police programmes all the time. Because the UK's main drugs policy, I think we'd all have to agree, has been prohibition and trying to catch the importers, the smugglers and the dealers. But there's loads of them. It's easy. Why would you bother working? People make so much money out of dealing in drugs, and not just elderly people. I mean, apart from elderly, and I mean some elderly people, there's also young people. Young people are out there. In fact, some of these drug dealers are using these young people's bank accounts and their savings accounts. They've got to launder their money. Sun on the front page. Strictly Coke shock. This is the top talent chief, Stefania Alexander. The producer responsible for the celebs lineup was warned she could face serious action. I love the idea she was warned she could face serious action. Why not? She's going to face serious action. I mean, surely an old woman of that age would know better than to start writing, joke or otherwise, about taking cocaine on holiday when you're doing a shopping. I mean, really, too risky. It's supposed to be a family-shaped, sort of based programme, but there's more shenanigans going on there. I mean, it makes Blue Peter look like a teddy bear's picnic. It's all happening on Strictly. That's a family show. Is it really? Is it really? Pull the other one. Heart, stroke and artery disease. Deaths are rising for the first time. This is because we're not doing fitness. We try and do fitness. We're not very good at fitness. We don't want to do it. It's the rise as well of all these fast food shops selling basically fat. Fat. You know, if you actually looked at some of these places, it's really bad for you. But we seem to like food that makes us fat. So in other words, you know, pizza, it's bad for you. You can have it every so often. Kentucky, you can have it every so often. Spudulite, you can have it every so often. It's all these different places. Burgers, you know, for breakfast and all sorts of things. You've just got to watch the intake. If you watch the intake, you should be okay. But unfortunately, some people are addicted to it. You see people sitting, well, I do, in our Kentucky Fried Chicken, where their bottom hangs over the seat. I mean, that can't be good, can it, really? The Tesco boss has demanded a 20% business rates cut for struggling shops, as indeed they are struggling. They are struggling at the moment. I mean, very shortly, we're going to be seeing the high street, and it's going to be decimated. It's going to look so awful, and we're going to go, oh, what do we got? In our case, we'll have some charity shops and some coffee shops. And the rest of it just, you know, fiddles about in the middle. It just sort of disappears. The Mirror, all the drama from the BAFTA. There seem to be more interest in the BAFTAs what people are wearing, which actually I don't have a problem with, but roughly you could print last year's pictures. Nobody would know the difference. Seriously. The child victims of a forgotten war. 120 children die every day. This is in the Yemen war. I mean, it's just appalling. And we don't care, do we? We just don't care. We just go, oh, don't worry, it's happening somewhere else. Nothing we need to do about it. I Shot the Sheriff was sung by Eric Clapton and not Bob Marley. Yes, I think Bob Marley was first with it. I think you'll find Eric Clapton came along a little bit later. But definitely Bob Marley was, yes, 100%. Producers prepared to put his life on the line for that one. So he seems to know these things. Yes, back in your box, Nigel, he said. You see? That's the sort of attitude we get. Aren't you supposed to keep industry awards in the downstairs loo, says Zach? Probably, yes. But I don't have a downstairs loo, so it doesn't really help. Maybe you and Thomas can just settle for a game of drafts together. Oh, no, there'd be an argument about that. Oh, you can just imagine, can't you? Front page of the Daily Star, the telly's night of shocks and frocks. They all looked okay. I mean, sometimes people wearing stuff that was wholly inappropriate, but then you sort of think, I mean, if you're an actress, you are faced with a huge dilemma of knowing what to wear. Some of them look very nice. So they've got Claudia Winkleman, Tess Daly, Georgia May Foote, Emily Atack. I don't know what she was wearing. She can't get the hair right at all. I mean, those roots are just terrible. Paloma Faith, Billie Piper, Jodie Whittaker, Charlotte Hawkins. She likes going out to a do like this. Maya Jama and Lee Mack and Rob Brydon kissing. Something the matter with it. It's not normal, is it, really? You can't get your head around what these people are up to. But that's the way it goes. That's about it for this morning. I mean, we managed to get through it by hook or by crook. I suddenly realised that I know loads of things about the old days, but nothing about modern stuff. So when somebody says they used to play with figures from Star Wars and things like that, I kind of blank over. But when I mention something to them like Diana Ross and the Supremes, I mean, they glaze over it and say, mind you, she was back in the news again the other day, wasn't she? She had another incident at an airport where she claimed she was touched inappropriately, which is exactly the same problem that Diana Ross had here, and she vowed she'd never come back to the country again. It was awful. And I suppose it does happen, but they're supposed to be very, very careful. But obviously not in that case. Not in that particular case. And I would think Daniela Westbrook would be the most fragile person ever. So she was booked in. She'll do an interview in OK Magazine. And all we do is we look at them. I mean, the day after Mike Thalalis, him, you know, the one who committed suicide, they had his friends on this morning. Like it was some sort of, you know, oh, let's put it all up, then we all sit there and mawkishly watch it. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but the MPs who've been saying, oh, this is terrible, and this is awful, it's been like this for years on the Jeremy Kyle Show. That's what they do. They find the worst people in the country, you know, the toothless old hags, and that'll be the blokes, and then the people with tattoos, and then did you sleep with my mother, and is this my father, and all that kind of stuff, and we sit there and we watch it in disbelief. Of course they should axe the show. Of course they should axe it, because this won't be the first person, will it? This will not be the first person to take their own life. Why have they not axed Love Island? Somebody's killed themselves after being on Love Island. Whether as a result of it, we don't know. We'll never know. But then why have we not axed that? And the cocaine, I'm only going to mention this once or twice during the programme, but for goodness sake, there you have a case of somebody who's been dropped from a programme, Arge, because he tested positive for cocaine. Well, apparently, that's bad for The Only Way is Essex, where, of course, there is no drug problem whatsoever. And yet, on the farm, they're more than happy to welcome him. So, obviously, the farm kind of encourages things like that. Why have we not axed the farm? Half these programmes, they're putting up damaged people. Very, very damaged people. People who are sitting there and we're staring at them going, thank God they don't live next door to us. You know, in this particular case, this was one of those lie detectors. They all want to do the lie detector. And then they argue it afterwards. Oh, no, it can't be that. And so he wanted to do the lie detector to prove that he wasn't cheating. Lie detector, which is about 99.9% accurate, said he was cheating. And so that was that. And so we've had, first of all, we didn't mention his name, and now his name's all over the papers, and his ex-wife is on there, and the Jeremy Kyle Show are now standing down. I don't know how many people have been working on it. I would think at least 30. At least 30. And they'll be sitting there twiddling their thumbs, not knowing what to do. But they've also filmed Daniela Westbrook for her I'm Back from Rehab thing. And then on the back of that, then she'd be doing Loose Women. Well, you shouldn't be having these people on television. They shouldn't be put on television. Daniela Westbrook should be forbidden from ever going on television. She's been 10 years clean. Because all they do, they go on This Morning, and Pip and Holly sit there and go, oh, right, so, you know, how depressed did you feel? Trying to sort of express some sort of interest to get a story out of these people. And these people go on there. Who did they have on the other day? The woman who went on Blind Date, who said she was too attractive to go out with men. And they put that... So we all sit there and look at the freak show. We all sit there and point. I bet you anything, the producers of This Morning will be axing guests left, right and centre. Is this somebody who might be a danger to themselves? Is this somebody who might go on television? The public then start trolling them. Do you remember the transgender bus driver who won 4 million? Started being trolled the other day, I think after appearing on the Jeremy Kyle Show. Because it attracts those sort of people. It attracts other people as well. But the pejorative, the people who are watching that show are the people who want to see the freaks. You want to see, you know, big fat birds with no teeth and tattoos around their necks attacking somebody on the stage because you stole my mother's funeral money and all that kind of thing. And that's what it's come to. They've been doing it in America for years, but to find the MPs sitting there going, oh, this is actually dreadful. It's been going on for donkey's years. They can't have only just realised. Surely not. But I think you should axe all these other shows. Loose Women should not be allowed to put anybody on there. I mean, do you remember when they actually put Kim Woodburn on, basically to have an argument with Colleen Nolan? The producer should have been taken out and thrown in the gutter. For instance, because that was being done specifically to get a wind-up on air. Outrageous behaviour. I've never seen anything like it. You know, a very amateur producer, quite clearly, who, you know, if they're still in the job, I'd be very surprised. Really awful. Dreadful. I don't know if they're still working. I've got no idea. They should have been fired. I mean, that was done presumably to try and get an audience because a provoked argument. Well, that's just outrageous. That's as bad, if not worse, than a lie detector test. That's putting two people on there. Kim, who'd been told she was going to get an apology. Colleen, who was still there with a fag in one hand and a sort of glass of wine in the other, going, "You're not. You know, you were a bully and all this." And then Janet Street Porter jumped in. Worst case of bullying I've ever seen on the television. Producer should have been kicked out. Amateur, annoys me so much. Anyway, I feel better about that thing. So, should we... I'm going to sneeze. Should we axe the Jeremy Kyle show? Yes. I think get rid of it immediately. Do not put on people who are quite clearly, they've got mental illnesses. Daniela Westbrook, the vulnerable people, the people who are at the lowest ever level that they could be. No, you don't put them on there anymore. And shame on them for doing Daniela Westbrook. We're only doing it because they go, oh, look, Daniela, and we tune in to go, how much more of her nose is left? That kind of thing. We're not interested in whether she can act, sing, dance, play a penny whistle, or bounce a tennis ball. We're not interested in that. We're interested in seeing whether she's going to have a car crash bit of television. And that's what the programme's about. Car crash television. This morning, do the same. You can guarantee... I've done it on the programme. I've said, I bet you anything, let's go through the papers, who's going to be the person who's going to be on this morning, find the lowest common person in there, and they'll be on. The woman who appeared the other day about, you know, I'm too attractive to find a boyfriend. I thought, no, it's because you've got tattoos and you're naff. That's what it is. But we put them up on television, so we can all sit there and go, oh, we're so much better than you are. So much better. These people are tragic. That's why they pick them for Love Island. They're looking for people who are flawed. There's something the matter. I was watching The Only Way is Essex this morning. I can't work out if it's a new one or an old one. It could have been an old one, actually. And they were just all arguing among themselves. That's all it was. It was about, you know, have you slept with her? She slept with you. She's pushing it about all over the place, you know. And then Arj pops up, and I thought, you're a cokehead, aren't you? So they axe him. And yet the farm keep him in. What message does that send out? There's a picture of him in the paper today, signing an autograph. What, is that to coke hunters or something? Ridiculous. They've got to stop all these programmes. Morning, Steve. Says Matt, I'm pleased Jeremy Kyle's been axed. Well, they haven't axed it. They've just suspended filming. That's all they've done, is suspended film. They have to make a decision. And yet the woman the other day from the BBC Strictly, who had a shopping list going to Ibiza, one of it was cocaine. Apparently her friends did it as a joke. The BBC have said there'll be no repercussions for that. So the BBC, obviously awash with the white Colombian stuff. I should imagine if you started mopping their toilets, you'd have a field day, wouldn't you? Manchester or otherwise. It's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Is the Jeremy Kyle show similar to the Jerry Springer show? Yeah, it's just that they're more unattractive on the Jeremy Kyle show. That's the idea. Jerry Springer used to do a family-orientated show, and then the audience started tailing off, and so, excuse me, they decided to change it and start doing the aggressive stuff. And the audience boosted up. The students started watching, became a completely different programme. But that's because he did a different programme to start with. Jeremy Kyle has always been, let's find the toothless old hags and the people who do drugs. You're not a good father, you're this, and they just pull people apart on the show and we sit there and watch it. It's bear baiting. Bear baiting. Like this morning, like Loose Women. Bear baiting. They need to think very carefully because ITV is going to get itself into a lot of trouble. They're going to have to start checking every single guest on every single programme to see if they've got a history of mental illness, and especially in Mental Health Awareness Week, they should be checking this properly. People who go, they're going, oh, yeah, I go to the gym every day and all the rest of it. Oh, right. So, and then they come out and they go, oh, they were treated so badly. And you think, they're not fit for purpose. These people shouldn't be on there. How many times have we thrown Arj out of a television programme. A few times. Because he's got a cocaine problem. The man's an idiot. The man's a fool. His life is going to collapse, and very shortly he'll have to go into rehab. Like most of them do. The Jeremy Kyle show was just ripping off Jerry Springer. No, they didn't need it. They didn't need to rip off Jerry Springer. They really didn't. But Jerry Springer used actors and set-ups and was on late at night. It was bear baiting. There was an agency for the Jerry Springer show. They were looking for certain people. In fact, a friend of mine used to produce a show on the television, and they were looking for particular people. They were looking for people to be antagonistic. They were looking for people to go, don't you touch my wife, or leave my baby alone, or come and see your baby, or let's have a DNA test to find out who the father is. And that's so many programmes. But when you watch it on the television, they're now masking it up. They're now tarting it up as we're really concerned. But I don't think we are. I don't think we are. Jill says, did the Jeremy Kyle show, when he went to do it in America, get axed? I don't know. I've got no idea. Lara, you are the stupidest person in the world, really. I mean, you're too stupid for your own good. So, I tell you what, why don't you go and get a life somewhere? I mean, there's something... yeah, the US version was axed. And anybody fancy a bacon sandwich? No. They don't. Luckily, they don't eat bacon round here. Hardly any of them, do they? You don't eat bacon sandwiches, do you, Thomas? No? Chris doesn't eat bacons. Well, he's not fussed, actually. They were doing a food thing on the television the other day where this woman was cooking fish and chips, but little bits of fish. So it looked delicious. It really... the sort of thing you'd eat at a snack. But I should imagine it was dripping in fat and stuff like that. Billy reckons he hopes TV now cleans up its act, 1,000 channels, and still the radio gets more popular. Of course. Does the Kyle have a backup, or will he be serving fries 6 months on? Well, I think they must have a few shows on the shelf, as they say, in the can. They must do. They don't just sort of do it day in, day out. So they were able to drop it and stick in David Dickinson. Lesser of two evils, as far as I'm concerned. Even though David Dickinson is far more... They couldn't find anything else to put on there. Everybody's going, what's happening? And all the people on the internet, what's going on? Where's the Jeremy Kyle show gone? Now you know. Yeah. Apparently Jeremy is on another radio station, but good luck trying to find it. Or joining the audience of 2. It's as bad as that, I'm afraid. It's terrible. I don't know. I've often said you could probably trawl back in Steve Allen programmes to find out why people haven't done this thing before, why somebody hasn't taken their own life before, because of the humiliation on the television. And it is ritual humiliation, but they've all signed disclaimers. You agree to being filmed, you agree to having your life destroyed by somebody. Why do you think he stands there and shouts in their face? He shouts in their face, and nobody gets up and goes, and knocks him out, because they've signed a disclaimer. It's terrible. When the first Jerry Springer show came out, I had to watch approximately 3 episodes, because I couldn't believe that such a format existed. I was totally flabbergasted and felt like somebody had slapped me with a dead fish. Really? But that's what they do. They have agencies in America. If you're a one-legged lesbian who started fancying men again, there'll be an agency which you can join, and they go, we're looking for a one-legged lesbian who's now fancied going with men again. And you go, that'll be the guest we want. In fact, it became, a friend of mine got embroiled in this thing, fake guests. Guests who weren't what they pretended they were. Although on the Jeremy Kyle show, you only have to look at them to realise they look like they've come from these sort of dreadful places where you don't want to go. So that's it. Very heavily scripted. People were paid. I don't know. On the Jeremy Kyle show, they get a hotel. They get hotels. They get put up in the hotel. They can raid the minibar if they want. And another one here. Before JK was on TV, used to do a similar thing with a late-night commercial radio phone-in, giving advice. Yep. Yes, he did. He certainly did. Was it Jezza's Confessions? Oh, right. Apparently it wasn't very good, says the producer. Graham Torrington followed on and still does. Who's Graham? Oh, is that the gay guy he has on the programme who offers advice? Is that the one? I think so. Where does it all end, says Mark in Hastings. Well, Hastings. Hastings. But this can happen so often, and nobody's done anything about it. It takes somebody to take their life because they felt as though their life had been destroyed, for people to go, oh, let's look at these other programmes. I bet you now ITV will be looking at what they've got, programmes that exploit people. Programmes that put people on there purely for entertainment purposes. They're not put on there for anything else. Pip Schofield, Holly Willoughby, they're not medically qualified to discuss about people's illnesses and where they go for help. They're not medically qualified for that. They're two light-ent presenters. They do different topics, but they're doing this. They're picking up the pieces. So the woman from Blind Date appears on their They must sit there, the producers going, oh, she looks as if she's going to be good fun. Ends up going out with a traffic warden or something. It's ridiculous. And the transgender woman who won the 4 million, she was being trolled after she appeared, we think, on the Jeremy Kyle show. And then, and was saying to the trolls, I'm not going to drop dead anytime soon. Blow me down. On the Saturday, she did. She just dropped dead like that. Not unlike the freaks on Britain's Got Talent, says Jane, and the talentless acts on the early episode of the series. Yes. I mean, it's again, it's fake. It's fake television. At least with radio, you get right. It's right to the point. There's no fake presenters. You might have presenters you don't like or presenters you do like, but if truth be known, this should have happened years ago. It would have given them the kick up the rear end that they needed on the Jeremy Kyle show. It's as simple as that. Here's a man who got so depressed, being exposed on... You see, the trouble is, let me just explain it to you quickly. You can be a normal person. I work with normal people. Well, I think so, I don't know, relatively. Hello. And all of a sudden you go on television and then you suddenly realise that loads and loads of people have seen you. And loads of people are not going to like you. And so people will troll people once they find out where they live or their email address or their phone number. Believe it or not, you can get hold of all these things, not too difficult. And they start trolling. And all of a sudden, you suddenly realise that the public turn. The public turn. I mean, I know because I went out with Dale for years and years, and we had paparazzi and people, and it was, you know, I think the guy who plays Roy Cropper in Corrie has to go out in disguise so that the public don't approach him. It's terrible, isn't it, really? It is. I mean, I feel a bit bad about it because I've said this for years, that we're laughing at people's misfortunes. The old slappers who appear on the television telling you about how many men they've slept with and how they're going to have cosmetic surgery, the mother and daughter who have similar cosmetics. We're laughing at them. We're laughing at them. They should all be acts from television. Do not give them the oxygen of publicity. Do not give them the oxygen of publicity, because that's what they're thriving on. I've seen more people. There was a mother and daughter. The mother was pimping the daughter out. And that was on the television. I'm thinking, should I be watching this? What, so the daughter's a hooker and the mother's pimping her out? This is just disgusting. And so this bloke feels the full force of it. You're a liar. No, I'm not. You're a liar. The test, and you can see Jeremy Kyle saying it. He leans right into this and says you're a liar. And immediately the camera focuses in on the face. It's all done, it's all designed to get the maximum impact, and for you to sit there going, thank God he doesn't live anywhere near us, or she doesn't live anywhere near us. So I suspect that This Morning might have to rethink itself. Loose Women, definitely, they've axed Daniela Westbrook. They might be for another reason, because she's a boring bloody guest. Stop giving these people television time. We don't need it. Go and find some proper people. Make the producers on these programmes actually get their fingers out and do some work. As opposed to going, oh, wait a minute, should we get Danielle on again? Hi, Dan, you all right? Yeah, come on. Yeah, of course. OK, we'll book you, love. Danielle's coming on. Oh, that'll be interesting, won't it? Surely, with half a brain cell, the panel on Loose Women and the presenters on This Morning would go, no. Because sure as God made little apples, it's going to happen again. Somebody else is going to take their own life. There's enough people out there. I've got myself quite worked up over the Jeremy Kyle show. Not for any reason other than our television on certain programmes has degenerated into basic rubbish. Love Island. Throw a bunch of sort of hot men in with some so-called hot women covered in tattoos and see what happens. What do you think's going to happen? Give them booze? Of course it's going to happen. We've actually had people before who've actually had sex on television. And we go, oh, that's all right. And then the mother of one of these tramps goes, oh, that's all right, I'm proud of my daughter. And I'm thinking, that's how much it's dumbed down. That's how much it's dumbed down. In America, they had, what was the programme where they had a load of guys on it, but one of them was gay? Was it Queer Eye for the Gay Guy or something like that? But he was pretending to be straight and they had to try and suss it out. Queer Eye for the Gay Guy, something like that. Because that's where we're heading. we're heading. But we sort of masquerade it as, oh, here it's all cutesy, Pip and Holly. And it is. It is, but a lot of the guests are those ones who are a bit borderline, playing it straight. No, it was Queer Eye for the Gay Guy. But this was one woman spending time on a ranch with a group of men, and she had to discern which of them were gay. As if that's going to be complicated in this day and age. Queer Eye for the Straight Guy was the surprise success. They had merchandising and everything. So there you go. They had all sorts of people. Each episode features a team of gay professionals in the fields of fashion, personal grooming, interior design, entertaining as culture, known as the Fab Five, or a bunch of queens, performing a makeover, usually for heterosexual straight men, revamping the wardrobe, redecorating, offering advice on grooming. I mean, it was sort of, it was okay. But they couldn't quite do it here. They couldn't find sort of a butch gay man to actually front up the thing. It didn't sort of work, really, which was a bit of a shame. But it could have done. But in the Jeremy Kyle show, if this person had just, thrown themselves into a lake or something like that, nobody'd be particularly bothered. But it's because he died as a result. It's just awful. It is awful, because most of these people look like they've got emotional issues on the television, and we shouldn't be watching this. It's like the Victorians going round to Bedlam on a Sunday and watching lunatics, as they were called then, talking to themselves, saying they're talking to a wall or a tree. My grandmother died in a mental institution. It was the most awful experience going there. In fact, in the end, we didn't go. My dad went. And there were just people wandering up and down corridors, some of them with no clothes on, some of them in their nighttime things, just standing talking to a wall, or just sitting on the wall, or just awful. And here it is on the television, the bear baiting. How many times have I said on this programme, Jeremy Kyle's favourite expression, look at me, look at me. And you think, what do they want to look at him for? Because they've signed a little form that consents him to do anything. And they might be on a fee. I don't know how it works. They get a hotel, I think. You don't just sort of pop down on the coach in the morning, nip onto the show. But there's always a queue for people to go and see it, because they can't believe how freaky it is either. Mind you, some of the audience look like they could be members of the people on the stage. And he shouts at them. He's always shouted at them. He's been doing it for years. I remember going back 10, 15, 20 years. Look at me. Look at me. And then he stopped doing it, which I was happy about. I mean, I feel sorry for him, because the programme has gone down this route. I don't know what their audience figures are like, and you're probably sick to death of hearing about it anyway. It's just annoying that somebody has to lose their life because they go on a television programme where the whole basis of it is that they want to have a lie detector test. Somebody, there's 4 of you on this stage, somebody stole Shell's mother's money after they buried her. Who is it? Is it you? No. Is it you? Nah. Is it you? No. Is it you? No. Okay, the lie detector. We asked Robin, did you steal the money? You said no. Why'd you say no? I was telling the truth. He was telling the truth. And so we know how it works. They're dragging it out. The next one. All right, Kylie. Did you steal your mother's money? We asked, did you steal your mother's money? You said no. Why'd you say no? I was telling the truth. You're a liar. And that's what it comes down to. They might as well have taken them out and executed them straight away, because that's what it was on television. This bloke couldn't handle it. Some people are like that. It's very difficult to be on a television programme and then think you're going to walk out and people are going to go, oh, you were fab on the television this morning. No, these people get trolled. We're in the age of the troll. We're in the age of people writing. We've seen dreadful stories of school children who've been bullied at school, taken their own lives, and somebody writes to their parents going, I'm glad she's dead, she was a right little scrubber. And you think, you haven't really written that, have you? Yes, they have. Yes, they have. I keep highlighting the woman who trolled the McCanns. Thousands of emails accusing them of all sorts of things. And then she got doorstepped. I mean, how stupid she was, I've got no idea. But she's dead now. She took her own life. Took her own life. Because they doorstepped her. Did you write this stuff? Yes. We had the woman who worked for the Royal Bank of Scotland threw a cat in a wheelie bin. Another stupid person. It's just awful. It can only get worse. And if you think lie detector tests are always right, they're certainly not. I think they carry about a 99% sway. It's the way that the questions are thing, and what they're looking for is increase in temperature. Some people try and beat it, but I don't think it's entirely possible to beat it. But most of Yes, it could say you're lying when you're not. I mean, he was convinced, but I've seen other people on there where they've lied and they've stormed off the set and he said, I never did it. And he goes, you did. And he's going, go on, tell her the truth, you did sleep with her best friend. And that's what it is. It's, whip, crack away, whip, crack away. And this morning are exactly the same. Loose women, exactly the same. They put people on there who we go, oh, God, not them again. If you see another programme with Daniela Westbrook on before Christmas, it'll be too soon. We don't want to see it. I don't want to see Katie Price on the television talking about her stupid surgery and her naff life. I don't want to see it. Can't we find normal people? Not asking for a lot, is it? Not asking. Warren says, who's Doris Day? We had this yesterday, didn't we? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we had it when we were finding out what the team knew about things that I remember, like bicycles, like a chopper bike and stuff. They don't know anything they've never heard of a chopper bike. Seriously. You've never heard of a chopper bike yesterday? In fact, there were well, obviously you know what a bicycle is. They've been around for donkey's years, since Victorian times. They used to have metal wheels. They didn't have rubber pneumatic tyres. They had metal. Imagine, they were called a bone shaker. And you sat on it, frankly, by the time you got off the other end, you were going for that hemorrhoid cream stuff. No suspension, no nothing, and no pedals. You pedalled it with your feet. See, you're very lucky to have grown up. You'd have nothing left, least of all a bottom, I should imagine. It was terrible. And then the penny farthings. We used to do the Easter Parade, and I used to do the commentary for the Easter Parade, which I loved. But they all used to have the penny farthing people, where it was like a penny and the farthing at the back. Huge bicycles. I used to think, I couldn't ever ride that. Couldn't ever ride that at all. Steve, the moment I heard about the tragic JK show story, I thought, I can't wait for Steve Allen to let rip. You've not disappointed. I don't understand why we've turned into this nation who wants to watch people collapsing on stage. We've had everything. People rushing off, people bursting into tears. The worst thing, or the ultimate, can be somebody who takes their own life. And we've had it so many times. We had the bloke from Love Island, and then, forgive me for being an old cynic, but the moment they said, oh, by the way, his restaurant is still going to open, it's what he would have wanted. Quite clearly not. Quite clearly not. Otherwise, he'd still be here. Ugh. Shell says, I can hear the emotion in your voice this morning. I feel your rage towards this trash television, but we always have a duty to reject these shows, and we're sometimes laughing at people's... They're always laughing at people's misery. You don't watch the Jeremy Kyle show to see what kind of suit he's wearing or how attractive the guests are on the stage. Some people have been back there 4 times. Their lives must be just awful. They must be absolutely terrible. Terrible. But there you go. We'll wait and see if they're going to... axe the thing. They've got loads of programmes they can put in. They can just recycle. Why don't they put some decent comedy shows on? That'd be nice. After we've had sort of Lorraine. Oh, down in Windsor, a truck from the local department store down there called Daniel's has turned up with loads of toys. Freebies? Freebies, do you think? I'm hoping that, Harry and Meghan can actually sort of pay for things. So, episodes of the Jeremy Kyle. I was quite curious to find out how many people watched the Jeremy Kyle show. Now, here is the interesting thing. Episodes, not all episodes, but some of them, generally get around 250,000 viewers. That's 250,000. I get more than that. I don't have a budget of God knows how much and a team of 30 people. I've got 2 people... dread coming in every morning with me. They go, oh, he's going to have one of his tantrums again. Oh, he'll shout and he'll say these sort of things and all the rest of it. 250,000? Pfft. As they used to say in the business, I wee on things like that. Fancy keeping it going with 250,000. Good God, I'd be out of my ear if I only got 250,000 people listening to this programme. I don't know what the average viewing figures were. Well, I've just told you now. I've just told you. 250,000, 250,000. And that would be on a good day. That would be on a very good day. Just when I thought nothing could be more boring than Kilroy Silk, on comes Jeremy Kyle. What next? Says Bella. I don't know. I don't know what next. I can't get my head around it. It's only because you just feel... I don't like these people who are on the show, but there again, you don't have to like them. You just have to realise what they're on there for. They're cannon fodder. They're there to make you watch a programme while he shouts at them and then walks off stage and then follows them down here with a cameraman. It's quite a big production. There'd be a lot of people sitting there going, are we going to get paid or are we not going to get paid? The answer is, we don't know. We don't know whether they're going to get paid or whether they're going to bother doing anything. But I wish we'd stop hailing these people. I mean, I read it every day on my Little Bit Extra. So-and-so's a star. So-and-so's a celebrity. What did they have the other day? Rhiannon Sugden, lingerie model. I think not. Rhiannon Sugden flogs stories on people and we go, she's a celebrity. And I've been saying for donkey's years, no, they're not. The people on The Only Way is Essex, the people in Chelsea, the people up in Geordie Shoreland, they're not celebrities. They're trash television. Trash television. What you really want is somebody in Essex to start a fight. It'll probably be one of the women, knowing our luck. And they'll start a fight there. I'm surprised. As I say on the Jeremy Kyle show, he's in people's faces. He's so far into people's faces. And this person doesn't, they're supposed to be hard nuts and all the rest of it. Sometimes people go, yeah, and they've got a couple of big butch blokes on the stage. Take them away. Lose them immediately. Let's see a real fisticuffs. Go on, knock Jeremy Kyle out. Make it entertaining. That's what's so bad about it. Our taste in television has dumbed down. Open up OK magazine. There's no celebrities. It's the media celebrities, the people from Love Island, people, you know, already they're going, oh, so-and-so's up for Love Island, or The Farm. The Farm. And what's that for? So some deadbeat Z-lister can go on there and then go on and talk about it. How many times have you seen the same people cropping up time and time again on all these programmes? Every reality show, they go, oh, could you do it? Oh, yeah, let's get Chloe Sims on again. What? Let's get Gemma Collins on again. Well, that foul-mouthed old bag who fell down the hole on the stage, that was the best thing I'd ever seen. I've never had so much fun watching television. I watched it time and time again. Vicky says, I was on The Time, The Place. John Stapleton, 95, had a hotel and a car service. Also with Kojak, although no hotel. And JK, as much as I like the guy, has gone too far. I don't think he's changed. I really don't think I think he's been doing the same act for years because it works. But if all they're getting is 250,000, I wouldn't bother. Really wouldn't bother. Ben from Essex, and no, I hate The Only Way is Essex. Well, I don't hate it, Ben. I don't hate it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got 3 godchildren who are Essex born and bred, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love each and every one of them. And sometimes you watch things on the telly, and I watch on YouTube, and you suddenly think, it's not as bad as you think it is. I used to host every year the New Year's Day parade concerts, and we would do them down at Central Hall, Westminster, which used to be the London Aquarium a long, long time ago. And we would pack the hall out with all these American visitors and these marching bands, but their orchestral side. And I used to say the same thing at the end of each show, because the audience would stand up and cheer and whoop and do everything. And I used to say, listen, no matter what you read in the newspapers or what you watch on the television, these people you've just watched on this stage are the future. And I think we're fairly safe with them because they know what it's like. In America, people are proud to be part of the school marching band or part of the cheerleaders. Over here, nobody gives a stuff. I'm sorry. Are you a motorbike, person who goes around knocking people? We've just jailed a load of them. Not long enough as far as I'm concerned. Not long enough. Put them in the stocks, put them in Leicester Square, and let us all come round and throw rotten fruit and vegetables and, smoothies and all sorts of things at them. That'd make it better. It's just awful. It's just awful. And it has to, something else has got to happen. I mean, there might have been other people who've committed suicide or who've died as a result of being on the show and being humiliated. But nobody makes them go on it. They go on of their free will. So they're obviously prepared for what it is. And that's what's so tragic. Why can't we just... Do you know, I'd rather watch an orchestra playing tunes all the way through the daytime on television. Far more educational than watching people... because that's what the young people look at, isn't it? And they go, oh, I want to be famous. I can remember we did a survey some years ago, and it was all about, what do you want to be? Kids were asked in school, and they said they wanted to be famous. Why did they want to be famous? Because you earned money and you got to pick up girls or boys or whatever it happened to be. That's all they wanted. They did a lovely thing with some very young kids, 10 and 11, and they had jeans. Some from Marks and Spencer's, and some from high-end stores, Levi's or whatever it happened to be, some of the big labels. And they cut the labels out and they swapped them over. When the kids came there, they weren't bothered about the quality of the clothing. They were looking for the label. So they would pick, Tommy Hilfiger or all these, I can't think of any labels at the moment, but as opposed to the Marks and Spencer's or Primark. They didn't want those, even though they were the right items. Kids now, so that's why when you see people and they're dealing in drugs at a young age, and I've seen it going on. I can see it on a regular basis if I put my mind to it. I try and close my eyes to it and think, you're going to kill yourself eventually, and in which case, that's your problem. It's really, you can't do anything about it. And they're using kids to sell drugs now because the police don't bother with kids. Look at the motorbike kids, thickos. Absolutely every one of them. At least when they're in prison, they'll be enjoying the company of men for quite a few years. That'll be a bit of a surprise for them. Little Julie says, totally agree with you. This morning, reality shows who revel in people's misery. They are doing that, aren't they? I mean, I'm not wrong. I didn't think I was wrong. I think they are thriving on other people's misery. So that's why when I see something nice on YouTube, I can get quite emotional. If it's something nice where somebody does a nice thing to people, like they go and give money to a homeless person. Not all of them. I don't give money to homeless people all the time. Most of them I think are charlatans. So I don't do that. It's got to be something that touches me. And I've had a few of those recently. But, yeah. Ian says, I think Dickinson's Real Deal should be banned. Yeah, but you see, but that's an entertainment. That doesn't embarrass people. Well, it does if they don't get the money that they want. Maybe Jeremy Carl would go on to do a cheesy game show, says James in Silver End. Where on earth? I've never even heard of Silver End. Is it a place? Or is it the name of your street? What was on TV after GMTV before the Jeremy Kyle show started? Perhaps we should go back to those 5 TV channels, says Jill. All these TV channels just full of rubbish. But it is rubbish. But they don't seem to worry about the low audience figures. 250,000. Silver End is near Braintree. Oh, it's Essex. Mark says, can't we go back to the days of TV that wasn't on 24 hours a day? Well, I saw one the other day. You've seen Babe Station, haven't you? Oh, my God. Babe Station. I mean, how low have we sunk where somebody's on television mouthing sweet nothings into a telephone that appears not to be connected? What's going on there? And I suppose there would be sad people who would sort of dial up and go, hello, can I speak to the lady? Yeah, she's here. You think she can't be, she's on the television. So you're obviously getting the substitute. But people fall for it. Like the people doing all the roulette and stuff. I mean, my phone bill was an absolute outrage. I thought she wanted to talk to me. I had no idea. Call me now. Yeah. And so I phoned and I said, is it possible to speak to her? She's obviously trying to get in contact with me. She said she was anyway. Well, by the time we got round to that, she'd whipped her boobs out. And I thought, listen, I'm on the phone. Don't start without me. And then, because there's nothing worse, is there? And all the run, it was racking up money. So I gave up with that one. I stopped on that. I decided Babe Station was not for Steve Allen. And I went on to the roulette. Well, I tell you, my money went so fast on the roulette. I was back to Babe Station. It was cheaper to go on Babe Station. And there was an end result on Babe Station. On roulette, there was no end result at all. No end result. Thank God we can make light of it. Damien from Sweden. Oh, there's nobody called Damien in Sweden. You would be called Helga or something. You wouldn't be called Damien unless you're over there working. He says, excited about Eurovision this week? No, not the remote. I worry for them. It's in Tel Aviv, isn't it? I worry. I really do. Steve, the young men in the moped gang will serve about 2.5 years each. Yeah, they'll then all become rent boys, I should imagine. They'll come out angrier, vicious and more dangerous than they are now. No. We'll sort them out. Don't worry. Yeah, perhaps. Isn't it funny, though? Isn't that sexist? Why have we got Babe Station and not Bloke Station? Why is there not someone that go, phone me now? Perhaps one of these motorcycle boys could start doing it. There's a very big gap in the market. It's very sexist, isn't it? You think you could go there, Thomas? I think you'd be... When I fire you. I think you could do very well on that, to be honest with you. Because you don't have to go and meet anybody. You just do it on the phone. Yeah, you go, phone me now. I was famous once. What happened to the Alan Titchmarsh show? They stopped it. Alan Titchmarsh and Paul O'Grady, 2 great programmes where they put people on. It was a family show, and I thought both of them were brilliant. Jeremy Kyle, I like him as a presenter. I couldn't not like him because he's obviously very clever. And I just don't know what's going to happen with it. I really don't. Steve, I remember back in the 90s when Jenny Jones was on. That got taken off the air after one person who was on the show killed another person because he told him that he was gay and in love with him. They used to have I've Got a Secret. One of them came on, and it was a guy in there, but he was dressed as a woman. And apparently his best friend didn't know that it was the same person, which is odd, isn't it? Very odd. But yes, there was one on there, I've Got a Secret. The secret was, I've got a secret crush. So they bring this bloke on who's he looks like he's the all-American footballer. They bring him on there and they go, oh, right. And somebody's got a secret crush on you. Who is it? One of the blokes in his class. One of the blokes in his class embarrasses him on national television. The audience were laughing. Ha, 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 ha. He didn't see it like that. He got a gun out a few weeks later, shot him dead on the street. You know, that's the bad thing. You can't blame JK, says Richard. The blame lands firmly at the door of the 250,000 idiots a day who watch that rubbish. No, I think you can blame it. He controls his show. He's the presenter of that show. He actually controls it. But what would he do? Oh, well, we're going to have a nice day today. Should we count up whose tattoos are spelt correctly? That's as good as it's going to get. All I can offer you is LBC, and I'm here every morning, 7 days a week. I don't get my boobs out for anybody. And changing the subject, everybody's dream job would be a barman. No, just me again. But this is a bar job with a difference. It's in the Caribbean, and it's a bar out at sea. It's on stilts. And it's a bit rickety, but they're looking for an English barman. So you'd be out there mixing drinks and having a bit of it. So people swim out to the bar, and I thought that sounded like a great job. Because I've seen a restaurant like that, which is also built on a pontoon, and people just sort of swim up to it, and then they get their food. I think that sounds quite nice, don't you? Especially at this time of the morning. Chelsea reject footballer Dally Drinkwater, another buffoon of the first order, has been banned from the road over drink driving. I think about 20 months he's been banned. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. This is the one who doesn't play football. You remember? He doesn't, but he earns about £100,000 a week. Small wonder we're in the state we're in. Also, Uncle William and Auntie Kate will get to meet Archie. 8 days old. You would have thought, actually, you'd phone your brother up fairly quickly and go, we've had the baby. Do you want to come round? No, 8 days later. What does that tell you? We know what that tells us. And also, the charity Born Free has dropped Martin Clunes as a patron. Why? He went for an elephant ride. So they've decided they don't want him anymore. Tributes pouring in for Doris Day. No service, no tomb, no nothing. I don't know what they're going to do with her at all. Gavin Henson is engaged. This was the one who was going to be... He was a bit of a drip. He was going to get married to Charlotte Church, and then it called it off. And they put him on the television. He was a good-looking boy. I don't know what he does now. I've got no idea. Probably commentary, I should imagine. But he was so dull. I mean, seriously, it was like pulling teeth. Poor soul. Also, a terminally ill boy who apparently inspired Lewis Hamilton. And he's 5 years old. He's dying. That's when it gives you a reality check. He's 5 years old. He's got a terminal illness. But Lewis Hamilton says he was inspired by him. And so they took the Formula One car round to his house. He can't keep it, obviously, but he got to see a Formula One car. He didn't get to see Lewis Hamilton, though, which I was a bit disappointed about. But they went down there, and I thought that was quite nice, because when a little child is dying, it doesn't matter who it is, you want to do everything you can for them, don't you? You really want to do everything. So that was quite a nice thing to do. I was a bit disappointed that Lewis Hamilton didn't go, but can't have everything, can you? Also, the car giant Honda have confirmed their Swindon factory will shut in 2021. 3,500 jobs will go as a result. Not much fun if you live in Swindon, because there's not much to do in Swindon, is there really? I can't think of anything that Swindon's got. Probably got to take away Chinese and Indian. Got the Magic Roundabout. The Magic Roundabout? Oh, it's just roundabouts joined together. Oh, right. Where is Pippa's mother, the mayor of? Is that Basingstoke? Did you read about that? The mayor of Basing? I didn't know they had a mayor in Basingstoke. And Paul Gascoigne has been criticised for having Botox. What does he do? I don't know. He used to fall in and out of bars, and that was about it. I'll do the Rhiannon Sugden little things. Oh, yeah, I've got a list of things which annoy you. Top one, as you can imagine, is people just being rude and not saying thank you. That's all. It doesn't take a lot, does it, really? Just to say thank you. And the cocaine joke shame of the Strictly producer. The BBC not going to do anything about it. I suggest she changes her friend. She's obviously more stupid than we thought. Emily Maitlis reveals she did go on strike during the BBC equal pay row. Still trying to flog that book, Emily, aren't you? I mean, seriously, how many copies have you shifted? Happy birthday to Ollie Murs. Ollie Murs is old today. He's 35 years old. Bit frightening, isn't it, when you think 35? I always thought he was older than that. I always thought he was older. Apparently, during the breaks on the JK show, they have chav adverts, like for bingo, says Paul. Do you think? Oh, you think that bingo's chav? Dale used to love a game of bingo. If there was a fun fair in town and they had a bingo, he'd sit there and play bingo. He'd go, Steve, let's go and play bingo. And I go, let's not. Another one here. Babe Station should be sued for contravening the Trade Description Act. Yes, it's this woman here sort of going, talk to me and everything else. And then when you get through, it can't be her because she's still on the television. Perhaps it's pre-recorded. We always say that the JK guests are rated on the 3T ratio, teeth to tattoos. Most guests have fewer teeth than tattoos. I know, they've got them around their neck and everything. And they go, of course, you're still doing puff, aren't you? And you were doing it this morning and doing it last night. And I'm thinking, I don't need these anymore. It's like watching the Keith Lemon show. That's another one that is just too base. It's too down there. It's just not funny anymore. It's just a bit sad and a bit degrading. But there again, he can't get anything else. Although he has a new chat show coming up. Obviously somebody somewhere is going, perhaps he's cheap or something. He showcases the biggest losers. Steve, I can't understand why Holly and Phil and Eamon and Ruth give him the time. Well, I mean, Eamon Holmes will do anything. His aunt's phone goes, he'll do it. He's like that. And of course, Holly has done it because her old man's the producer of the show. That's why. That's why. Not like they need more exposure. I vote for more London Palladium and more variety and talent from around the world. Yeah, but we don't want Britain's Got Talent because they aren't British, are they? They're from all over the place. And Paul in Rochester says, proud to be part of the Spike. Could you pause the show for a minute at 5? As I'm going through the Dartford Tunnel on the way to work in Dagenham. Don't be so ridiculous. Nobody goes to work in Dagenham. And we can actually pause. Oh, right. I'll tell you what I'll do. The producer said, yes, we can actually pause for a minute. We shall stop everything and just be quiet. I get the same when I go through the Piccadilly Tunnel here. If I'm going through it, you get round the first bend and all of a sudden it clicks off. Radio signals can't permeate concrete, apparently, or something. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. But, under the aerial. Have we got aerials on our roof? Oh, right, okay. Where are we? Are we out at Crystal Palace? Crystal Palace. But how does that work? Is there a cable that runs from here to there? Or is it just... We can't answer that one. If you drive under the aerial, it doesn't work. There you go. Live and learn. Steve, Jeremy Kyle is vile. Who in their right mind would want to discuss their personal problems on TV? Are you serious? There's whole programmes on people discussing their private problems. That's why they have that other programme, don't they? Where you go and discuss things that you've got the matter with your body, and so they sort of open their shirt up to reveal, dreadful it's me, isn't it? Dreadful sort of pus in, ghastly. And apparently they're really embarrassed about it. Those who watch it haven't got a life either. It's putrid TV with zero entertainment. In most cases, Jeremy bullies people into talking. And then there's Love Island, Geordie Shore, where we're supposed to be entertained by people using vile language. Oh, Essex the other day. The Anyways Essex. Couple of women, look lovely, open their mouth. Common little so-and-sos. The language was even the bloke sitting next to her said, we're in a restaurant, can you keep the language down? But they don't have the education. They really don't. They just think that if you sort of take a picture of somebody, as long as you're wearing a bikini or your boobs are out, that makes you a celebrity. Swindon has a statue of Diana Dawes. Really? Diana Dawes. It's an unusual one, isn't it? And, yes. And then the diner who dodged the bill. He had a 6-hour meal. Who has a 6-hour meal? Have you ever heard of anybody with a 6-hour meal? I didn't think it was possible at all. Also, the warning over botched cosmetic operations. You only have to look at poor old Jordan to realise it's all gone painstakingly wrong. The little things that top the list of annoying bad habits. 3 in 10 of you, I have to say of you because it does not include me, end up in debt each month. First on LBC, with you till 7 each and every day. If you're looking for something slightly different, slightly sort of left of centre or right of centre or whatever it is, 76 degrees today. I might wear shorts. On second thoughts, maybe not, actually. I might undo an extra button on my shirt. Second thoughts, maybe not. Perhaps I'll just stay in with the curtains drawn. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Nice to have your company. Everybody's going to be talking about Jeremy Kyle. The show pulled, and they pulled everything off catch-up as well. The whole lot. Because they're now quite worried. They're not sure. Because they don't do a test, as far as I know, to determine somebody's mental state. And if you've been embarrassed on television, then, for some people, that would push you a little bit over the edge. It's very sad, very sad, very, very sad. But will they scrap the show? I think they should, because because this is the format that the show works to. And so if they then say that format's got to go, what's he going to do? Sit there and talk about fluffy teddy bears and Winnie the Pooh and things like that? No, he's not, because he only knows how to do that other thing. I'm sure he could do other things, but it probably wouldn't work. The audience are worse than some of the people on the stage. Veggies and vegans launch a campaign to ban terms like sausage and burger from meat-free goods. What are you going to call them then? What are you going to call them? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one at all. The climate change experts, well, there's one in particular who slams celebrity lovies for building up their carbon footprint with all those flights. David Beckham, top of the list again. Top of the list. And Emma Thompson, top of the list. People who are so hypocritical about it, they don't care. It's a case of, I'd like to support this, but I'm going first class on the plane. David Beckham takes God knows how many flights in the course of the year, which is not so good. So here is this man in the paper, and his name's Steve. He denied cheating. She says, I still loved him, which is not much help to him at the moment, I'm afraid. So after failing the lie test, Jane says he was dead 10 days later, after he failed it. And so she's then done an interview with the paper. It doesn't make it any better, does it? It doesn't. Whether it makes it better for her, I've got no idea. The transgender taxi driver who twice appeared on Jeremy Kyle's show has died less than 18 months after winning $4 million on a lottery scratch card. This is Melissa Eade. Was found at home on Saturday night. Details of her death have not yet been revealed. She did have chest pains, which were finally put down to stress, but that in turn could lead to a heart attack. And here's an odd one. Have you heard of this? Well, you won't have heard of this one before, because I'm just about to tell you. Two gay lovers found out, okay, so you're having a relationship, and 2 years of messaging on a dating website, they found out they were brothers. They didn't know. Paul and Lee hooked up, and that was after they messaged on a dating website. They didn't know they were brothers. I'm assuming perhaps one was adopted or something like that. Also, swinger Siobhan Burt lost her virginity at 57 and then bedded 100 men. What's the matter with everybody? They've all gone completely mad. Also, Ted Richards loved his pet parrot so much he tattooed his body and eyeballs to look like them. The bird nut from Bristol also inked his face, split his tongue and chopped off his ears. Oh, and how's your day going? Any better than that? I shouldn't think so. Here he is, a picture of Chelsea and England ace, pathetic person, Danny Drinkwater, banned for drink driving. Oh, diddums. He doesn't play football either. He's only played about once or twice, I think. He gets 100,000 a week. They've got to stop that, haven't they? And Victoria Hurd checked the local news on her phone and was horrified to see footage of a gang using her car to ram raid a bank. They'd nicked the car, and then they sort of rammed into Santander. Her partner, Steve, lost his £26,000 Seat Leon Cupra R because it was stolen on their drive by masked raiders. How do people steal cars? It's obviously quite common, isn't it, for cars to vanish? Darren was saying earlier on that his car was broken into. Was it in a side street or something like... No, oh, good Lord. That's terrible, isn't it? No, outside the police station? Well, that's just ridiculous. As he said on air, when I heard him saying, he said there was nothing in it. But now he's got the inconvenience of having to replace the window. That's awful, isn't it? I wouldn't mind. It's not a particularly flash car, is it? Not a particularly flash car, but, it's what people are like in London. People nick things. Not just London, they nick all over the place, which is awful. Stockton-on-Tees, says Colin, where I live, reminds me of the Jeremy Kyle show, full of sink estates, women with rotten teeth and blokes walking around with cider bottles in their hands. It's awful. I know. I don't understand it at all. Justin Hayward of the Moody Blues is from Swindon. He wrote Tuesday afternoon in Swindon's Lydiard Park. All right? Thank you. Don't slam it down. No. Did you have an appearance coming up on the Kyle show or not?
I've been invited a couple times.
I know.
But I think Manchester's a bit too far away.
It's too far for you, you're right, actually. And also I vetoed it. There you go. Some days he's in another world. Bless him. What else we got? Doris Day, 97. So I shouted from the highest hill. She looked, I think towards her later years, she didn't want people to see her. She died with friends surrounding her, which is the nicest thing ever. She was the golden girl. She had the smile, she had the song, she had the voice. And she was the all-in-one package. Que sera the star. Did you see the documentary on Doris Day last night, says Amber? No, I know all about Doris. I know all about Doris Day. I would do, wouldn't I? Those are the sort of films that I grew up watching, and I love them. So loads of people talking about Tony Bennett, Antonio Banderas, William Shatner, Stella McCartney, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Sir Paul McCartney, all offered their condolences to the family. Well, I thought she was great. She was a big animal campaigner, and and she, I don't know, the phone, sometimes it comes to life by itself. I don't like to say anything to it, because it's obviously listening to me. And then sometimes it starts typing up what I'm saying, but I'm nowhere near it. It just does it. It's not normal, is it? It is. What do you mean? Is it still the South African lady? Well, how was I? Don't smile. Really, don't smile. What was that programme that said that? Oh, it was somebody. Oh, that's right. It was in Fawlty Towers. And they had the builder in, but I think Basil had found the cheap builder, and he came round, and then Sybil comes back, and she goes, "What's this?" and all the rest of it. And the bloke goes, because he was Irish, and he's going, "Don't you worry, little bit of liquor paint here, liquor paint there." And then he smiles, and Basil goes, "Don't smile, for God's sake, don't smile." Always reminds me of that one, because that was that great actor who appeared in Robin's Nest as well. And because I used to think he only had one arm. I don't know why. Something here says, I know of someone who went on the Jeremy Kyle show, a load of old tosh. They did it for a bet and to get a paid weekend away from the TV company. A group of them, they just made it all up. The production company didn't know, but it shows the research is lacking. Well, they'll be sitting at home today twiddling their thumbs. Because I think if, as I say, I'll stand by what we said at the beginning of the programme. They need to change the guests on Loose Women and on This Morning. And on any programme that uses people who could be described as vulnerable, because it's going to happen again. And the next time we go, oh, we didn't learn our lessons, did we, from last time round? No, we didn't. How you're heard from the studio to the aerial. Usually the feed from the studio is fed to the transmitter via a dedicated lease line or microwave link. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Not a clue. I'm none the wiser on that one. A microwave link. How exciting. Greetings from a tanker. Says Phil, thundering through Belgium. Oh, don't be silly. Nobody thunders through Belgium. Heading for the Route du Soleil and south to Marseille. Stunning sunset at sea last night. Totally agree with you about the trash on TV. There's no quality. I believe the trash is harming people and society in general. Even the Can't Pay Will Take It Away programme is making people's lives a misery into entertainment. I know there are a few idiots on it, but there are real people in distress. It's true. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And the more trash we have, and then they have panel shows and they put somebody on from one of the trash shows and they can't contribute anything. They're too stupid. Way too stupid. They don't have the intelligence. Listen to anybody speaking on The Only Way is Essex and they've got little voices talk like that. And this will be 36-year-olds. People who should have learned to speak by now. A moped gang who threatened to snatch a toddler been jailed for a total of 64 years. Terry Marsh, 13 years. Oh, you'll love it in prison, dear. Kean Taylor, bet you're looking forward to bumping into a load of men. Josh Myers, 8 years. Omar Tafat, 8 years. Stephen Weller, 6 years. John McFadden, 2 years. And his brother, Isaac McFadden, 2 years. Oh, how lovely, honestly. You're going to be so popular, aren't you, in there? But they do say that the crime on mopeds has dropped since they caught this gang. You know what, they also tried to thieve a BBC camera used to film last year's university boat race. In the 12 months since the gang were arrested, moped crimes in the capital have halved. Oh, I saw a lovely one the other day. I didn't see it. It was a piece of footage on the television where 3 people jumped onto the same moped and the police car was right behind them and then just tipped them and they all fell off. And then one of them tried to run away but didn't go very far. So they caught them, which was good news, isn't it? The sooner we get this scum off the streets, the better. So John, Isaac, Stephen, Omar, Josh, Kian and Terry, you're all spending time at the pleasure of Her Majesty. Perhaps you'll rot in there. That'll be a good idea. What do we go? Oh, Bros. This is in the Bizarre column today. I've got to tell you this one. They're in talks with TV producers and directors about a new documentary that will reveal more about their lives. Matt Goss said, wait for this one, the first documentary was the tip of the iceberg. Oh, God, how dull. Well, there's more rubbish. More rubbish. I mean, we're not too sure whether or not Luke is still with his wife, whether that's finished. Unfortunately, there's nobody on the horizon for poor Matt. Basically, mad as a broomstick, I'm afraid. But we don't want any more, thank you. No, the first... we brought it up to date. They were doing the concerts, and that was it. We know they don't like each other. We know it was a pile of old rubbish. The second one, you see, will be a bit more contrived, so we don't want contrived. They should have had Katie Price on the Jeremy Kyle show, says Paul in Lower Boddington. That would bring down the level of guests. Well, it's giving these people oxygen. In fact, I think only the other day, Jordan was up on the television again talking on some programme. I don't know why. No idea. Why are we interested in exposing the freak show? You've got Daniela Westbrook, Kerry Katona. What she does for a living defies description for me. And we go, oh, they're stars. They're absolutely not. Doris Day was a star. Doris Day was a star. Have you still got the South African woman, says Debbie, or you still managed to get the sexy man? No, I'm still stuck with the South African woman, which derives great pleasure from them next door. I can't tell you. They say, oh, no, it's so funny. You hear, hello, Steve. How are you? It's not quite as pronounced as that. Perhaps she was only a trainee South African person. There's so many different voices you could have on there, and that's what they picked. I'm surprised they didn't turn the whole phone Polish. Would have made it far more entertaining. I wanted to change my sat-nav to Polish. You considered changing the typing to Chinese. You're evil, aren't you? I didn't realise. How awful. You've done that to friends before. They've had to go to... You're a nasty piece of work. Why would you want that? Why would you want to ruin somebody's life? It's really funny. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Actually, there was a guy on the television the other day. It's one of these... If you type in street food around the world, you get people cooking out... It looks very unhygienic. I wouldn't go there. I'd want to see a hygiene certificate. And I suspect in some of these markets you don't get them. But they've got an American guy who goes round China, Sichuan in particular, and he speaks fluent Cantonese. And the look of surprise on their faces when he obviously asks for something, you can see them going, he speaks Chinese. And he does it, and he's absolutely fluent. And I thought, that's what I want to do. I want to speak Chinese. I want to go into the local Chinese restaurant, order the whole thing in Cantonese. Just because I've listened to him doing it, and it sounds really complicated. I don't think I'm going to manage it. So tea is the time. Other trash shows presented by Vanessa Feltz, Trisha Gollard, and Carol Malone. Well, I think Vanessa Feltz had fake guests on. I'm pretty certain. Trisha Goddard. I like Trisha. And Carol... I don't remember Carol Malone. I don't remember that. I remember her doing something, but I can't remember what it was. Also, the Royal Baby Archie's got his hands on a truckload of toys from a famous Windsor department store. It's W.J. Daniel & Co. It's not really a famous... It's the only department store in Windsor. It's a little tiny department store. And the lorry was seen outside Harry and Meghan's Frogmore Cottage. They've just been given rooms in Buckingham Palace, of course. You know, still haven't done a day's work. But a shop spokesman refused to give details of the delivery, but the store sells a huge range from rattles and teething toys to children's books, and even a stiff teddy at £199. Items that may have been chosen by mischievous mum Meghan include a plastic bath-time duck in a queenly lilac hat and a coat for $4.99, or a Coldstream Guard bear for $7.99 that plays the national anthem. There's also a model of an Apache helicopter, and a history book for $12.99 called The Story of England. I mean, presumably they paid for this stuff. I wouldn't like to think they get it free. Winnie the Pooh, though, walks to Windsor Castle in a special Disney animation celebrating Archie's birthday. It's quite funny, actually. When I first thought about it, I thought, oh, I'm not going to like that, but in fact I love it. It's a 25-second clip, shows him setting off from the 100-acre wood with a blue book tucked under his arm. He strolls up the long walk leading to the castle before Meghan is shown sitting reading the book while Harry stands beside her next to a cot with their son's name. The video was hand-drawn by top Disney artist Kim Raymond. Harry is said to have spent £8,000 on a 1926 first edition Pooh book for his nephew Prince Louis's christening. £8,000. That's one hell of a present, isn't it? That's a lot of money for a present. Do you know what he said to me? He was going to change. I tell you that he was going to change it to Chinese. I just go and get the phone unlocked. And he thinks it's funny. He said, "Ha ha 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 ha." I don't see that as funny at all. When you're sitting in that thing with wheels either side of you, surrounded by chrome, and all your food has to be liquidized, perhaps you'll reflect on this dreadful attitude. You changed Mrs. Woman's to German. Oh my Lord, you're quite an even. Do you know what he sent me the other day, Chris? You won't believe this. He sent me baby pictures to my telephone. I was round HR like there was no tomorrow. I haven't given it out of context. I didn't give you permission to send four baby pictures. Gross child. Yes, he had, clothes on, yeah. Gross looking child. I mean, seriously. I know you have to suffer with them. I had to suffer with them yesterday. You can suffer with them today. That's what I said. Except he's really fat-faced. Obviously looked like the baby who ate not only the porridge, but the pushchair and the high chair at the same time. He thinks he looked cute. I went, no, you don't. You absolutely don't. O'Reilly. Thank you, Simon. Played by David Kelly, was the builder at Fawlty Towers, and is welcomed by Manuel, who asked him, you orally men, O'Reilly. It was such good episodes, although probably a lot of bullying in some cases. Chris in Winchester said, my eldest son Nathan is in Shanghai. He fronted the British Council advert, is Mandarin fluent, and also proficient in Cantonese and one or two other Chinese languages. Woo! Don't tell me, I'm so jealous. I'm very, very jealous of things like that, and why not? I'm a friend of Shirley's sister, and she confirms that Shirley and Luke are still together, says Kevin in Rome. Yes, it's an odd one, isn't it? They went to the BAFTAs together, which I said yesterday, and then there was another story saying that she's filing for divorce because there was evidence of him cheating or something. I thought they were rock solid, so we'll wait and see. Hope you're not going to be proved wrong. Timothy Spall blasts the villains of his TV series about the jewel heist, 14 million. Terry Perkins died last year, jailed for 7 years. I mean, he was 69. Actually, that's not very old, is it, really? Daniel Jones, 64, jailed for 7 years in March. Brian Reeder, 80, released last year after serving half his 6 years. And Michael Basil Seed, 58, jailed for 10 years in March this year. And Carl Wood, 62, jailed for 6 years in March 2016. Funny, isn't it? That sort of these people who get all lovable rogues. No, they weren't. Says Timothy Spall. No, they weren't. We love Timothy Spall. Such a good guest. Hope I don't hear him again on somebody else's programme. I think we've already had it on my programme, that the original is always the best. Game of Thrones fans, I've never seen it. Strictly Come Dancing pro dancers are not impressed with the decision to keep the talent booker Stefania Alexander after her online post about cocaine. Obviously somebody of limited intelligence. She claims her friends wrote this list. Change your friends, dear. Change your friends. The dancers have had enough and believe she should be punished for being unprofessional, especially as they're all so careful on social media. Perhaps she thinks she's untouchable, and if you're on the BBC, perhaps she's got dirt on somebody there, I don't know, but they're not going to do anything about it. Amazing, isn't it, really? So, mention cocaine as much as you like. I noticed that a lot of the papers, when they were printing pictures of people who went to BAFTA, they didn't do Scarlett Moffat. Mainly because she looked like an upside-down lampshade. Most ridiculous dress I've ever seen. The worst dress I've ever seen. Oh, what my stars say. As Jupiter tracks back, a job assignment may be very different from what you were expecting, yet it proves how talented you are. Da, 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 da. I'm a very talented person. That's what it says in my star. Don't take my word for it. Take everybody else's word for it. It's what it says in the stars. Talking of the star, the Daily Star. Jeremy Kyle death tragedy. ITV. I mean, they acted fast, didn't they? That was pretty quick. Hunky football pundit Jamie Redknapp wants a cameo in the second series of Bodyguard. What, learning lines and things like that? Oh, please, honestly. I think you're stretching yourself a little bit. I think you're stretching yourself at being a football pundit. But he backs himself to perform better than the show's Scottish star, Richard Madden. Dear, you are delusional, aren't you? You are delusional. We also got a picture of... Rag and Bone Man. I don't know who Rag and Bone Man is. I'm assuming he's some sort of rapper or something like that. Mr. M would play that. Oh, right. He's given one of his wedding cakes to a charity. He donated the cake in the shape of a cat made of chili and chocolate to a charity based in Cornwall. His real name, Rag and Bone Man, is Rory Graham. He wed his long-term partner, Beth in Brighton last week. That's nice, isn't it? How many wedding cakes do you need? How many wedding cakes? That's obviously a lot of wedding cakes. Also, the Moped Gang, they're in all the papers today. They've got, excuse me, pictures that they've taken from the CCTV. For those who like coincidences, Archie's Lad runs today at 4:20 at Beverley. Says Macca, please gamble responsibly. Well, don't take any notice of what I say on the programme. Seriously, I'm the last person to ask about things like that, although I'm not too bad. My friend always gets the same meal from the Chinese takeaway after a night out and listened to the server shout through the hatch of the kitchen in Chinese what he'd ordered. He's heard it so many times he was able to order his meal in Chinese with a smile, until one night somebody said to him, how do you know you're not saying, here's that fat, bald drunk ordering as usual? That is the danger, isn't it? I encountered a bloke years ago in Kingston. And you know what he was doing? He was sitting on the ground with bits of metal, and he would do it into your name in Chinese. Well, that's what he said it was. And so I said, what's your name? I said, Stephen. And so you wrote it down for him, and then he took this metal and a pair of pliers, and he was bending it backwards and forwards, and so I've got Steve written in Chinese. But as I say, that's what he said it was. It probably says another gullible so-and-so person. Steve, I believe the Chinese speak different dialects, not languages, says John. Listen, I'm sorry, this isn't the Encyclopedia Britannica. We have no, you can find that out on the internet probably quicker than we can. Zach says, a history book of England for baby Archie. Isn't that just family album? Yes, came in, took over castles, took over Buckingham Palace, basically thought we were all peasants, and yes, and did the rest for the rest of the world, yes. They rode elephants quite a number of times in India. Conor McGregor has had charges for allegedly stealing and smashing a fan's phone dropped yesterday. He's a UFC star. What's that, UFC? Oh, cage fighting, right. He was accused of snatching and breaking the mobile outside a Miami Beach hotel. Also, have you ever been to Miami Beach? It's quite nice. It's very... Oh, he was the fake he was the fake boxer. Well, I think I'll have a go at boxing. But anyway. So, the celebs who took the final curtain call, the tragic endings of the following people. Owen Hart. I don't know who Owen Hart was. He apparently was a professional wrestler. He died whilst performing a stunt during a pay-per-view event called Over the Edge. And he was. Jerome Rodale. No idea either. Not doing very well, are we? This is an author who claimed he'd lived to be 100. And he died. He was a guest on the US talk show, The Dick Cavett Show, when he slumped soon after his interview, letting out a snoring-like sound. He'd suffered a heart attack. Exactly the same for Tommy Cooper. When he slumped, he started making that snoring sound. Brandon Lee. Remember Brandon Lee? No. Oh, you're hopeless, you are. He was filming the film The Crow. He was shot and killed. A firearms malfunction called a squib load meant a blank cartridge was propelled into his stomach. The scene was later reshot with a different actor. It's not nice. Did you see that thing in Germany where two people were found in a house with they found another two. They found another two people with crossbow bolts in their head. In their head. I mean, have you ever heard? And there was a bloke in this country who was done. They think it was done by a lamper, somebody who goes out hunting at night. Generally quite peculiar people. Sid James died on stage. He was acting in a play called The Mating Season at the Sunderland Empire when he had a heart attack on stage. His co-star, Olga Lowe, thought he was playing a practical joke. His ghost is said to haunt the Edwardian Theatre. No, it isn't. No, it doesn't. OK, can we grow up, please? Tommy Cooper died from a heart attack live on television. I was watching it. When he slumped down, his assistant thought it was part of the act as he fell backwards. 4 theatre staff realised something was wrong, so they pulled him back underneath the curtain. It was awful to watch. It's on YouTube. But I was watching it that night, and my friend, Mark, was the theatre manager. So I phoned him up, and I said, what's it? He said, oh, all hell's broken loose. And strangely enough, it was one of those things that Donny Osmond was on the same bill, but didn't appear at the end of the show. Nick Menza, the former Megadeth drummer, was performing with his band, OHM, in California, when he collapsed. He had congestive heart failure. God, I don't like the sound of this at all. Ever heard of... Oh, Eric Morecambe, we know. He was taking part in a charity show in Tewkesbury. He stepped into the wings and collapsed due to a heart attack. His third in 16 years, pronounced dead in hospital the next day. That must be a bit difficult, mustn't it, really? Ian Cognito. Oh, you've heard of Ian Cognito? Oh, right, yes, in April this year. He died aged 60 during a show in Bicester. Onlookers said he sat on a chair and laid back for 5 minutes, with audience members at first believing it was part of the act until an ambulance was called. There you go. There you go. I know. I don't like giving out time checks either. I'm not very good at those sort of things. So the diner who dodged the bill, he apparently has a bit of a history of it. What he does, he goes into a restaurant and he sits there and he orders food and he keeps eating and he keeps eating and he keeps eating. And then he just gets up and walks out. He doesn't pay. This time he got caught. So, no more free food. No more free food. Steve, I saw the actor David Kelly, who played the builder O'Reilly in Fawlty Towers. It was such a great part. I loved David Kelly. I'd love to have talked to him. I saw him in a tobacconist near Ealing Studios many years ago. I was amazed to see he did not have only one arm. Now, there's a great actor. Yes, in Robin's Nest, he had one arm. Where it went to, I've got no idea. I suppose you could put it behind your back, couldn't you? But I remember every time he turned around, I kept thinking, right, where's the arm gone? And then I thought, perhaps he maybe had a prosthetic arm, but he didn't. He was just a nice actor. Peter says, do you remember Mary Whitehouse's moral crusade, warning us all television declines? She was ridiculed and made to look an eccentric fool. Yes, I always like repeating that story because it's an opportunity. When she was on the Mrs. Merton show, Mary Whitehouse was part of the Viewers and Listeners Association. They campaigned against the dumbing down of television and theatre. She went to see Romans in Britain. Well, I don't think she went to see it, but she certainly complained about it because apparently there was some rape scenes in it which she wasn't happy about. So anyway, she goes on the television. She became almost a bit of a joke figure, and she appeared with Mrs. Merton. And Mrs. Merton did that usual. I didn't see it coming. She was leaning down the garden path, and poor old Mary Whitehouse, she said, "Oh, Mary. Oh, Mary." Who was Mrs. Merton? Who was the actor? Was that, I've completely forgotten. She died, though, didn't she? She died. I remember thinking, oh, that was a shame, because I love the character. I like characters in chat shows. Caroline Aherne. She was lovely. Never met her. She just came over as lovely. And she said, "Oh, tell us, Mary." She said, "When you die, would you like a statue put up to you?" And Mary Whitehouse thought about it and went, "I think I would." And she said, "That'll be the first erection you've not complained about." Of course, the audience collapsed in laughter. I think even Mary Whitehouse smiled a little bit. Doris Day was right. The Black Hills of Dakota, says Philip, are fantastic. That's the one that goes, "Take me back to the Black Hills of Dakota." Do you know, my singing's any better? I don't care what anybody says. I'm not supposed to sing, but occasionally I just get the overwhelming urge to sing. And perhaps I should join a choir. But what's the name of your choir, Thomas, the one that you're in? Do you know the name of the choir? What? Do you know the name of the choir, Chris? Oh. Well, why is it such a secret? I mean, are you the only member or something? Why don't you want to encourage? I could come along to some rehearsals and sing, because I quite like some of the tunes. Oh yes, been paid for the gig. Oh, which one? Oh, how many are there? How many gigs are you paid for? Are you declaring them? That's my second question, and that one's far more pertinent. No, I mean, I could come along. HMRC, they're always listening, HMRC, of course they are. Yeah. But I mean, I could come along to choir rehearsals if it helps, and I could sort of add my voice. I'm a very fluid person. I'm very, very enthusiastic about choirs. I mean, actually, the good thing is that so many people listen to this programme, mainly Ofcom, and at HMRC, which I like. They came into the building, Ofcom, actually. Ever so nice. They're ever so nice, it says here. Please say they're nice. They are. A visit to Deadwood. Oh, the Deadwood stage is coming on. Oh, that's good, isn't it? You shouldn't worry none, Steve. The amount of physical checkups you have, they've scanned everything. Yeah, who was I speaking to today? My friend John. And he's had to change his diet because he's got this sort of acid tummy. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before. And apparently some mornings he wakes up in terrible pain. So he's cut out booze. He did have a bit of a blowout on McDonald's the other day, which didn't really help, and that was sort of affecting him. So you have to go and do these things, don't you, which is great. Mary says, "I honestly can't cope with the Polish language. I've tried really hard due to massive respect for my grandchildren's nanny." They're entitled little pains in the nether regions. She just says, be grateful you speak English. Oh, I'd love to speak. And my hairdresser, Kasia, is Polish, as indeed everybody knows. And, but she only ever teaches me rude words. Can't really use those. Steve, what I don't understand is why take the Jeremy Kyle show off air when the person who died did so a week ago after the episode was filmed? Why would that have anything to do with the show? People die every day. Well, we know, Sally, that it was directly to do with the show. He took his own life. He committed suicide. Didn't just die, he committed suicide. So that's why that they have to take it off show. Because what they don't want is to have it shown and somebody goes, sorry, that's my relative. And a week after that, he took his own life. So that's why. That is why they don't want it shown on the television. And they've taken all the other ones off as well, so you can't access anything at all at the moment. I think they might as well axe it. I mean, it's been running for a long time. But I think now, and I've said before, and I'm just going to keep banging on about it because it's so annoying. I think that Loose Women, and I think This Morning and Lorraine, they all have to watch the guests that they put on there. And if it's somebody who could be slightly on the at-risk register, somebody who might take their own life, somebody who might try and harm themselves, then I think they shouldn't put those guests on the programme. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Hollywood's Queen of Tears, who had so much to cry about. I think she married 4 times, survived abuse, and ended up, with not the millions that she had. Eventually, she got back 17 million pounds. $22 million. And then in 1976, she married the 4th time to a restaurateur. I'd love to have spoken to her. What would you say to her? Gosh, so many things. Also, so they went down the other day. An explorer, Victor Vescovo, says he was left very emotional. He goes down to the deepest part of the ocean in the Mariana Trench. Now, I don't know if you know anything about the Mariana Trench, but here it is. This is only the 3rd of the Pacific Ocean's extreme depths, 7 miles down. The Titanic is 2 miles down. This is 7 miles. He went down, and so it's effectively 2/3 again. The summit of Everest is only 29,000 feet from the base of the trench, and at 35,000 feet, he found plastic. He found a plastic bag. He said it was pristine down there, and here was the debris on the seafloor. So Victor braved the trench 5 times during the mission, and you can't imagine, but the pressure inside the little submersible must have been absolutely astronomical. Prince William in the papers today, apart from going to see Baby, probably to take present, which is lovely. And apparently ministers have helped strangle on the high streets. Now they must throw the lifeline that could save them. It's not ministers, it's local council and greedy landlords. That's what strangled the high street. The landlord goes, I don't want that here, and we'll chuck you out and put in one of the big retailers who sells coffee, who doesn't pay any tax. That's what they do now. That's what they do. Another one here. Wait a minute. Nicholas, flying. What, have we flown to the moon recently? Have we given up flying to the moon? Are we not doing that anymore? Couldn't we build some houses up there or something so people could... I'd love to live up there. I'd love to wave to the earth every night. But it's not rocket science, they say, flying to the moon. This is... They've done a spoof page on Ask Farage. Ask Nigel. Last manned moon landing. Seems impossible, doesn't it, now? 1972. Good Lord. Would you like to go? I'd like to go. Would you like to sort of float around in space? It is all the same, isn't it? You get up there, there'd be a McDonald's, Burger King, a couple of kebab shops and a Chinese takeaway. I'd be happy as Larry. Just watching 4 Fox Cubs playing on my lawn. The cutest thing ever, says Janice. I know. Hope you haven't got a dog. You know what foxes are like? When they go to toilet, dogs like to rub themselves in it for some strange attraction that they have. Francesca Rannis, the BAFTA-winning actress from London, 74 today. Thomas Gainsborough, he was a painter, born, I think, in about 1727. Eric Morecambe celebrated his birthday today, born John Eric Bartholomew. He's got a Wetherspoons pub named after in his hometown. Oh, we liked Eric Morecambe. He came into LBC years and years ago. I didn't get to interview him, but he used to go through a ha-ha and do the glasses thing as he walked through the newsroom. They were a bit nonplussed, I have to tell you, at the same time. This is going back many, many years. And also, Louis XIV became King of France on the death of his father. Louis the 13th. Have to do that. Spandau Ballet in 1983 had their first and only number one with True. I remember that song very well indeed. And in 1987, Rita Hayworth died, aged 68. And if you're celebrating your birthday for today, many happy returns of the day. I hope you get cards and stuff like this. Kevin, the milkman, says, I thought you were going to say they found a Tesco Express at the bottom of the Mariano Trench with a Costa in it. You meant, oh, hello. We've been here for years. We wonder why nobody had turned up. It's because you're 7 miles down. Charlie Girling, from the Showbiz team, says, some good birthdays today. My angel and long-suffering husband, Owen. Owen, happy birthday. They don't tell me how old. It's probably safer that way. And also the peerless Joe Brock. So, Joe Brock, many happy returns of the day. So that's just two that we know of. But if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. Will Guyett says, I've not been on Jeremy Kyle yet. I think the moment may have passed. Do you not think so? Oh, dear. How do they know how deep the Titanic is? It's never been found. I don't know. They're still putting out this story. Fake news, as per usual. We get that all the time. Oh, they found the Titanic. And I go, well, when was that? I went to a pub on the dark side of the moon, but didn't stop very long. It was rubbish. There was no atmosphere. I enjoyed both P. Daniels and especially Tim Smalls in conversation, says Chris. The insight into Pierpoint was fascinating. Yes, I knew a lot about Pierpoint, and I went to the Watergate on my recent visit. Embankment is a favourite location. Yeah, I sat in that park once. I could have done I sat there with my friend Jordan, who was down in London for something, and we met up and went and sat in that park, and I could have killed a cup of tea. I could have absolutely killed a cup of tea. I'm obviously at that age now where a cup of tea is doing it for me. So here is the cocaine joke shame of the Strictly producer. Well, she's not really. I thought she was a booker. I thought she just books guests. She's not the producer of the programme. Talent executive, Stefania Alexander. Apparently, according to some of the papers today, the dancers want her out as well. They don't think it's very good. She was in a bar with friends when she posted a picture which listed champagne and cocaine as items to take on holiday. Friends said Miss Alexander swiftly deleted the tongue-in-cheek picture about taking the Class A drug on a break to Ibiza, but was left mortified. The celebrity booker, she's just a booker, has faced anger from executives. A source said Strictly bosses take this sort of thing extremely seriously. Well, they obviously don't, because the next line says the BBC said no further action would be taken against Miss Alexander, who posted the photo from a London bar. However, she was noticeably absent from a party of Strictly executives. Oh dear, I hope we're not going to be reading about, you know, celebrity bookers on the family programme, as the BBC keep telling us, into the old indulging in things. A close friend said Steph is so mortified. Some friends have written a jokey list on a piece of paper and she didn't notice this was on there before posting it. As soon as it was flagged to her, she took the post down. Yeah, a little bit like Danny Baker, isn't it? As soon as it was flagged to him, he sort of took it down. She did cause controversy earlier this year. She's obviously desperate to be somebody when she posted photos of herself alongside Sean Walsh. Miss Alexander and the comedian were pictured enjoying an evening out together, leading to rumours they'd grown close during the time on the show. He came under fire for kissing his married dancing partner, Katia Jones, and then he was dumped by his girlfriend, actress Rebecca Humphries. As I say, it's all... But apparently, Stefania Alexander, nothing the BBC are going to do, so obviously they're sort of more than happy with things like that. Write about cocaine, dear, as much as you like. They really don't care. Really don't care. Although if you're on, God help you, if you're on The Only Way is Essex, because there you get fired, like Arge, because he tested positive for coke. That came as a surprise to everybody. Not. But yet they've still booked him on the farm. Obviously the farm encouraged that kind of thing. I can't get my head around things like that at all. Very worrying. Apparently office workers, this will apply to loads and loads of you. Office workers who spend hours staring at their computer screens are damaging their eyes because you're not blinking enough. Apparently you're supposed to blink a lot. Why? Why are you supposed to blink? We naturally blink between 1 and 3 times a minute when we're concentrating on a computer, according to research. Blinking helps keep your eyes moist, free of dirt and irritants. Infrequent blinking can result in blurred vision, dry eyes and headaches. I don't get headaches. So I'm obviously blinking enough times, which is good news. And I did see it on the television the other day. It's a story that'll move you to tears. Horribly burnt in an Iraqi war crime. There's an orphan here, Amar, who was rescued by an English baroness. 20 years later comes an astonishing find that his mother is still alive. And so they took him back there, Ammar, with his mother Zara in Iraq, so they could see each other. And then they went to his father's grave. I think his mother might have remarried. But anyway, he came over here and we sorted out his burns, and he's lived here ever since. So it was on Panorama. I don't know if Panorama was last night, because I saw it, and it was very good. So it's called The Iraqi Orphan, 30 Lost Years. It's available on iPlayer. It's very good. Watch it. Watch it. Very good. Very nice indeed. What am I going to do? Let me find something else here. Why did I go this one here? Sometimes I turn the... Oh, yes, the Duchess of Cambridge's brother, James Middleton, has been chosen as a godparent. Not for baby Archie, he won't be christened for a while, but of Theodore. This is the 8-month-old son of former Made in Chelsea loser Spencer Matthews. Again, you see, they're using this in Shakespeare's column. Spencer Matthews, Made in Chelsea's star. He wasn't a star at all, just because he bedded most of the cast in it. But he's married to, thick as a brick, Vogue Williams. Although, shouldn't she be Vogue Matthews? We saw her on Mastermind, Celebrity Mastermind. My God, she was even worse than Lydia Dim. I didn't think there was anybody who became that stupid. Oh, the recipe for today is a cracker. It really is. You're going to love it. We did it yesterday on the programme. I'm all in favour of doing nice recipes. And this one today is blueberry and vanilla fizz. I could also offer you rose and elderflower spritzer, which sounds good. Or how about a cucumber and mint cooler? Oh, it sounds lovely, doesn't it? Or mushroom bruschetta. Mushroom bruschetta. Lamb tikka kebabs with spicy coleslaw. Oh, stop it, Stephen. You're killing us on the food front. Don't show us pictures of food. Don't talk about pictures of food. It's just terrible. It's so bad for us. Reference the moon. The Trump administration asked Congress, says Johan, on Monday to increase NASA spending next year by an extra 1.6 billion, which is £1.23 billion, as a down payment to accommodate the accelerated goal of returning Americans to the surface of the moon by 2024. Not going to go very far, is it? I thought it had all but closed down, that operation, which is a shame. I remember Doris Day being cut off during a phone interview many years ago. One of her cats stood on her telephone, says Paula. What a thing to remember. What a thing to remember. Steve, Rita Hayworth always reminds me of the Shawshank Redemption, where Tim Robbins escapes from prison by digging a tunnel from behind a poster of her on his cell wall. Brilliant stars. Morgan Freeman, among others. And Sel says, I'm in a baking mood today, so I've narrowed it down to lemon drizzle, Victoria sandwich, or date and walnut. Lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle every time. The recipe... Oh, they're lovely. They're so gorgeous. I mean, I don't really want to run into the recipes because, you know, people are waiting for me to do them. And I've decided I want to save some of them. I've got an Eton Mess roulade here, that's quite nice. I'm doing that one. And I'm doing the blueberry and vanilla fizz, which is actually delicious. But you'll have to, in fact, it looks even more delicious. Or mushroom bruschetta. It's enough to keep you going there, isn't there, really? How many other programmes in the morning on breakfast have ever given you recipes? You know, only this programme. So before the end of the programme, we shall give them to you. So definitely lemon drizzle cake, Sel. I don't. Victoria sandwich is okay, and date and walnut just sounds boring. So I know somebody listening will absolutely love it. Absolutely true, Steve. I was diagnosed with dry eye by my optician. I had to wear glasses and change my routine, which include learning to continuously blink more frequently and use drops. Dry eye's very irritating. I know. And Richard in Darlington has been to the optician, says my eyes, he says, are quite painful on a morning. Dry eye. My optician told me to blink when looking at the computer. I don't look at the computer anymore, and I'm so much better. Yes. Do you remember years ago they used to have to put screens over computers because of people getting headaches and stuff like that? I never suffered with headaches. Still don't now. I'm very lucky. Freddie Starr is going to be buried by his mum in Liverpool. When they say by his mum, I don't know whether or not she's still alive and she's paying for it, or she's already buried and he's going to be buried by her. Because somebody's going to have to pay for it because he hasn't got any money, has he, at all? Also, veggies and vegan. Oh, we've done enough on veggies and vegans, haven't we? I don't think there's much more you can do on veggies and vegans, especially when so many people seem to lapse. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but, you know. Paul Gascoigne criticised for having Botox. Didn't he get loads of money from a newspaper because he'd been hacked or something, and somebody had It was the Mirror, wasn't it? And then all of a sudden he ended up with all this money, and now he's had Botox. Most peculiar. Victoria Beckham turns up in another one of her peculiar outfits, this time looking like Rupert the Bear. Nothing new at all, but she's over in America, still with the dark glasses on, walking into walls, and I don't know where he is, we don't know what he does half the time. A little bit embarrassing. Also, I do like this Caribbean boozer job. I think that's quite a nice one, where you can go and sit in the middle of the ocean and just pour booze for people, if you fancy that kind of thing, which is good. Fiona Bruce says she was working so hard she became ill. Oh, what are you getting paid for it, love? What are you complaining about? We all work quite hard. I do 7 days a week, and you go, oh, I became quite ill. It's very easy to get ill if you're working so hard. Well, then cut down. That's the answer. 3 in 10 people end up in debt each month. I think that's when you get to the end of the month and they go, I'm a bit tight. I've heard people say to me before, I'm just down to my last few quid at the end of the month. And you go, oh no. It's very easy, isn't it, to spend money on, when Thomas went out for a meal the other day where he ate meat, became like a man possessed. It was £21 each, and then they had drinks on top of that. So it was about 66 quid for this meal for 2 of them in a restaurant here. Apparently, there's a chain where you can have this meat, and they come around the table and they just keep giving you meat. So of course he, with hollow legs, decided to take full advantage, and also it was only 21 quid. So he took the old girly up there, and then after they'd eaten, then they went to the theatre to see The Lion King. Most people go to the theatre and then go and eat afterwards, because otherwise you just fall asleep. Did you not fall asleep? Oh, you didn't? You like Freddie Starr did eat a hamster? I think not. Come on, Mary, you're in Oxford. You're supposed to be even more intelligent than those of us in Twickenham. Which, of course, I find difficult to believe. No, of course he didn't. It was just a great story. Just a great story. Which paper is the blueberry fizz in? I'm not sharing recipes. I'm not going to tell you where it is. I'm just going to tell you what it is, which is lovely. Years ago, there was a mesh filter that used to go over the cathode ray tube. Nowadays, the screens are better. However, they are positively charged, so negatively charged dust particles are attracted to the screen, and positively charged dust particles are repelled by the screen towards your face. Hence, you can get dry eye from the dust particles. I used to sell the filters. It's how I know that helps, says Mark. Clever clogs. Nobody wants a clever clogs, not at this time. It's Tuesday morning, it's 14th of May. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. So we take all your texts and emails. And the big discussion today is should the Jeremy Kyle show be pulled completely. They pulled it at the moment. They're all resting. They have no plans to make any more. That's what they've said. No plans to make any more at the moment. So what we have to do is just sort of wait and see. To be honest with you, it wouldn't make any difference to the schedule. The tiny audience it gets. I've got a bigger audience to the Jeremy Kyle show. I just don't have the budget of the Jeremy Kyle show. We don't shout at people very often. Occasionally we do. Occasionally we shout at people, but it's always justified. Farage predicts Labour wipeout in the Express. And what the feared interviewer revealed after 6 G&Ts. This is Brian Walden. Plus Doris Day, dead at 97. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd be more surprised if I saw a headline, Doris Day still alive at 97. So we've got the other one. Who's this? This is Keely Hawes in her latest role as a fraught housewife at the centre of a Cold War plot. What was I reading about the other? I was reading something the other day. Oh, I was the Honda stories in all the papers. By 2021, Honda are going to close their UK factory. They've told staff of the Swindon works that following a meaningful and robust consultation, no viable alternatives to the closure have been found. 3,500 people. That'll go across the whole community. That'll be the whole community down there will be suffering. Margaret Thatcher would not have allowed Britain to become bogged down in years of Brexit deadlock. Michael Dobbs, the best-selling author of the House of Cards trilogy, believes the former Prime Minister would have made mincemeat of European leader Jean-Claude Juncker. Guy Verhofstadt. Such a lovely name, isn't it? So Essex. And Lord Dobbs. So what would she have done? She'd have turned from her famous no, no, no to now, now, now. Oh, yes, I absolutely believe she would have done. Also, so the £120,000 a week footballer, known as that plank, Danny Drinkwater. If only you had, dear. If only you had, but it was alcohol and you got banned for drink driving. Naffo, really. Prince Charles has launched a charity appeal last night to raise $10 million to support the rising demand from military veterans needing mental health support. I mean, couldn't he just go to Help for Heroes? Because there was a report in the papers I read some time ago that said they're still raising loads of money, but there aren't enough people to help. So he's now raising 10 million for, I mean, it shouldn't be very difficult for Prince Charles to raise 10 million pounds. And William has delivered the radio message to the nation. You remember the other day. And they say 1 in 5 veterans who served on the front line in Iraq and Afghanistan will get PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. But surely Help for Heroes has got all this money sitting... I remember somebody telling me a while ago, and I'm sure I read it in the newspaper, that they've got so much money sitting there, but not enough people who need it. Also, the warning as cosmetic ops are botched. And you only got to look at Jordan and people like that to realise just how ridiculous it is. But, of course, she had it done out of the country, so there's not much you can do about that one. Steve, I like the watches David Beckham advertises. My wrists aren't big enough and butch enough to wear them, says Paul. Yes, that's all Dave does now, isn't it? He just plugs anything that somebody pays him for. So it'll be pants, it'll be whiskey, it'll be a watch, it'll be a jacket. I think he's done all sorts of things, just about anything, as opposed to actually having to actually go out there and do anything. He doesn't really do anything at all. He's supposed to be building a stadium in America, but that's all gone a bit pear-shaped, hasn't it? I haven't seen that one. They've also named the ecstasy death schoolgirl. This is the one who died after taking an ecstasy tablet dubbed a bomb. She was named as Leah Hayes. She died in hospital after she took the drug, MDMA, before suffering a fatal reaction. A teenage boy has been arrested on suspicion of supplying her. I mean, you know, if proof were needed. Her mother, Kerry, was too distressed to speak about the tragedy. This is North Allerton. You remember we spoke about that the other day. They say here, Leah's father, Michael Hayes, and their daughter had told friends she wanted to be known using her mother's surname of Elwyn, which is, she's separated. So mother and father are separated. Writing on Facebook, she said to my dearest best friend in the whole wide world, this is Gloria Redmile, who told how wrong one night can turn. It can. We've said before, you take your life in your hands with these things. They're now saying they think that this is known as ecstasy or a bomb prior to collapsing, and they reiterate the warning to anybody who uses drugs of the consequences. The consequence is you can die. Doesn't become any clearer than that, does it? You can die if you take these drugs. You don't know where they're made. You don't know anything about the ingredients. You know nothing. If in doubt, don't. But, of course, thousands of people do every single day. I heard the other day Victoria Beckham often used to switch her mic off, letting the others do the singing. Or, as it says here, the signing. Maybe one of her better decisions. My great-aunt Isabel is still here, says Jane. When you say she's still here, here where? At 102. When you say here, you might be standing in a cemetery. I don't know. She's here. I like Kenny Everett's American General character's quote. Anybody who doesn't like Doris Day or Mum's apple pie will put them in a field and beep the beepers. She was very popular. I mean, they've done loads of things on her because it's all so well documented. And they say, as we mourn the Calamity Jane legend, a curtain closes on Hollywood's age of innocence. Even though she was abused as a child, she had 4 husbands. I don't think she had the happiest life, and she lost all her money. But she was big campaigning for animal welfare, stuff like that, seals, all sorts of things. But as I explained before, there are lots of Americans who do that. They're looking for something that they can, you know, throw their weight behind, and she decided to throw it behind animal charities, and so she was very involved with stuff like that. Martin Clunes has been dropped as a patron of Born Free after he was accused of legitimising animal cruelty. Apparently he grabbed an elephant's ears and climbed up its trunk in the ITV show My Travels and Other Animals. The programme, which aired last week, sparked a string of complaints from animal lovers. Howard Jones, chief executive of Born Free, said in a statement, "We can confirm that with much regret, Martin Clunes is no longer a patron of Born Free. It's always been opposed to the exploitation of captive animals for entertainment and human interaction." Does that count for dogs? When you sort of train a dog, isn't that the same kind of thing to a lesser degree? There's dogs in circuses. Find them all over the place. But they thank him for his support and dedication. Actor Dan Richardson, who's also a patron of Born Free, said ITV should be held accountable for the episode. Monty Don, Jane McDonald and Michael Portillo have also been criticised for elephant rides. Lord, honestly. Not much you can do nowadays, is there really? We do try things. Annoying habits. We've all got annoying habits. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Peter Andre was dropping a hint the other day. In light of, he's got to latch himself onto something. In light of the royal baby, he's decided that maybe the time, and he's asking his fan, should we have another baby? Like, I'm thinking, well, if you think your money's going to last that long, go for it. If you don't. So the 10 most irritating things. Blisters. Maddening for those who might like to reconsider their choice of shoes. Sandwich stealers. In the office. Never heard of such a thing. They pilfer people's food from the communal fridge. Ooh, dear, I have to watch that one. Poor table manners, such as licking food off a knife, or people who eat with their fingers. Ugh, dirty. History harker, older people who keep going on about, in my day, things were better. The trouble is, in most cases, they were. Bosses who are oblivious to stress and make unrealistic demands. Number 5, phone snubbing, when people won't talk to you because they're constantly on the phone. Number 4, the glory grabbers who steal promotion-winning ideas in the office and pass them off as their own. That's obviously a sort of very apropos. Litter louts who spit gum on the pavement or flick cigarette butts. And worst of all, those who do not poop-a-scoop. You've seen that before, when sort of dogs go to the toilet. The person just totally ignores it. There's only 2 more to go. One is passengers on a bus or a train who fail to move a bag off a seat or eat smelly food. Yes, smelly food. You shouldn't eat on buses. There should be a thing. Also, people talking on phones. It should be banned completely on a bus. Sorry, get off your phone. We get it in the morning, don't we? There's always somebody on the phone. There's one woman, she plays loud music. Very infuriating. And the number 1 most irritating thing, the annoying bad habit, is bad manners. When people fail to say thank you. Nobody says thank you anymore. Why don't they say thank you? If it's like if somebody lets you out, I always go, thank you, and I always wave. And then as I've got the car level, I wave again. I'm very good at things like that. Why don't people say thank you? They really don't. Some very rude people. Very, very rude people. So we've got Eurovision coming up. I couldn't tell you for love nor money. And I bet Thomas can't either now, even though we did have a competition the other day. Who is the entry for Eurovision? Here we go. He said that Michael Rice. There we go. Did you know it was Michael Rice? No. Tell me the name of the song. Not a clue. I've no idea. I've no idea if it's any good or what it is. I mean, I just don't like the idea that we're sort of going all the way to Tel Aviv when we never stand it. Nobody even knows who he is, except he's signed to Psycho. How have they fiddled that one? Obviously hoping somebody will... Have you ever heard it played? No. Have you ever heard... Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Ever heard... Oh, they've got somebody... Oh, Lord, that's a nice... So I'm watching Sky News, Eurovision Song Contest, Tel Aviv 2019. God, I hope it's going to be all right. I worry about things like that, don't you? I do. The drink-drive limit will not be lowered because it hasn't cut deaths in Scotland, where apparently they're sort of worried about drink driving. The limit is lower than here. I think we should have zero tolerance. I think it should be, if you drink and you get behind the wheel of the car, you're off the road for a few years. Like we had that stupid bloke the other day, training to be something, got banned from driving, walks out the court with his ban, gets into his car and drives off. And somebody go, get him back. So they got him back into court again. How stupid you have to be. It's awful. And today I shall be wearing, Steve, a buckskin jumpsuit and boots in honour of Doris Day's passing. Yes. Peter in Wimbledon suggests that if Katie Price wants to save her mucky mansion from being sold, why doesn't she take in lodgers? Oh, she's far too chav for that. So take in lodgers? Well, you couldn't trust her at all. So either you believe that the boyfriend has finished with her, or they're still back together, but either way, they're apparently on holiday. Like anybody cares. So if we're doing away with the Jeremy Kyle show, let's do away with any of these chavvy guests who turn up on all sorts of places, like This Morning and Loose Women, plugging their boring existences or the fact they've come out of rehab or something else, because it doesn't serve any useful purpose at all. Other one here. Did you really say something to rile dog lovers? Yes, people who are dirty and disgusting, who don't clean up after their dogs. Mary, are you sure you're in Oxford? You're not in a retreat, are you, or something like that? You're very peculiar. 6:20 is the time. Front page of the Mirror. It's Martin Clunes. A shame, 'cause I like Martin Clunes. Also, farewell to the girl next door, Doris Day, born 1922. I suppose she could be considered last of the big Hollywood stars, when, you know, she was a huge... Still, look at the coverage she's got. That's just in this country. Jeremy Kyle guest kills himself after failing lie detector test. Show is axed as friend says he was distraught over cheat claim. I think you have to be a certain person to want to take your own life. And a great photograph here of a little boat. A little boat and a man, and what comes out of the ocean? An enormous whale, a humpback whale, leaps out of the sea. It's enormous. They've always got barnacles on them and everything else. I think whales are absolutely fascinating. But this one was in Monterey Bay in California. They were fishing for salmon. I've been to Monterey Bay. That was quite nice. So sweet wrappers in a plastic bag, 7 miles down in the sea. 7 miles. And the team were very excited that they found it. It only goes to prove that we should be trying to say, perhaps I might get into it. But I think, did I hear Darren saying he wasn't very good at recycling and stuff like that? Ian Payne, that's right. So I'm the same. I tend to throw all my rubbish into the bins, and I don't recycle. But then I don't have anything that could be recycled. I probably do, actually. I think it's probably a feeble excuse. Grace says, forgive my ignorance, but is elephant riding illegal? I don't think so, no. I think you could still eat dog in this country, can't you? Was that the other stupid thing? Although they had some apocryphal news about, fake news. The charity which Martin Clunes was a patron of, Born Free, doesn't like elephants being used for rides by humans because they say the elephants are being exploited. But does that also mean, then, that they don't allow elephants to pull logs and do all the other thing? I don't know. So they don't want elephants doing anything at all? Because there is a place, isn't there, in somewhere, I can't remember where it is, where they look after orphaned elephants. And they go there and they take them for walks and everything. They don't ride them. But then, are you talking about you can't have a working elephant? Because in parts of India, they wouldn't survive without the elephant, who pull logs and then they all troop off down to the river to have a mud bath and that kind of stuff. I don't know whether that's counted as the same. Cliff in Amersham says, I disagree. Obviously, the most annoying thing is the overuse of the word obviously. Clabette, with the olden days all in black and white, did you have a magic lantern? We did have a magic lantern. They were very sophisticated. Mine wasn't particularly sophisticated. As a child in the 60s, it was the highlight of a school trip to London Zoo to get a ride on the elephants. Yeah, of course, they haven't had elephants at London Zoo for ages. I think they moved them out to Whipsnade. Same company. And they moved the elephants out there. Although I saw a horrendous thing the other day. Poachers who'd got hold of 2 rhinos and they'd cut their horns off, but left them. The horn was literally dug out. They were still alive on the ground. They didn't have the strength to get up or do anything else. And you think to yourself, you're fighting a losing battle. You think we've got it bad with knife crime in this country and with the drug problems. You go to Africa, they've got a problem with people who are still bringing down elephants into traps and rhino just for the horns. That's what they do. And then they cut them out. So this thing was, these 2 rhinos were bleeding on the ground, and they said, look what they've actually done. They've just cut their horns out. The more horn you get, the more money you get, presumably. Alison Phillips writes a nice piece about Doris Day and says she gave us all the belief there'll be a happy ending because she had such a warm smile. She was, cute as apple pie. She was the girl from next door, if indeed the girl from next door looked and sang like Doris Day. She was always very happy, but you're right, we always thought there'd be such a happy ending. She had lovely teeth. Lovely teeth, lovely smile. It was something just absolutely gorgeous. So Freddie Starr is going to be buried by his beloved mum in Liverpool. Now, I don't know whether that means... Is his mother... They say buried by her in Liverpool. I mean, if he was 76, she can't be 80, can she? I don't know. His estranged family have decided to fly his body from Spain, ending fears that the comic would end up in a pauper's grave on the Costa del Sol. Ah, that's all right. He's going to be laid to rest alongside Hilda at the family plot in the Huyton area. I think that's how you pronounce it. He died on Thursday after a heart attack. I don't think he owned the flat he was in. Don't think he had that. But a source says Freddie adored his mum. She was the driving force behind his career by encouraging him to do gigs in pubs and clubs. So Freddie's third wife, Donna Such, says we're all doing our bit. It had been unclear if the family, including 6 children and 4 wives, would fund his repatriation, costing up to $5,000. Don't you think they should do that? I think they should do that. I mean, I wasn't such a big fan of Freddie Starr, but I do think that that's what people should do. If somebody dies, then you have to put your hand in your pocket. His sister, Brenda, claimed Operation U-Tree, the police probe into historical sex abuse, left him devastated, saying, "I don't think he properly recovered. He became a recluse with huge debts after a failed libel case." I remember it very well indeed. But I'm assuming that sort of dies with you. Your debts die with you. As the family discovered that you've got a secret stash of money, which I don't think he had. It must have been terrible, really, for when he was very big, and then all of a sudden it just all collapsed, which was a shame. There's a picture here. This is a picture of British Holocaust survivors who are sitting in a square where they celebrated their freedom in 1945. But this time, besides their children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, 7 of the 732 Jewish refugees flown to Britain after the Nazis surrendered 74 years ago were in Prague to recreate a famous photo taken in the Old Town Square. Sunday's gathering in the Czech capital was organised by the 45 Aid Society, a charity set up by the orphans. Among those present was Sam Laskier and Isaac Alterman, both rounded up in 1942, and now neighbours in North Manchester. Isn't that amazing that people can come back together for something like that? That is absolutely stunning. And the transgender lottery winner, I remember there were stories in the papers about Melissa Eade. I don't know what she died of. Well, presumably heart failure. But only a short while ago, in fact, May the 4th, only, matter of days ago, she was fine. She was rushed to hospital on the bank holiday weekend, suffering chest pain. She said she was given the all clear and was told it was likely anxiety or stress. But as she recovered, online trolls wished her dead. Lovely, isn't it? Let's find out who they are. That would be nice. But speaking to the Mirror, she convalesced. Melissa says people can be so cruel. She said in a video, "Thanks for all the death wishes. People saying it's a shame I'm not dead." Oh, I would be finding these people out immediately. No messing around. Get them into court. Get them into prison. Let's destroy their lives. Fiancée Rachel Nason confirmed Melissa died on Saturday at the home in Hull she bought with her £4 million lottery scratch card win in December 2017. How much of it she's got left, I don't know. I don't know how much money she's got left. But presumably the fiancé will get it unless she did a will. I think she had a couple of sons. I'm pretty certain. And also the ban on displaying cigarettes in shops has made children less likely to start smoking. That's why you have to ask them. I think you're supposed to open up the counter and quick, let them shut the door again so that people don't see that we're selling cigarettes. But that terminally ill Harry, the little boy of 5, who inspired Hamilton to victory, has sent his Mercedes Formula One supercar. Bless his heart, honestly. He's got a rare form of bone cancer. And so they filmed a touching good luck message to the superstar driver before Sunday's race in Barcelona. Lewis later called Harry his spirit angel and dedicated his win to the brave boy. Oh, their Just Giving page has already raised 20,000. These Just Giving pages raise an awful lot of money. And it can only be good news, can't it, if you can raise good money for something like that. I've seen children like this, and you think, oh, they just don't know, do they? You don't tell them anything. You just have to sort of hope it goes by fairly quickly, but it won't for the family. Also, care home bosses have been warned after fire safety features led to the deaths of 2 helpless women in a blaze. Fire crews saved 33 residents at a home in Cheshunt in Hertfordshire, but Daphne Holloway and Ivy Spriggs both died. Last week, the Crown Court in St Albans fined the owners £175,000 for 5 rule breaches. And the Chief Fire Officer Darryl Keane has warned homes that all fire regulations must be obeyed. Good. I'm glad they've been hit where they hurt. In their pockets, 175,000. It should have been 500,000, shouldn't it? At least. Only 26 minutes to 7, coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast here on LBC this morning. With the European elections now just over a week away, the leaders of the Brexit Party and the Liberal Democrats will both be in the studio to take your calls. Nick will also speak to a friend of Julian Assange about whether the WikiLeaks founder should be extradited to Sweden over rape allegations. Plus, could activities groups singing really help solve knife crime? I think singing solves a lot of things. Thomas is in a little choir, which he's keeping secret, mainly because there is no choir, it's just in his mind. He's the only member of the choir, sings to himself in the bathroom. I could be in the choir, but he won't tell me the name of it. Somebody will find out. Perhaps Mrs. Woman will phone me and let me know. She'll know the name of the choir. She's probably got a picture of you standing there holding a card with the name of a choir on it. I should go for that one. Is the Burlington Arcade worth seeing, says Jackie? Well, I mean, it's worth seeing, it's just little, very expensive shops. It was built years ago as an addendum to Burlington House to stop. So people used to walk up and down it and throw things over the wall, which was very annoying. But it's got lots of little shops there. It's quite nice. You're over the road from Fortnum and Mason's. And the one thing it's got there, which you won't know about, just as you go through the gates into Burlington House, they've got a wooden phone box. A wooden phone box. Not many wooden phone boxes around. Sylvia says the David Sheldrick Wildlife Trust in Nairobi in Kenya, taking orphaned elephants. Plastic bags are illegal in Rwanda and Kenya. I've seen them doing the elephant thing. They sleep with them. They sleep with them, don't they? They sleep. Elephant training for human rides is really brutal, says Angela. Despite their large size, pressure on their backs causes great pain. I think you'd be a wonderful example of recycling. I've never recycled in my life. Seriously, there's certain things I'll do and certain things they've just bypassed me. People would follow your good example. Do you think? I mean, I think if people are going to start recycling, they're going to do it themselves. And Ian says, is it true elephants never forget the hours they've worked and their rates of pay? I don't think they have a rate of pay, do they? Poor elephants. They don't get the luck on that one. Steve, I remember reading about a woman in Primrose Hill convinced her house was haunted, hearing loud roars every morning. Turns out it was the lions at London Zoo. You can hear them all the way across the park, miles. And, of course, very easy to hear them if you're in Primrose Hill. There was somebody else who had a thing. I think Sadie Frost has just sold her house, or it's up for sale, 6 million. But apparently it's been used for all sorts of raucous parties and things like that. That's what I'd heard. A very good morning from Romania. It's 8 a.m. here. I'm listening to you via the Global Player. And regarding the Jeremy Kyle show, Steve, I don't think anybody will miss it. Well, I think you're right. I don't think they will. It's not it's not pulling an audience, is it? Olivia de Havilland is still alive and living in Paris. I believe she's 101, says Carol. Be 102 in July. One of the last of the major Gone with the Wind stars to be living. And Peter says, couldn't they cremate Freddie Starr in Spain and then bring him back in a small box? That wouldn't cost anywhere near 5,000. No, you'd have to pay for the cremation, wouldn't you? But you're right. They could actually do that. Well, I think they could. I don't know. That's what people always are funny about things like that, aren't they? We want to see him here, and then we'll cremate him in this country. I don't know whether it's cheaper in Spain. I've got no idea. I know nothing about things like that. Also, at least some celebs are keen to appear on this year's All-Star X Factor. David Walliams threw his name into the hat as he collected Britain's Got Talent gong for Best Entertainment Programme. But the trouble is, didn't he say a short while ago, I don't want to be a celebrity? Well, stop putting yourself forward. Kirk Douglas and Dame Vera Lynn are both still going at the age of 102. 102! Lord. Colleen Nolan, after trying out the Japanese craze of adult swaddling live on Loose Women, there's a programme that needs a kick up the rear end, said, I'm just sitting here thinking I used to be a really big pop star. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. You weren't around when they had all their hits. You just la-la, didn't you? You weren't old enough. Also, I'm Grad. This is Michael Jackson's eldest son, Prince, who beams, posing for a graduation snap alongside his brother called Blanket. I know, they've got the oldest. It's like 7:30, isn't it? They're really quite mad over there. The thrilled 22-year-old got a business administration degree with honours from the university in LA. He said, I met so many people and learnt so much that the experience alone is worth it. So there you go. At least they're still doing good. He rode his motorcycle to the ceremony. The student-born Michael Prince Jackson, to the singer's ex-wife Debbie Rowe in 1997, enrolled in 2015. And he said, I want to thank them. Good for him. Good for him. And so there's a nice picture with Gran Catherine and other relatives. Listen, good. They're doing all right. They're doing all right. We don't need to worry about them. Bless their hearts. That was the kind of thing we were worried about before, wasn't it? We were sort of thinking after Michael died, would the kids survive? And that they went to, I think, to live with Catherine, but I mean, she's quite elderly, I think. Steve, is Mrs. Woman forced to attend her son's choir gigs? What a cross to bear. Yeah. She's probably got recordings of him singing. She's only been to one apparently. Then she had excuses like, I've heard Cats before and things like that. We have never heard him singing. We're not totally convinced it can, but at least we're trying to sort of make some effort towards it. I went to Hall & Oates, says Ian, told you about that very disappointing concert. We've now booked to see Dr. Hook at Blackpool Opera House in November. None of the band are still alive, so I'll let you know whether a dead band are any better. There is somebody, isn't there, from Dr. Hook? Big hit single, Sylvia's Mother. I'm sure I talked to somebody from Dr. Hook some years ago. We shall find out. I think Lewis Hamilton, the Mercedes Formula One team, have done a wonderful thing for that little boy, says Matt. I know we're all quick to criticise these people when they do something stupid or make a mistake, but we rarely praise them when they do something like this. Lewis and Mercedes have made that little boy's dreams come true. I mean, they took his real Formula One car and they're giving them the team's trophy, which they won on Sunday. And I believe Lewis is wanting to visit when he gets a chance. Lovely thing to do. I mean, he's a very seriously ill little boy. He is, really. Dennis Lucaria from Dr. Hook is still going. Lives in this country. I thought so, yeah. So at least you get one of them. He's the one with the hat, isn't he, Dennis Lucaria? And huge fan of Freddie Starr, says Alan. He was a comic genius. Oh, did you think? In fact, it wasn't my sort of humour at all. But there, everybody's different. He only had to stand on a stage and stare at the audience to have them in fits of laughter. Tommy Cooper and Peter Kay had or have this gift. Erica says, I'm a carer. A lot of my elderly clients watch the Jeremy Kyle show. They look forward to it. Yesterday, a few of them were surprised and asked what happened to the show and what day it was. Well, there you go. Apparently you can't whistle in the Burlington Arcade. It was how the pickpockets used to signal each other, says Jimmy the Rat. Listening whilst on holiday in Cyprus, says Paul. So sorry to hear about Doris Day. Well, don't worry. She lived to 97. That's not bad going by anybody's standards. A study by Tear Fund says one person dies every 30 seconds in developing nations due to plastic pollution and rubbish. Wow. Didn't realise. Mind you, over in Syria, 120 children a day are dying. It's just absolutely awful. Utterly awful. The Daily Telegraph this morning are talking about this notorious moped gang, one of them, jailed yesterday for a series of high-profile crimes that netted them $500,000. Not anymore. The 12-strong gang whose ringleader, Terry Marsh, was given a sentence of 13 years and 2 months, tried to steal a BBC camera. He's a bit thick, isn't he, really? But the scooter crime wavered half since they were arrested. I have to be honest, if I saw somebody doing that, I would be prepared to drive my car into somebody. I would worry about the consequences of the damage to the car afterwards, but I would be prepared to do that. I would be. Probably not the best thing to say, is it? Chris Hughes' sacking as manager of Brighton and Hove Albion was criticised by anti-discrimination campaigners yesterday who said efforts to improve black and ethnic minority representation in football management were at worse than square one. I don't know. I've never been to a football match. It's my proud boast. I've never expressed any interest in going. Both the boys have been to a football match. One supports Crystal Palace. Don't laugh. It's his goal in life. And the other one, I don't know who he supports. Who do you support? Aberdeen. Have they got I didn't even know they had a football team. Are they European champions 1984? 1984? They're Scotland's third best team. Well, who wants to hear about that? Who's the best team in Scotland? Celtic and Rangers. Why are you not supporting them? Why are you supporting only the third best team? 1984. You're not impressing me at all. Even worse, 83. They've gone back a year. Do you have the scarf at home? Do you have the little shorts and the little T-shirt you wear? You have all of that outfit? Yeah. Well, we'd like to see it. I'm sure you've got one. And little Judy says, maybe Thomas will invite you and Mrs. Woman when the choir perform. I shouldn't think so. He doesn't want us anywhere near it. Whereas I'm so keen to, because I like to support the arts, and I like to support, choral singing. It could solve an awful lot of problems, couldn't it, really? Did you know that the Rippercast podcast played an episode from Jeremy Beadle in 2003, and you appear 3/4 of the way through talking about your show, which was coming next, says Annalise. Oh, well, there you go. You learned something new. Mind you, I suppose, being in radio, there's going to be lots of clips of Steve Allen's voice, as I've been for 40 years, for goodness sake. Right, still to come. Knives are out. Who for? Lancing their childish plan to rebrand the village and the fight for Lady Chatterley's dirty bits. All of that to come very shortly. Steve, do you think Thomas and the Choir could sing at my wedding? Well, listen, once we found out the name of them, I'll find out a price. But I think it's unlikely. Kevin's got his shorts on this morning, said little Julie. Our postman as well in Twickenham. He's always got his come wind, rain, shine, hurricanes, always got his shorts on. So he's hoping you will too later, says little Julie. Yeah, but I'm not showing anybody. Julietta, morning. You spoke to the wonderful Dennis Lucario years ago. I've seen him a few times. Wonderful performer. I've got tickets for Doctor Hook at the O2 in December. But all the shows for this year have been cancelled due to his ill health. It's the worrying thing about ill health, isn't it? It's not nice. Angie says, I had a lovely trip to a garden centre on Sunday. Got some Tomorite as my basil bush is getting huge. You can use it on herbs, can't I? You can use it on anything. Use it on anything. I know it's called Tomorite and it's got a picture of tomatoes on the front, but that doesn't count at all. Graham says, I wonder if Martin Clunes would mind if somebody held his ears and pulled on his trunk before mounting him. Worth thinking about, I suppose. And Steve, never liked Kyle or his show, but someone takes their own life and it's pulled immediately. 2 people do the same after being on Love Island, and that continues. Yes, they're very much double standards. Very much double standards. Well, as we said earlier on, The Farm are more than happy to have Argent on there, even though he's been dropped from Towie because he's tested positive for cocaine. Meanwhile, a celebrity booker on Strictly Come Dancing writes about cocaine, or one of her friends does, and they go, oh, that's okay. That's okay, we'll leave that, shall we? I don't know why we just don't have... And then you put people like Daniela Westbrook on the television, you know, who's shoved half of Columbia up her nose and yet won't tell anybody who her drug dealer is. That annoys me as well. We could, says Fawn, form a flash mob to attend Thomas's next gig. I love flash mobs. I love flash mobs. It's one of those odd things that we seem to get them here, and then they started doing them around the world. There's a brilliant one in Russia where they get a bride out of a car and they're doing If You're Blue and You Want to Go Where Fashion Sits, putting on the Ritz, and it's just brilliant. It's so good. Anyway, the knives are out for Lancing. You might have heard of Lancing. It's quite nice, actually. They've got 18,000 residents. They're in West Sussex. They're one of Britain's largest villages, but the proposal is afoot to rebrand Lancing. They want it to be, to the surprise of many residents, a new set of road signs have been created, bearing the slogan, Lancing on Sea, be at the centre. The signs, designed to be displayed on village lampposts, feature blue waves, 4 houses, a local church and rolling green hills. One resident, posting online as Biker Marty, suggested it should read, come and enjoy the delights of our lovely village high street. If you only want to browse betting shops, charity shops and takeaways, it's a must. That's what we have the same in Twickenham. I'm afraid that's how all of them are going. But anyway, the on-sea edition is the brainchild of the Lancing Vision Group, led by Lancing Parish Council. The group had hoped to string bunting across the streets to give a more seaside feel, but decided it was a bit too difficult and opted instead for signs attached. Bunting. I love the word bunting. Do you remember they did it for one particular paper? You can't put bunting up. Why not? Well, it's for Christmas bunting. Well, that'll offend people who don't celebrate Christmas. Oh, sod them. Stick the bunting up anyway. But Dan Allday has lived in Lancing for years, and he says having a promotional name for our village that's different from what people have on their addresses seems nonsensical. But that's it, isn't it, really? Lancing on Sea. They did the same, didn't they? Staines on Thames. Staines on Thames. Staines upon Thames. I mean, that's even more ridiculous. It didn't make any difference at all. It was still, of course, you can't do the joke now, it was the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. And you could walk through the Elmsley Centre and you could see them spread out before you as far as the eye could see. Here's a picture of, oh, it's sweet. Eggrot, the Viking origins of rare Icelandic chickens, put them in the cast of Kinren, a show covering 2,000 years of history. I didn't like the Vikings, actually. They were raping and pillaging, weren't they, and doing all the sort of the nasty stuff. And Lord, a Scottish aristocrat, has been accused of issuing his own parking tickets and blocking laybys with boulders to stop walkers accessing a popular path. Residents of a place called Bewley, a village to the west of Inverness, claim that Simon Fraser, 16th Lord Lovat, has blocked spots. A car park on the land was closed in December, and this year signs appeared saying no parking, no picnics. Oh dear, that's not very friendly, is it? Don't want things like that. But never mind. But unbeknownst to his family, Lord Lovett's father had built up debts of millions, so the family had to sell off large amounts of land, including the family seat of Beaufort Castle, snapped up by the founder of Stagecoach, 1.3 million. But Lord Lovett has vowed to buy it back. People always do that, don't they? We sell it, and then we want to buy it back years later. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just one of those things. But, I thought ramblers are lovely, aren't they? Not really. They're just people who want to go walking across your land. Because Chris, the producer, he's a Scottish aristocrat. He owns a bit of land somewhere in Scotland, which makes him a laird in Scottish law. I would move peasants like Thomas off, but what I own is literally 1 square foot. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how big it is, does it? Thomas, we had this. He's got the deeds. I wanted a piece of the moon. He can put up a shop on his 1 square foot if he wants to. As long as the actual base of it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once he's got the base of it, as long as it's a foot square, and then you can branch up. So that means it's fine. It's only because you're Scottish that you're sort of being a little bit... Well, he doesn't want to ask permission, does he? He does not want to ask people permission. He's going to ride roughshod through it because we're the British, and we always win. And you what? He's going to build on Aberdeen. There you go. Sounds a great thing to do, doesn't it? Learner drivers are flummoxed by the theory test. Have you heard this one? Okay, you won't know the answer, but I'm going to try it anyway. Following a car collision, someone has suffered a burn. The burn needs to be cooled. Given that one of the below is correct, what's the shortest time it should be cooled for? Following a car collision, somebody has suffered a burn. The burn needs to be cooled. Given that one of the below is correct, what's the shortest time it should be cooled for? A, 5 minutes, B, 10 minutes, C, 15 minutes, or D, 20 minutes? And the answer is 5 minutes. It's not, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's B, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes! So there you go, I didn't know that. Did you know that? No. And, my good friend Lynn is in a place called Kalkan, which is in Turkey. She said at 8:50 a.m., that's how far ahead they are over there. Oh, it's lovely, it's very pretty. She sent me a picture of the bar, which of course is very appropriate. She said, you'd love it. 27 degrees at this time at 8:50. She said, have you still got the Rich List magazine from Sunday? Heard you talk about it. I haven't. Somebody pinched it. I lost it. I was so cross. The photo is from my bedroom. Wow. Very pretty, very quiet. Mind you, it is 8:50. 27 degrees. You be careful out. I've told her. She's on strict instructions. Don't talk to strangers and don't accept drinks. But, kind of losing that. So, Doris Day, front page of all the papers. The man who spent 100 million on a voyage to the bottom of the sea. Instant fines, wait for this one, for drivers who leave cars running. Drivers who repeatedly leave their car engines running whilst parked could be given instant fines. What? Oh, what do you mean whilst parked? What do you mean parked? I mean, I understand... Oh, right, you've stopped by the side. Oh, you've got to turn it off, have you? We had a thing the other day around our way. They were doing, yes, and it was traffic lights, and they said turn engine off. Traffic lights. Pfft, I ignored that one totally. I'm obviously becoming a bit of a rebel, I've decided. Yeah, it said turn your engine off if the light is red. I think not. I'm sure it's bad to keep stopping and starting an engine. Daily Mirror. Dumped, Martin Clunes. Jeremy Kyle guest kills himself after failing the lie detector test. Farewell to Doris Day, 97. She was the girl who basically told you that it was all going to be fine. And that is it for this morning. So I think we've dealt a lot with everything. I think we've sorted the world out, really. All these big companies who are advertising on the Jeremy Kyle show. And if they're more than happy with it, if all of a sudden I was exposed as a porn star or some... Yeah, all right. Everybody looking at me like, well, that's... Yes, we know that Ollie's got friends in that particular business. I had a documentary once. It aired on... Where was it? I think it must have been in Amsterdam, and it was the making of a pornographic film. My God, it's boring. Seriously, it is very, very boring. But Ollie has some friends... No, I'm not going to... Oh, she's been out... Oh, lots of films. There you go. We're the most experienced person you've ever met in your life, I should imagine. I don't know. Do you think she does Babe Station? Have you ever seen Babe Station, Ollie? Yeah. Oh, she might do. Oh, you're right. Your life is unravelling by the day, isn't it? Every day that there's sort of another revelation from poor Ollie. And for some reason, he's now being followed by people in the adult entertainment industry. That's what we have to call it now. We don't call it I think years ago they called them porn stars. But I think now they're in the adult entertainment. And apparently it's supposed to be, because there's a famous actor whose father is a porn star. Yeah, Tiger Drew Honey. His father's been making films for donkey's years, and apparently that seems to be, and his mother as well, I believe. His mother, whose name's Lindsay Drew, isn't it? Is it Lindsay? His father. Yes, his father has another name. We know that. Just think of the industry you could get yourself into, Ollie. I mean, I'm quite worried about this. Have you been talking to these people? Have you had no? Oh, you had one on the show. Oh, right, because she was on the Jeremy Kyle show. Everybody's on the Jeremy Kyle show. I've never been on it myself. She was... Oh, right, an advisor. An advisor on what? On sex and relationships. Dear. And you put her on air? You put her on air? Oh, right, she was really good. Well, I'm delighted to hear it. I'm thrilled for you. I don't really know what to say, really. Just think of that money you've wasted on alcohol all these years. Could have had a much nicer time. Yes. It's so bizarre, isn't it, really? Because we still get excited about guests on programmes. You hear somebody on a programme and you go, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. And we've had some guests over the years who've been not just near the edge, they've been over the other side of the edge. And you sit there listening to it, and you think, for some people, it's probably quite... I mean, I know that because of the time that we're on, and for Darren as well, there'll be lots of people driving home from clubs, who work in clubs, who are strippers. There's probably no end of strippers, adult entertainers, people who are working... you know, hookers and lesbian and things like that. There are all sorts of people out there. But, oh, you met a woman in a taxi? What, you just climbed in and there she was? It was Uber Pools, what's that? Oh, you share a taxi. Oh, right. I can't hear you, you're not pushing your button. Oh, if you're mean, you share a taxi. And you don't know who it is, do you? And you shared with... Oh, right. Oh, she was a house mother at Stringfellows. Oh, right. Good Lord. I bet it was. So did you get a free invite to go up there and have a look? It's very expensive. You have to be very careful if you go to these sort of clubs. If you're paying for lap dancing, you can seriously drain your bank account. There was that poor lad who went out to celebrate his 18th birthday. What did he run up? 3,600. 3.5 grand on his credit card. In fact, the only reason he stopped was because they declined the credit card after he'd reached his limit. And that was 18. He was picturing his room going, oh my God. He was paying like 450 quid a time because he wanted 2 or 3 girls dancing. I don't want to see you in places like that, Ollie. And everybody else listening as well. I don't think it's necessary. I'd rather you stayed at home and did maybe some colouring in or something in a book. I mean, because God knows there's cameras everywhere. God knows you'd have to be so careful nowadays. I mean, even on the top of a bus. And certainly in Uber, a lot of Uber cars have got cameras, haven't they, I believe? It's very worrying, isn't it? Very worrying. OK, go now. You know why? I've got a date, haven't I? Got a date, I can tell. Freebie taxi. So anyway, so just going back. So that was a guest that Ollie booked. Was it for Darren's programme? Oh, for Ian Payne the night before last. So she was somebody... Because now, open up the newspapers for today, as you probably discovered, and it's all the people who've been on the Jeremy Kyle show who haven't said a word up until now, but now they're coming out saying, oh, we were treated badly. We're running a clip on the news, some bloke saying you were locked in your dressing room, but, well, I've never heard of that before on a TV programme. If you walk out, they've got spare guests, don't worry. So I'm never too sure about people who claim to have done certain things. And it's the attention factor, isn't it? Now, if somebody hadn't committed suicide, and we don't know if the result of the lie detector test was the thing that pushed him over the edge, and so he committed... We don't know that. That's why Jeremy Kyle, quite wisely, is not saying anything at the moment. What's the point? He doesn't want to get himself in a whole hot piece of bother over this, because he's been shouting at people for 10 years. He's been shouting at them. You know, they bring people on, people run onto the stage, people swear every 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, and we all sit there and watch it. It's trash television. As I say, why nobody has ever turned round to him? Some of these big burly blokes with tattoos all over their faces, why they've not turned round and laid him out, I've got no idea. And it's because they're playing the game. The game is, some families, as I said yesterday, have been on 4 or 5 times. They seem to like that attention. Then there was somebody else saying, I didn't like the attention, he embarrassed me and this kind of thing. Well, why didn't you say something at the time? Why come out years later and say, oh, this happened to me and that happened to me? You know, we had this bloke's, is she ex-wife of this bloke who committed suicide, or was she fiancée or something like that? She was on the television the other day because she's done an interview with The Sun, sobbing her eyes out, but with what I call the dry tears. So we're doing the, oh, it's awful, kind of, but I'm thinking, but wait a minute, you must have seen this show before. You must have realised what they do on that show. And the idea is to get some sort of, basically without a fight going on, some antagonism and bad language and people throwing things and shouting obscenities. That's what they want. That's what they want. And they want it on loads of programmes. Seriously. They would be wanting it on Big Brother, which they did. You know, many's the time you turn on to see Rylan with a baying audience in the studio of numpties who is sort of going, oh, we hate so-and-so. You're made to hate certain people. Who was talking about the big, it might have been Darren actually, talking about the very first Big Brothers, where nobody knew, because he'd found an interview with Craig that he'd done, who now appears on Ideal World, doing paint spraying and stuff like that. And he very cleverly gave his money away to charity. Nowadays, they can't wait to grasp it and then show you their boobs and bits and pieces, or, you know, I've had my stomach stapled. They have to keep up the momentum, and the momentum is the insatiable urge that the British public seem to have for trash people. The people who go to Love Island, wander about in their bikinis. Oh, yeah, of course I'll sleep with you. I'll sleep with anybody, but I'll sleep with you for the purposes of the programme. Then they come out, and then they dump them. That was like Danny Dyer, all over again. The fake relationship, you know, and now what does she do for a living? Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. She's on another holiday. On another holiday. And you think to yourself nowadays, this is going to come back and bite you on the eye. I hope you've made loads of money, love. I hope you made loads of money. Because I'd hate to see you getting into the same state as poor old Jordan, who's in a dreadful state. Daniela Westbrook can't get arrested for love nor money, although she might. But all these sort of people, their life's losers. We seem to like losers in this country. We watch trash television. And so, you know, Jeremy Kyle ripped into my suicidal father. Well, how did he get through the net? That's what I don't understand. If they're supposed to have these vetting procedures, I mean, admittedly, we don't do it on radio either. There's no vetting procedure to see whether you are of sound mind and body. You know, I go through swings and roundabouts. Sometimes I get very angry about certain things, and somebody won't like it because they'll be a supporter of that. And you do find support. There'll be people, I've heard them already on LBC. I love the Jeremy Kyle show. He's great. Well, ITV love him as well. They must have done. They kept him on air for all those years, and he's been doing the same act. It's not changed. It's not. If anything, it's probably got a little bit more violent. But we sit there and watch it. It's only had this person not died, he'd still be on air. It's only because somebody died that he's not on air. That's the reason. They reacted very quickly. It's like the police were going to investigate Danny Baker, and I thought, oh, you're not serious about it, are you? And of course now they've decided no, they're not going to do anything. Like, you know, everybody was telling me the first one. I'm sure the police have got much better things to do. Much better things. And Matt says, thought of you last night. Yeah, result for the up the Aston. Yeah, we were all there for that, weren't we? That was great. I was very impressed. Very, very, very happy. And I didn't even know they were playing last night. Steve, am I being cynical? Says Jane. The people that want to take part in reality shows want their 15 minutes of fame and are now, you know, taking to the media, I was a guest on the Jeremy Kyle show for another snippet of fame. Yes, there are people like that. Apparently, the Jeremy Kyle show is the best rated daytime show for ITV, better than This Morning. God knows what their budget is. Even the producers quite... I mean, I couldn't tell you what their budget would be. What would that be? 200,000 a show? You've got 2 presenters' fees, the guests' fees, a set, camera... There must be 30 people working on This Morning, at least. And that's... If Jeremy Kyle has got 250,000 at best, I tell you need to invest more money in radio. Far more money in radio. We got tons more listeners than Jeremy Kyle's got viewers. And that's supposed to be a top-rated show. 250,000. I don't think so. Steve, 1.5 billion. Jackie says, how did they prove it was the weed? Oh, it's in an American court. Of course they proved it. Some people would probably take the risk of the cancer just to get this sort of payout. I don't know, 1.5 billion. 9 out of 10 times these cases go to the American court. The court awards somebody £1 billion or 2 billion or 10, it doesn't matter what it is, because the end result is they won't get anything. They won't get anything like that when it comes out. There was a man who took Rock Hudson to court years and years ago. In fact, there was a book which I did on LBC in like an interview format. And that was somebody who took him to court because Rock Hudson, knowing that he was HIV positive, had a fling with this person, and then Rock Hudson died. So in the American court, Rock Hudson was represented by a chair. An empty chair sat there, and that's where he would have sat had he still been alive. But he wasn't, and the person got awarded whatever it was. He never got that sum of money. Ron said, surely the people on the Jeremy Kyle show humiliated themselves on national television for the money. I don't think there's any money in it. I'm pretty certain there's no money. Why would you want to pay somebody to be vile and have all their teeth knocked out and a tattoo put on? I don't think they get paid. There might be something like travel expenses. You know, so in other words, if you actually had to get the train to... It's filmed in Nottingham, isn't it, I think? Or is it Manchester? Manchester or Nottingham? We think it's Manchester. And there would be expenses, and they'll get an overnight stay in a hotel with cooked breakfast in the morning, and then they basically bang their head against a brick door, so they've knocked a few sort of more teeth out, and then they appear on the programme. But it's a programme designed to get an audience. Do not forget that ITV make this show because they want to get an audience. And why do they want to get an audience? Because they want to get the advertisers in. Why do they want to get the advertisers in? Because they want the money. You know, this is what's commonly known as the business as a bit of an inconvenience. But we don't know what the state of this man's mind was like. Either way, Jeremy Kyle will be sitting at home, nothing to do. They won't be filming anything with him because they said, and people on television yesterday were saying, people in the business, you know, he's been doing this for a long time, and they should have stopped it ages ago. But why would they when they're making so much money out of it? You know, I wouldn't like to imagine how much it generates. But all these advertisers, these big name advertisers, they're not piddly little companies. These are major companies. They obviously don't mind being associated with that. And the salesman would have to go out there and sell something. You know, would you like to appear on the Jeremy Kyle show? It's got loads of people watching, and the spin-off is this. And they go, oh, yeah, we'll do that. And so all these big companies, can't remember what they are. I should have actually written them down ages and ages ago. But they don't mind advertising on programmes like that. So who's at fault? Us for watching it. Me for talking about it. But there again, I get paid for talking about it. Corrie legend Helen Worth says she's hanging on in there on the cobbles. And what's on the verge of extinction? Koalas. Koala bears. Not the fluffy little things you think they are. They can rip yourself to pieces. Oh, by the way, we found out the Jeremy Kyle guests do not get paid. They get travel, hotel and meal expenses while in Manchester, but not a fee, which is exactly what I said. Why would you listen, you can find enough dingbats to appear on a television programme. You really can. You don't need to pay a fee. Some people do expect a fee. I think the BBC do pay fees. I think the Terry Wogan show used to pay fees. But the good thing was he owned the cab company that brought the guests in, so he was quids in both sides. The sad thing is, says Anthony, that we as a human race haven't really progressed from the days of watching gladiators fight to the death or going to the freak shows in the Victorian era. These programmes like Jeremy Kyle survive because they're feeding a population that are entertained by watching people suffer. Of course, the more they suffer, the happier we are. Who can forget Sarah What's-Her-Face from Girls Aloud, who had her breakdown in the Big Brother house because they foolishly gave her alcohol, knowing she was an alcoholic. And they gave her alcohol. I didn't see anybody there going, well, I'm sorry, you knew she was an alcoholic. Why are you giving her booze? So Sarah had her public breakdown and screamed and shouted obscenities. She's disappeared now. But there are loads of people like that in the business. Loads of them. They'll turn up because now people air their problems on television. So you stick somebody on Big Brother, not anymore, thank God, and then they go, oh, right, so we put them on Big Brother, what do we do with them now? Well, you just hope they have a meltdown. And Sarah Harding had a meltdown. Vanessa Feltz had a meltdown. All these people have had meltdowns on television, and that's what gets them the coverage. The more rude and the more obscene they are, the more they get newspaper coverage. The papers are just as guilty by putting these people in there and turning them into celebrity. How many times have I said to you, I'm looking at all this stuff which we take off the internet to record my little bit extra. The amount of times they call some old dingbat from Love Island or wherever it is a star, the more you realise we're doomed. Absolutely doomed. We've already had 38 people, 36 people. You know, it's ridiculous. Dave O'Brien was very supportive of Jeremy Kyle show producers and the man himself. Well, but he always does that. He always does that. He always takes the opposing view. That's what makes it work. He always says to me, and I told him about this. I told him about it. Mind you, there's I must tell the producer, actually, there's a lovely bit in one of the papers today. It's so funny. In fact, it's so funny as to, I can't do it on the programme because it's quite funny. And you're going to love it. Tommy? No, this is something. Oh, where is it? I can't find the blooming thing. I will find it because it's so funny. You'll laugh. Certain people will not be laughing. Certain people will not. Which paper is it? Wait a minute before we go to the breaks. I don't know how long I've got in the break, so I've got to make sure I've got enough time to do this thing for the boys. Oh, we're talking about Blackpool Tower, 125 years old, and Barry Manilow's gay secret. Never have guessed it, would you? Never have guessed it at all. Also, wait a minute. Well, I tell you what we'll do. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, yes. Found it. I can't do it on the programme, and you'll know why. So, Dave O'Brien was very supportive of Jeremy Kyle, show producers, and the man himself, and called those slacking the show off, says Zach, as witch hunters doing the witch hunting. Yeah, but you're always going to get that, aren't you? I mean, he might like the show. He also claims its audience was actually 1.5 million viewers. Unfortunately not. Sometimes it does get an audience that big. What we looked at was last week's viewing figures from Barb, who measure TV audiences, and it was nowhere. I mean, you're pushing 250,000, about 250,000, which, if this show only got 250,000, I might as well give up now and go home, 'cause it's not working. Of course, This Morning didn't even feature. So their audience must be even smaller. It's taped at Media City in Salford, in Greater Manchester. But it doesn't matter, if James O'Brien wants to say, the show, is picked on by witch hunters. Somebody died as a result. I'm pleased that he can afford to dismiss it like that and say it's not the producers. But as I said before, they've been doing this for years. It's only now, because somebody's died, that they've come back and gone, we have to take it off the air immediately. Why didn't they do it 10 years ago? Because they were happily raking in the money. Jeremy Kyle and other reality shows are good old-fashioned Victorian freak show entertainment, Steve. Deep down, it's what people want to see. Ironically, such shows are most popular with those types being exhibited. Well, as I say, you only had to watch Rylan, with his little audience of freaky people sitting there discussing who they liked or didn't like on Big Brother, and, did you like that fight that they had there the other day? That was, great, wasn't it? And you think to yourself, not really, no. When you actually analyse it, be different if old Pip Schofield turned round and smacked Holly Willoughby in the face, and we went, my God, that's violent, isn't it? We go, yeah, but it's only entertainment. Or Lorraine Kelly stood up and started spouting 4-letter words, because she is only acting, remember. The passing of Doris Day, says Jenna, is of course very sad, but it reminds me of my wonderful grandmother, who used to sing Que Sera, Sera in the kitchen when she was cooking. Oh. It was a very popular song of its time. Que Sera, Sera, whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que Sera, Sera, whip crack away, whip crack away. Oh, the Deadwood stage is coming. I just thought she was good. She made you feel like there was hope at the end of the rainbow, which is what we said yesterday. Around 7 years ago, I was paid, says Ron, 300 quid to appear on Holby City as an extra. All I did was sit in a car reading a newspaper for 5 hours. Lord. You see, but that's it. Certain people do get paid fees. If you're an expert on a television programme, you'll be on a fee. They'll send a car for you and a fee. But I'm slightly disturbed that This Morning doesn't seem to get an audience at all, or if it is, it's very small. Very small. It doesn't even feature in the Barb things. And yet Jeremy Kyle, sometimes 1.5 million, most of the time under 250,000. That's the difference. At least radio is more consistent. Radio is very consistent. Dev says, now and again I watch Judge Rinder, as it's a humorous show and everybody has a good laugh, as opposed to a Jeremy Kyle, which is absolutely pedantic and crass. I'm happy I've steered away from it, from watching for the last 2 years, as I see it, the same way that you do. But this is the funny thing, isn't it? ITV have reacted, and they've gone, we're going to stop it. It's been like this for years. It hasn't just started being like this. This is an ongoing process. It's a programme evolving. Eventually you might get somebody coming on shooting somebody. John Warrington, my friend, says it's Chinese Amanda's birthday. Says, don't ask why I'm awake. I won't. So Chinese Amanda's birthday today. We should have so much fun with Chinese Amanda. I bumped into her at the railway station about 2 years ago now. She was going to a funeral. It's always typical, isn't it? You always bump into somebody at a railway station and they're going off to a funeral. But yes, Chinese Amanda came to a lot of our shows. course she did, because she was the producer of the programme. I worked out the other day, I've had so many producers. Somebody said, is it because you're not very popular? No, they just get fed up with me, I think, after a while. They think, oh, we'd quite like to work on something else. I don't know where they go to from here. They all... Is it the time of day? Oh, it's the time of day, apparently. Oh, God. There's a bit of a worry, isn't there? Well, anyway, have a great weekend, and perhaps catch you in the future. That'd be good, won't it? Woo! I don't care. Seriously, not going to bother me in any way, shape or form. I try not to get physically involved. Well, not physically involved, obviously, but I try not to get involved with people. HR, yes, they've told me about that. Do not get physical with the producers. Well, you know. Although, actually, I found some clothing today for Thomas. He was very pleased. His little tear welled up in his eye. He's got that conjunctivitis back again. And he went, oh, that's nice, thank you. And he's going to take them home, because they're only going to be thrown away. So it's better that he can take full advantage. I found a giant duvet cover. Even Rachel Gerrish hadn't seen a duvet cover this big. She said, what is it? I said, well, it looks like a duvet cover. It's got all the different... I think it's got all the logos on for Make Some Noise and bits. Well, that's what I thought it had, but I didn't look at it because it was so big, it just stretched your arms out. Still to come, flying first class and having your name on the door at work are signs you've made it. Thomas, make me a name for my door. Steve Allen's Studio. And then I will feel important. That's the kind of thing you need now. The Steve Allen Memorial Studios, it's going to be called. Oh, dear, I don't know. Rihanna uses a Sainsbury's bag for life. That was the story. Rihanna goes to the toilet, rivetingly dull. Thank you very much indeed. So Rihanna uses a Sainsbury's bag for life. I use loads of bags for life. I use them as rubbish bags. That's what I do with them. I take them home, hang them on a hook in the kitchen, put the rubbish in there. It's only 10p or 15p. I couldn't care less. What else do we have? Oh, yes, drivers. That's you and me, who leave engines running while stuck in traffic, could get an instant fine for emissions. Well, who's going to come along the line of a traffic sitting there going, right, your engine's still on? What a ridiculous thing. Have you ever heard anything so stupid in your entire life? And Barry Manilow, his gay secret. Well, he's gay. Apparently he said he couldn't come out years ago, but he said he feels comfortable coming out now. He has a boyfriend who sort of, I mean, Barry Manilow doesn't quite... He's doing Hyde Park, I believe, in the summer. So that'll be nice. All the fans will be out there. Her name was Lola. Well, what he's really saying is, my name was Lola. I was a showgirl. That's what it was. I mean, the funny thing was, everybody knew Barry Manilow was gay. He started his life working in the bathhouses in New York. The bathhouses, apparently, were where a lot of men went, and you would go and sit in saunas and then meet people. And he used to be the one tinkling the ivories, which was very nice. As indeed, tinkling the ivories. Have you ever heard of tinkling the ivories? No, it's a gay expression. And there was a lot of it went on in the bathhouses. And you know who used to sing with him? Bette Midler. Bette Midler used to sing in bathhouses. Obviously very popular. We don't have them anymore now, Thomas, so no chance of you singing. But somebody was asked you to come and sing upstairs the other day. Did you get that message? Charlie Gerling said she was a little bit interested to hear that you sang and thought before we book any more guests, you need to go and do a rendition for them upstairs on the showbiz desk. And I was tempted. Bookings are going to go through the choir. Is it just called the choir? You're not telling me the name. He's not telling us, Charlie, the name of the choir. I suspect it's called The Choir, or My Choir, or something like that. LBC, imagine my reaction, says Julie, when 5 minutes into the show, my delicate little ears were waking up to lovely Steve Allen talking about strippers, lap dancing and porn. Thank God you're back to normal 15 minutes later. Well, surprisingly, I've had a couple of text messages. One from Will Guyot. He says, people get paid to be on the radio as experts. He does. Oh, right. Because he's put a question mark after it. Does he get paid? You get paid, Will. You get paid. And he sent another one in. He says, I am up working. Definitely not a stripper or a club worker. I know. I've seen the pictures. I don't think anybody... seriously, I mean, I used to work with strippers years ago. All sorts of strippers. I've worked with only female strippers, actually. I didn't work with male strippers. In fact, most of the bars that I worked in as a DJ used to have topless dancers and things like that. I didn't think it was anything unusual, actually. I never see the point, Steve, of the Jeremy Kyle show. Who wants to watch other people's misery? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Everybody does. Everybody does. Life's depressing moments should be avoided, not relished. I'm glad it's been taken off. The viewers may find something to do with their time, which doesn't involve doom and gloom. Well, you can, I don't know, you can You can think about it, can't you, and think, is it doom and gloom, or are we laughing at them? Are we laughing at people on the television? Yes. Yes. Peter in Beckenham says 2 people have taken their lives after going on Love Island. Would they now shelve that programme? No, they're not shelving it. They wouldn't even consider shelving it. The advertisers obviously don't mind being associated with a programme that, for some people, is a little bit too much, pushes them over the edge. But we don't know whether it's the programme that makes them take their own lives. We didn't know about Mike at all. And as I said the other day, and I felt a bit guilty saying it, but to be honest with you, he was apparently involved with a restaurant. But when you see what it is, it just looks like a little cafe. And they were going, of course, he really would have wanted, the cafe to open. I thought, well, obviously not. Obviously not. Ron says, I know it's staged for TV, but why would anybody appear on a programme like Judge Judy? Because they get money. They get money. She awards money on that programme. Because generally it's a dispute about money. So somebody will say, you ruined somebody's car, you reversed into it on your drive. What were the bills? 3,300. And then she'll say, basically, the court's decided in your favour in the amount of $3,300. Thank you very much indeed. And that's what they get. But you have to make sure, it doesn't matter if this case has been to a court before, you go to another court and Judge Judy's decision is final. In that, it's a made-for-television programme. You can't then take it further after that. It finishes with that one. How on earth can audience numbers be counted anyway? Radio and TV, says Hillary. They go 1, 2, put your hand down, 2, 3, and so it goes on like that. No. We can see you. I can see where you're coming from. If the moment you send in a text or an email, I know it tells me immediately on my screens exactly where you are coming from. I know, exactly. And there was one earlier on. I pointed. I said, "No, that one there. That one's come back before." Discussed it. I found a troll actually yesterday. I think it's on. It went. Obviously, they must have trolled before because it went straight into the junk box. I think it's the top one. You'll love it. It's ever so funny. They're obviously mad as a fruitcake, but in America they get worse. They get worse, as you'll hear on my Little Bit Extra today. That's the one about that person. Yeah. Vile person, isn't she? Whew, dear. What's her name? I can't remember what her name was. It's a made-up name, I know. They generally are, actually. They have to hide, because they know damn well that, you'll pursue it further. Watched Calamity Jane last night. Doris much missed, says little Julie. Yeah, she was that person. She was cutesy. She was cutesy, which I liked. Given the opening up of us all on mental health-related issues, it's Jeremy Kyle's formulaic Misery Fest show, akin to the Victorians visiting asylums. Really still viable? Well, I mean, I know we ask that question, and Dave O'Brien kind of supports him, but then he would do, he's probably hoping he'll phone up, but he won't. There's no chance he'll be phoning up and telling him anything at all. ITV would have told him to be quiet until we've sorted all this out. That's how it works. And it's a clever way of trying to get an audience. You say black, I say white. I say white, you say black. So it goes on. And it's all a bit tragic. But obviously ITV love it. They've kept it going for years. Years. It produces an awful lot of revenue. And it's only now that they've had to sort of pull their fingers out and go, oh my God, we seem to be doing something. But whether taking it off solves the problem, I've got no idea. Think of all those poor people who were so destined to go on the show this week, going up there for their filming. The hotels were booked. All that's got to be cancelled. All the hotels, all the cars, all the food. The homemade chicken liver pate. Phil says, still heading towards Marseille. I'm now in Les Grands Massifs Central. I think that means the big bit in the middle. Decided to feel all English last night, so dig out my Miss Marple box set with Margaret Rutherford. It's only a few one, isn't it? Yes, it's only a few. We like Margaret Rutherford. And in fact, her husband, Stringer Davis, who appeared in so many of her shows. The Ron Goodwin music. Dun 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 dun. Pretty good. Takes you back to the 60s. Life seemed better. Police cars with bells, and everybody was a sir or a madam or a miss. I've got your book with me on this trip as well, so plenty to do on my off time. That's what it should be like, shouldn't it? That's what it should be like. Do you know that we consume 5 billion bananas every year? Obviously not all of us do 5 billion bananas, but they all come from a single variety created, I think about 180 years ago by the Duke of Devonshire's gardener. But you might be losing them. There's a blight which is hitting bananas, because once the banana has fruited, they cut it down and plant another one. They only fruit for the one season, as far as I remember. The reality TV backlash grows. And And the man who took his own life, Steve Diamond, lay undiscovered for days in his flat. For days. I would like to think that if anything ever happened to me, they would find me a lot quicker than days, because they'd be going, wait a minute, where is it? The car's waited outside and racked up no end of overtime on that one. But it's a shame. It's a shame, really. I mean, we don't know how he committed suicide, but Theresa May says she was concerned. Dear, you know it's going to go bad, don't you? Very old story in The Sun today from Howell Davis, their senior Bazaar reporter, about Lady Gaga asking June Brown to go clubbing. I did that story nearly 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. How come The Sun are so blooming late? Very bad news. Very bad news. Model Natalie Gelber. She's Russian. She looks like she could be one of those Victoria's Secret people, or as I prefer to call it, take your clothes off for money. Gulf War veteran Fergus Kenny went on the Kyle show thinking he'd be reunited with his estranged daughter Hayley, but the audience booed him and Kyle called him a disgrace. Well, what'd you go on it for then? I mean, you know what the show is. Come on. Let's play the game, shall we? That Steve Diamond had been dumped by his fiancée, lost his job, and had a warrant out for his arrest before he appeared on the show. And then she appears on television yesterday doing the crying without tears, which I've never quite understood. And it was an interview that she's done for the papers. So the digger driver first split with Jane in February after she accused him of cheating with his ex. He went on the show in an attempt to prove to Jane she was wrong, but less than a week after the breakup, he was sacked from his job at an airfield in Hants after accidentally knocking down a timber barrier. And that sort of went all the way through until he was found in his Portsmouth bedsit last month. So he'd appeared on the programme, failed the lie detector test. He'd been dumped by his fiancée, lost his job, and had a warrant out for his arrest. On what? I've got no idea. And this didn't throw up anything. This didn't throw up. He also he'd been ordered to pay nearly £6,000 compensation in 1997 for 2 counts of theft. He was due before JP's in Southampton. The monthly split from Jane for the non-payment of £4,329, but he did a no-show. Well, how did they not find this out? How did they not find this out before they put him on the programme? He was an accident waiting to happen. ITV have launched a review into the episode. A spokesman said a comprehensive assessment is carried out on all guests. Well, obviously not. He had a history. Sacked from his job, failed the lie detector, accused of cheating, owed money in court for theft. Throughout filming, participants are supported by the guest welfare team. After filming has ended, all the guests are seen by a member of the team. Hello, thank you. Can you sign that for us? Goodbye. See you later. Dwayne Davidson took an overdose owing to the sustained abuse he received after the show. The 27-year-old who suspected his partner of cheating. They all go on there, don't they, for their lie detector. They seem to be obsessed with lie detectors. Dorman Dwayne said he was attacked in the street after his appearance in 2014 and 2015 and still gets abused daily on social media. He says, in 2018, I tried to take my own life because it all just became too much. I was incredibly miserable because of the show. All sorts of people coming forward. The founder of the Jeremy Kyle Show lie detector company has a criminal record and quit the British Polygraph Association after he was caught out lying to cops. Good Lord, there's no end to this. So, will it axe? I would think so. I don't think they can do anything else. I seriously don't think there is a way out of it. You know, will our relationship survive 2 lie detectors and a DNA test? And so they sit there, and then some bloke stands up to Jeremy Kyle, who stands there knowing that they're not going to do anything, but they're looking for a reaction. They're looking for somebody who's going to make it look as though it's really dangerous to go on the show. These people are crims. It's just, it's pandering. It's pandering, really. Jolene says, I've got a phobia of bananas. Oh, right. Ron says, perhaps the driver picking you up this morning would get an instant fine for keeping his engine running. He didn't keep his engine running. When did you hear that? Didn't keep his engine running. I stood there by the side of the road. He turned the corner. I get notification, your driver has arrived. He turns the corner. Oh, on the day I don't come out the door. Oh, right, on the day I don't... Well, I mean, who cares? Seriously. I mean, somebody will happen... What will happen is the driver will phone here and say he didn't... I couldn't pick him up this morning. The producer will go... Oh, wait a minute, I'll find somebody to cover the show. And then they'll say, right, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? I'll tell you what I have to do, and I should have done it ages... I've done an extra button. I should have done it ages ago. I should write a list of phone numbers of important people that need to be called, in the event of my non-appearance. It's a fun morning, isn't it? Well, happy. Happiness. Jeremy Kyle, in his book, I'm Only Being Honest, says Ian, talks about the counselling he received for his gambling addiction that wrecked his first marriage and also bankrupted him. I wonder if his therapist shouted at him in a room full of 200 jeering strangers. What goes round comes round. Yes, he was addicted. He's been pictured going into gambling dens. James in Silver End says, I used to like watching Jeremy Kyle. On my days off, it always made me try and ensure my life would never sink that low, pardon me. Why don't they bring back the show Would Like to Meet? I've never even heard of it. No, some are very shy and lacked essential social skills for getting a lover. Oh. I don't really think we can do anything for you, Christopher. I don't know where that goes. I've never even heard of it. Would Like to Meet is a British reality television dating series. First is that 20 years ago, for goodness sake? They had Tracy Cox, a relationship expert, and Esther Ranson was on it. And they had all sorts of people who want to meet other people. Oh, right. It was broadcast 2008, made by Talkback Thames, the company that produced the original series. It was 6-parted, features 12 past contributors. Each programme, one of them was a 41-year-old virgin and different things, and then people sort of went on there, basically, and went, I'm looking for somebody. I've always said, if you want to find somebody, join a choir. It's always very popular, actually, because they can't run away. And when you're all standing, go, nymphs and shepherds, gone away, I'm away, I'm away. Bye, 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 Delilah. I know a choir I could join as well, but they won't let me in. They've obviously got some... I think that's discrimination. I think that's blatant discrimination. What's different about me? I can sing. I can hold a tune. I saw the knife in her hand, and she laughed no more. Huh? I can do it with acting as well. I can do the whole thing, yeah. I'm a pink toothbrush, you're a blue toothbrush. I do dancing. I've got running. Why is there running? Why would there be running in a choir? That's just stupid. I can do dancing. Probably a lot better than you can. You just sort of... I've seen your dancing in here. Old man dancing from Nottingham. Like that. Honestly, I've seen Triffids more animated than you. The banana variety is called Cavendish, says Constantine. Well, there you go. How's your garden? A little bit sad at the moment. I think it's popped up. Well, it started popping up, but it's a bit blooming slow. Might have to get out today and start doing a bit more watering when I get back. I'm being a bit lazy this week, but occasionally you have to do it. Occasionally you have to be a little bit lazy because you need to recharge your battery. Apparently there's a film made loosely based on Barry Manilow and Bette Midler called The Ritz. Oh, I saw it. Yes, I have seen The Ritz. Rita Moreno, very funny. Strangely also starred Peter Butterworth. Yes, it was a film about the New York bathhouses. I don't know why everybody didn't realise that Barry Manilow was gay. But as he said... if he'd come out as gay in the early part of his career, then he probably wouldn't have been as successful. So that's why. But I don't think people bother now. I think he comes from a generation where people would bother about it, but nobody cares nowadays. If they really do care, it means they're gay themselves. Why would you worry about somebody else being gay if it doesn't feature in your life? It's like, I don't want to eat fish and chips. Well, don't eat fish and chips. I don't like bananas. Well, don't eat bananas. Honestly, people are so drippy nowadays, aren't they? Break. 11 minutes, you can help me out on this thing. You can help me out on this bit, because yesterday we had an experience. We finished the programme, as we normally do. It's 7 o'clock. Thank you very much indeed. Be back tomorrow morning at 4. Have a great day. Love you loads. All that kind of thing. And we weren't any later than usual, maybe a couple of minutes. So we walked down to the bus stop, which is outside the Garrick Theatre. The bus we're waiting for is the 176. So we stand there. And we're standing there and we're chatting. I said, how far away is the bus? He went, it's 7 minutes or something like that. So moved on a little bit. So now it's got to 20 past. Still no sign of a bus. Then it got to 7:34, I think. So, which is about the latest. And so far, there was no 176. You knew about it. Why didn't you say something to us? We stood there for half an hour. Well, anyway, so we're there. So we're looking. I said, how far away is the bus? He went, it's 7. I said, this is ridiculous. And then we looked up at the bus stop, and it went, this bus stop is not operating. They weren't digging the road up or anything else like that. So we stand there, It's now 20 to 8 in the morning. I've grown a beard. He's fed up. There's nowhere to sit down. And so I go, OK, fine. And then we suddenly worked out, well, he did, I didn't, it didn't cross my mind, that we hadn't seen any buses coming down the road at all. Normally we get to see the 20, and you knew about this, you're dead, the 24, the 29, and the 176. Normally you get 4 of them, then you get the 176, so we're standing there. But I said, we better go to the other bus stop. So we walk to the other bus stop. By this time, I'm practically on my last legs. If I'd known you knew, I'd have made you piggyback me all the way down to the station. But anyway, we go to the next bus stop. Just as we get a little bit nearer on for the 139, it sails round the corner and miss it. So the next 139 is 9 minutes. Still no 176. Still no 176. So we're trying to work out why there is no 176 bus and where it's going to appear from. Because the bus stop we were actually at, in the end, because now it was heading towards midday, we now had to sort of go. He had to go to Charing Cross Station. I had to walk down past Charing Cross Station all the way to the Embankment Station at the bottom to get on a tube train. By the time I got to Waterloo, I was very fed up. So we'd wasted... and you knew, and we stood 30 minutes at the bus stop, and you didn't say to us, oh, you'll be going to the bus stop. I wouldn't bother, there's no buses. Where are you coming from? What? You came from the other direction? Were the buses on that one? No buses on that one either, and it didn't cross your mind. And we deliberately spoke to you at the end of the programme. We chatted to you, and not once did you mention there's a problem with the buses. In fact, I was talking to Joanne Webb. We had a few items of interest to talk about, and you sit there. Not once did you lean over and go, oh, by the way, you'll need to go somewhere else for the buses because there aren't any buses. You didn't. And also, she's the travel... Wait a minute, I've just thought about that. She could have told us. She's our travel reporter, and she didn't say that there's no... 30 minutes I was standing there. I've got blisters on my feet. We've been stitched up over that. Outrageous. And you never said a word to us. Did you not feel for him? Yeah. A right little rosser you are. That's an Aberdonian word. And, I mean, we were standing for ages. We looked at... And then it suddenly occurred to us we hadn't seen any buses. There were no buses at all. I mean, perhaps they just vanished for the day. It was very annoying. So does anybody know why there were no 176 buses coming? Put your hand down. We don't want to hear from you. I think what we should do is take you out into the Highlands, stake you out on the ground, pour honey over you, and then let ants do their worst. The painful death that never goes away. So you knew why there were no buses, did you? And what was the reason? Poppet, do tell. Roadworks outside the Hippodrome. And you couldn't bring yourself to tell us that. I mean, just before we go any further, at 5 to 5 in the morning, is there anything you want to tell us about the traffic in London today? Are the tubes all running? Are the buses going? Are the overground trains running on Network South East? Is there anything you know about the North Circular you want to share with us? Is there anything you can think of? Do not give excuses, just tell me. It's not... We stood for 30 minutes! If that had been raining yesterday, he would have been in a foul mood. You know... It's not part of the adventure. We've been doing the adventure for 40 years. We don't... Well, he's not. We don't have to... I don't need any more adventures at my age. Thank you very much indeed. God. And you knew roadworks outside the Hippodrome. So where did the buses go to? Well, did they just take the 176 off? And I mean, you know, kind of sod you live in Penge. That's your own problem. Where did it go to? I don't know where it diverts. Oh, right. Oh, right. You know, the other way it diverts... Oh, right. Well, that's fantastic. Right, you're off the show. I can't believe you didn't say anything to us. And you knew that we don't go to any other bus stop. Sorry to make a big thing about it, but, you know, you train them up well, you look after them, you feed them. And what do you get in return? Nothing. Nothing. You got the 176, did you really? I'm so pleased for you. I couldn't be happy. I can't believe you now rubbing our faces in it as well. Oh, I got the one. What time did you get the 176? Lunchtime. Lunchtime. 12:30, good. It didn't break down, did it? I'll make sure it does today, I tell you. Perfectly on time, very smooth ride, yes. Some people you just hate. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, the producers trained and nurtured him. He feels betrayed now. I mean, it'll be a subject of a court case, I should imagine. I mean, to be honest with you, we were so fed up, we'd run out of things to talk about at the bus stop. And we don't normally run out of things to talk about at the bus stop, but we ran out of things. I kept going, how many more minutes is it? And the answer is, it was as many minutes as there are in a year. because there was no bus arriving in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or 40. Yeah, the app lied to us. The bus will be here in 7 minutes. Yes, in your dreams. Small wonder, I tell you. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But anyway, we don't dwell on it. We've shouted. We've done our little bits and bits. It's a bit like the Jeremy Kyle show now. We've started shouting at people, but which we don't do normally. But next time you hear some important information about our journey home, I nearly sent him a text when I got in going, it was 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Because when I got to Waterloo Station, there were no trains because there was an incident at Putney where some fool had pushed the button. You could have told her. Well, you knew about Putney as well. So I had to get another train which stopped everywhere. It stopped everywhere. The Moon, Glastonbury, Stonehenge, you name it, this blooming train stopped everywhere. It was packed. By the time I got off at Richmond, I was caught up in the swirl of people getting off the train. It was terrible. Jeremy says, if they can't... Oh, it's not Jeremy writing to us already, is it? Oh, one up on O'Brien. If they cancelled all the trash TV, then unfortunately there'd be nothing left to watch, except perhaps Coronation Street. Well, do you know, they're not just watching Coronation Street, but they're using Coronation Street Vintage, which is quite nice. Did you not wonder why you were the only two waiting for a bus? We're always the only two waiting for a bus. Nobody ever uses that bus stop. They keep walking past us. Talking about the beard, Steve, we're still going to get a sponsored beard grow from you. 50 quid per follicle. Very bitter, very bitter. Why does the Kyle show use lie detectors? Courts don't accept them because they're unreliable, says Sue. Are they unreliable? I don't know. I mean, it's an old thing. They've used them before. It doesn't really matter. I think they're about 90% accurate or 99.9% accurate, something like that. Belong to the Steve Allen Early Breakfast Show on LBC. I don't mind if you're in bed. I have no problem with in bed or getting up for work or sitting in the bath, cogitating and thinking, oh, this water's got cold, I'm all wrinkly. And then you put some more hot water in and you go, oh, I feel much better now. It's coming up 4 minutes past 5 this Wednesday, the 15th of May, nearly at the end of May. And I think I've got a bit confused with my VAT. I should have sorted it out, but I haven't, and I need to speak to the accountant today because I think I might have missed the deadline for paying, and I think it's been changed. So I don't really know what I'm doing with it. It's the only time. Normally, you leave tax and everything else like that, but on this thing, I think the accountants had to buy an app or something. It's some new system. Apparently, he said, "Oh, mine's easy because I'm flat rate." Unfortunately, of course, I'm going into a complete panic. Then I've had the thing from the government. I don't know. I'll have to read that again and decide whether or not I'm going to have to phone them up and say, I don't need my pension, so just leave it in there. Don't make any, I don't know, whatever it's worth. Apparently it's, worth something, I suppose. Has to be at my age. Steve, I've tried twice to get onto the Kyle show. Both times I said, sorry, sir, you got too many teeth. See, the trouble is you can laugh about it, can't you? That's what people laughed about, the tattooed, toothless wonders that appeared on the programme. But unfortunately now it's become more serious. Now somebody has taken their own life. Although, to be brutally honest with you, and looking at, the fact that he owed all this money, the fact he just lost his job, the fact he'd been exposed on television as telling fibs, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But the other stuff is definitely true. They should have known about that. He was a vulnerable person. He was living in a bedsit. He was 60 plus. And when you get to that stage of life, 60 plus, and you don't see an end in sight, that can push you over. Whether or not the Jeremy Kyle show had a hand in it, I don't know. He seemed to have enough things going on. He had 2 court warrants out. He hadn't even bothered going to court. That could have been the thing that pushed him over the edge. When somebody, I can remember years and years ago, I didn't pay tax. I was like a corporate coffee shop. Because I was doing gigs in pubs and they were paying me cash. And so I didn't pay any tax. I didn't pay any tax at all because I didn't know how to go about it. And if you worried about something, I found it was easier to put it to one side. So every so often a letter would arrive for the Inland Revenue saying, well, I don't know what they said because I never opened them. I threw them away. I was one of those people who was in denial. And although we'd lived in Egypt for 2 years, so that was okay. It's an old gag, but we had to throw it in, didn't we? Come on, it's Wednesday. And so I remember and then at one point I was living in a place in London and sort of a big envelope arrived and it was from the tax office. They'd eventually found me because the companies who I'd been working for, I signed for it and then they put down my name and address of who they'd paid the money to so that they knew that the money had been paid out. And the bill that they were looking for... Is he smiling? He's smirking, isn't he? He's really... that blooming train thing, taxi thing has really annoyed me. Especially as he was sitting in an Uber which overtook a 176. So anyway, I get this, and it's a letter from the Inland Revenue, dear Mr. Allen, blah, 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 and then a bill at the bottom. Now, bearing in mind, this is more than 40 years ago. More than 40 years ago. More than 40, quite a long time, 40 years ago. And, thank you. He's smirking. Look at me smirking. Yeah, the tax on the choir gigs. Hope you declared those. Anyway, far be it from me to put your name forward. Anyway, so I get this bit. How much do you think the bill was? Bearing in mind, in those days, I was earning 20 quid a night DJing at a nightclub in Croydon. No, I wasn't actually getting that. I got 15 quid. You imagine, 15 quid. How much was the bill for the Inland Revenue? 3,300. 3,000. Well, I mean, you might as well have said £1 million. I didn't have 3,300. In fact, I didn't even have 100. And so I found an accountant who actually turned out to be a friend of mine. So I gave it to him. He said, "I'll leave it with me. I'll sort it out with the tax office." And the bill came back after he talked to the tax office and he submitted all these different bits and pieces. They'd estimated what they thought a top DJ was earning in London nightclubs. So it can come back and bite you on the bottom years later. And so the 3,300 went down to, how much do you think? 99 quid. Payable in 3 instalments of £33. So, of course, I could manage that, just. And that's how I sorted myself out. So ever since then, I've always thought accountants are an absolute godsend. But that's what you pay accountants for, because I can't cope with anything that involves, you've got to pay this and do that. I can put stuff through on the account, I can pay bills, and I can do that. Anything to do with tax or VAT. I was doing fine on the VAT till they decided to change the blooming system. So I did speak to the accountant, Steve, and he said, I'll get the app, and then it should be fairly straightforward. So I'm thinking, oh, that's good. But now I can't remember if I'm behind paying. I normally know these sort of things. Anybody with 2 brain cells, says Holly, to rub together knows that TV freak shows like the Jeremy Vile show would eventually throw up a final defining tragedy. Those with emotional intelligence, empathy and compassion can see that the people going on these reality shows are victims of their own misfortune, and the victims are the people who enjoy ridiculing them. Well, we've had, do you remember White D? All these people appeared on a programme about benefits, no intention of ever working, and she became a celebrity through being somebody who wasn't working, and I couldn't understand it. I think that we should herald these people at all. ITV should, and the BBC should lay down very, very strict guidelines that if somebody is going on a show, they're not one of these non-entities, like the Daniela Westbrooks, like the Kerry Katonas. Loads and loads of people. White D was on this radio station yesterday. Of course. Oh, how about that? I just name I pluck out of the air. Because she was one of those who appeared on a reality show. She milked it for all it was worth. That's what these people do. An agent will find them very quickly and go, I can get you appearances in nightclubs. For doing what? Nothing. That's why it makes me laugh when you see the people from Towie and Chelsea. This is my latest clothing collection. They've never designed anything in their life. One of these companies will come to them and go, should we put your name to a collection on whatever it happens to be? Clothes Are Us. And they go, oh yeah, I'll do that. And they automatically start believing the publicity. The Fahir's sisters don't actually have a job as such. They're just fanning around on the television. Very embarrassing. Although a couple of them appeared, I told you yesterday, on Mr. and Mrs. And I'm not sure when it was filmed whether they were Mr. and Mrs. They seem to be putting people on who just shacked up together. And they didn't know anything about each other. Thick as bricks. Would like to meet, says Ian, reminded me of Patricia Routledge's Kitty character's agony features on the late Victoria Wood show. She was asked, I've just moved to a new area and I don't really know anybody. Kitty's advice, if you want to meet a lot of people in a short space of time, try shoplifting. I used to love Kitty. They were Patricia Routledge was so good at it, so good. In Paris in the 1970s, says Ulrika, there was a very trendy bathhouse located in a disused underground swimming pool. The changing room served as separees, while the pool was used as a dance floor. The bathhouse was very popular amongst models, fashion designers and gays. The number of partygoers limited to under 100 guests. It sounds like Studio 54 in New York. That was very popular for the freaky side of it. 3,300, says Ron. You could have bought a house for that sort of money. Probably could have done, actually. But, of course, I didn't have it. If I'd had it, it would be different. You know, if you had your life all over again, you would do all sorts of things differently, wouldn't you? I don't believe anybody who says, no, I wouldn't change anything at all. I would. I'd save. I would save much more money. I save now. I'm very good at saving, but I would save much more money. I watch the classic Coronation Street every morning. It's on ITV3 religiously. It's been brilliant, says Russ, compared to the current day one. Also, vintage Emmerdale is on in the early hours. Yeah, I like all those sort of things. And then James wants to know, excuse me, if there are pictures of me dressed in full 70s garb of swathes of excess trouser material around the lower leg, shoulders, collars like rotary blades and boots borrowed from Boris Karloff, or have they all been destroyed? They never existed. I was never the epitome of fashion, so nothing's changed in my life. Maybe Thomas and his choir will do that flash mob thing and surprise you at Waterloo Station, says little Julie. I think unlikely. I mean, I think he's made up the story about the choir. And the reason I say that with all confidence is that because he can't tell me where they sing or what they're called, I think it's fantasy choir. I think somewhere in he had to come up with a story to impress Mrs. Woman up in Aberdeenshire. And she says, so what she doesn't talk like that at all. She goes, what are you doing down in London? And he goes, Mumsy, I'm in a choir. And she goes, oh, is that good? Yes, and I've got a girlfriend as well. And she goes, oh, that's a surprise. And she goes, what sort of songs do you sing? And he comes out, they sing the oddest songs in this choir. They really do. I mean, they are the oddest choir. And I think he started believing the story about the choir, you know, because it sounds good. It makes him look a bit more important. I think what he does is he goes home from here in the afternoon and he turns on the television, opens a bottle of Lucozade and maybe gets some spaghetti bolognese, and then he just sits there watching the television until it's time to go to bed. And occasionally he might have a little warbling. Because do you have a shower in the morning or at night time? You have sorry? In the morning. Oh, right, okay. Well, so when you actually go home from here, you'll be having a shower. Yes. Would you be going on the bus today, or an Uber, or something like that? Oh, you have a shower before you come in? Oh, wow. Well, it doesn't wake everybody up in the house as you're sort of singing away because you're in a choir. Do you sing in the shower? Oh, right. No, probably not. No. Is it actually a proper shower, or is it just a bucket with a piece of string attached to it? Is that all it is? You know, with holes in the bottom. It's the bucket. Thought it might be. A little bit like, Are You Being Served? Some Like It Hot, isn't it? Whatever they're called. That one there. It was an open shower in the jungle, which I thought sounded quite good. Trisha Goddard in the papers today talking about how Jeremy Kyle lost the plot. And somebody says, are you allowed to eat bananas? I don't have bananas very often, actually. Over the last few days, I have eaten a few bananas, but I normally... What I tend to do, I'm sort of full on for a couple of days, and then I don't bother. Take your pension, Steve. I kept mine in. When I decided to take the lump sum of just over 10 grand, I had to go through the relentless rigmarole of proving who I said I was, and as it was more than 10 grand, I had to pay tax on it. Warn your listeners, says Patricia. Yes, I mean, I've, at the moment, we're sort of backwards and forwards because I've got the government pension, which I've got to phone them up about and give them my number. Although they must know it. They've written to me, so they must know that. And then I've got 2 private pensions as well, which makes it sound like it's, huge amount of money. But it's not a huge amount of money because one of them was only tiddly. Although actually it performed quite well, considering it was only £6 a month. But I had been paying for it since I was about 17. So you can work it out yourself. It was about £72 a year, and it magically turned into something quite... of May I... Oh, we've done the banana one, haven't we, actually? Your show is a daily shot of common sense. I think it is when it comes to the Jeremy Kyle show. I watch television the same as everybody else. You can't disagree with anything I've said about it. It's been like that for years. ITV have been raking in that money with wheelbarrows. Those people who advertise on the programme know exactly what the show is. They know it's bear baiting. They know it's the Jeremy Kyle show. We know what it is. And yet they're more than happy to advertise. So unless you get the advertisers pulling out, which they haven't. Love Island, somebody commits suicide. 2 people commit suicide. Have the advertisers pulled out? No. Loose Women. Did the advertisers pull out after Colleen Nolan gave that disgraceful impression of a right bully and had to come off the show because of the backlash on Twitter? Because she was bullying Kim Woodburn and Janet Street Porter as well. And so we had the whole thing, I'm not... And so, strangely enough, the whole thing does a big circle. Because Colleen Nolan went on this morning to talk about I'm not a bully and not a bully. Well, different from what we saw on the television. Set up by a producer who should have known better, but there you go. Speaking of doing things different, I'd have kept my 1979 Porsche 911 Turbo, sold for 9,000, now worth about 95,000, says Ron. I know. If I'd kept all the cars I had a fair collection of cars. I'm much better at handling cars now, I think. Much better. I saw a house, I told you I saw a house the other week. I thought, I need to win the lottery big time to buy it, because it was 38 million. I know we laugh. I mean, I only do it as a fantasy thing. I can't afford 38 million at all. But I'd quite like the fantasy of going along and going, I quite like it. I think it had 8 bedrooms. It's in Chester Square. And it's on Knight Frank's website. And it's got a mews house at the back with a big double garage, which has been beautifully done. It's got a pool in the basement. I mean, it really is. It would be a trophy house. Because I quite fancy moving one more time. Steve, beautiful morning. We're on our way up to Liverpool for a few days to do the Beatles tour and a trip across the Mersey. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. Sue and Dave are going up there. What a lovely thing to do. I used to go to Liverpool on a regular basis, but I never did the ferry crossing the Mersey. I never did the Beatles tour. How lovely. God, what a nice thing to do. My brother's booked me in for something, although I haven't replied to him yet, and it's another one of these D-Day celebration things, which is going to have planes and everything else. He said, should we book you a ticket? It's on a Saturday. And I thought, yeah, why not? Why not? I thought, is it 75 years? Well, I told you we went to this village, which is down near Southampton, and the whole village, which is privately owned, you have to be vetted before you can rent a house there. They all do up, they bring in tanks, they have bands. It's the most amazing. I'll find out where it is, because you need to go to it. If you're one of these people who enjoy, and all the houses have put sticky tape on the windows, which was there, so if there was a bomb, then at least the glass remained intact. Well, the tape remained intact. Having learnt a lesson handling my late father's estate where he left no will and no details of bank accounts or anything, says Mick in Devon, I now keep a full list of accounts and people to notify along with my will. The other thing I learnt was don't wait till your deathbed to tell your family and loved ones how you really feel. Tell them to get lost now. I've done a will. I did it years ago. I've done it with the bank. It was a lot easier. And they'll handle the estate and bring all the money in and then distribute it among those people who benefit. Showers in the morning, bath before bed, simples. If you could rely on buses being on time, says Mary, the environment would no longer be under threat. I think, well, R1, I mean, they have, sometimes the bus is packed solid, other times there's nobody on it at all. I've thought about getting a food trolley, push it up and down, tea, coffee, bacon butty. Be nice, wouldn't it? So, the people who go on the Jeremy Kyle show, says Sally, do so willingly. Don't think it's fair to blame the show regarding the man's suicide. Many people have come forward confirming that when they were on the show, they were given all the support they needed. Strange, actually, in all the papers, it's completely the opposite. Completely the opposite. But that's what they're supposed to. They've helped many alcoholics and drug addicts by sending them and paying them to go to rehab and have reunited families. I feel sorry for Jeremy. I don't feel sorry for Jeremy because that's his act, shouting at people in their faces. And if people are a little bit... But the one that we heard about, and I can only highlight his case because he's got debts, he failed to turn up to court twice, and he just lost his job. He must have felt as though there wasn't anything left, and I suppose the being outed by the Jeremy Kyle show was the last thing. But I think they have to act. They have to axe the show. I think we have to move on. I think ITV has to lay down guidelines, because they're as guilty and complicit in this as anybody else. They knew what the Jeremy Kyle show was. They know what all these things are. You just have to make sure they don't put people on who could be seen as being vulnerable. And for that, I mean drug addicts, recovering alcoholics, you know, people who've been in an abusive relationship, all these sort of people. You just have to stop putting them on television. Stop putting them on television, because it's not helping matters at all. Steve, I'll be glad to see the back of Jeremy Vile, egotistical maniac who tears into people knowing that should they kick off, they can hide behind the beefy security guards. I hate the way he bullies people, pointing in their faces, saying, this is my show. Does he say that? I just thought he said, look at me, look at me. And they sit there, these poor people, they don't even understand what he's on about half the time. Talking about tragedy, I never got my head around the awful event on Noel Edmonds' show. Do you remember when they got people to do daring things? And, yes, somebody died, didn't they? That was when there was him and Mike Smith. Can't believe Mike Smith's not here, actually. It seems ages ago that the news came through that he died. I thought he was going to go forever. I always thought it was fake until that happened, says Phil. No. Although it does make me laugh. On some programmes they go, this is really dangerous. And you think, if it was dangerous, you wouldn't be doing it on the show. But unfortunately on this particular show, it did. It was, I think, Mike... He was a helicopter pilot, Mike Smith, married to Sarah Green, lived in Chiswick. But ages ago, it seems that he died now. You know, but certain people you don't forget. He was always, you know, he was good looking. Coming up 5 years now. Is it only 5? Is it funny? It's only 5 years, and yet Jade Goody was what? 10 years. Wow. Jade Goody, 10 years. Apparently, we got a bit in the paper today about her ex-hubby talking about, you know, when she sat the kids down and talked about her cancer. The kids were 5 and 4. And I still maintain that at 5 and 4 years old, they haven't got the faintest idea what you're talking about. They go, Mummy's not going to be with you for very much longer. She's going to go to heaven. And they go, okay. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. The village you were talking about, says Jimbo, is Southwick, near Fareham in Hampshire. Can you find Southwick village for me? If it is the one, it's fabulous. I loved it. I thought it was great. I really thought it was great. If it is Southwick. If you're into that nostalgia thing, look it up on YouTube. Southwick, near Fareham in Hampshire. And they do... The whole village gets brought into it. You park up. It's what? Oh, Southwick. Dear, Southwick. Not Southwick, but it's spelt Southwick, but Southwick. But you must go there. I promise you won't be disappointed. You'll thank me. You'll go, do you know, that was the best day out we ever had. Get there early. Last year, when we went the other year, they had fly pasts. There was tanks. Everybody dresses up. All the people from all the houses, all dressed up in military uniform. They've got cars. Girls dressing up in the 1940s and 50s stuff. It's fabulous. And it's free. It's free. I can't remember if we paid to park. But luckily we had a disabled person with us, so we were able to park near the entrance. Great. Really great. So Southwick, near Fareham in Hampshire. You must definitely go. If I don't recommend anything else for you, which I do all the time, you know, you'll say, do you know, Steve, we did that. It was great. Especially if you're an elderly person. There's a bit of walking around the village, but it's beautifully done. Really, it's very clever. It's my hero, Andy Murray's birthday today, says Janice. Sir Andy Murray. I even named my cat after him. What, Sir? Or Andy? It is his birthday. I think it's Sophie Rayworth's birthday as well. Also, we've got a dog in the paper today. It's got a bionic face. I don't really know what that is, but I'm just telling you. Also celebrating 125 years of Ballroom, the Blackpool Tower. It's just that Blackpool is a dump and nobody goes there. Audience figures. The people who go there on holiday are training up because people go abroad now. Whereas before it was, Blackpool, had all the shows on and everything else. It was a very, very popular place. You can still go to the Ballroom. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Go up to the top of the tower, walk across a glass walkway, which frightens her. When we went up there was a girl and her boyfriend, and she was sobbing her heart out. I can't do it. I can't do it. And I'm thinking, oh, just walk on the thing. It's about 4 inches thick, this glass. It's not going to break. Not going to break. What else we got today? Football fans risk losing thousands of pounds in the scramble to get to the European finals. Oh, well, there you go. Why don't people just watch it on the television? It's much easier. You don't want to go through all that sort of thing. It's horrible. And Ian says, I'm all for getting a lawyer to draw up a proper will, especially after seeing Bleak House by Dickens. Well, what did they talk about will? You have to do a will. It's not just for your benefit, it's for people who come after you. People who come after you. How often do you change the shower chair, or are they built to last? They're built to last. I've had this one a couple of years. If not more. I like a shower chair. I like the idea of sitting down in a shower. People think I'm mad. People used to write in and go, you haven't really got a shower chair, have you? And I go, yes, of course, it's for elderly people. I'm an elderly people. I like a shower. Trisha Goddard on how Jeremy Kyle's show has lost the plot. ITV's daytime flagship in crisis. That'll upset them this morning. I thought they were the flagship show, but apparently not. What have we got today? We got Jane Moore. She says, ever wondered why some of those pregnant models flogging you maternity clothes don't look bloated? It's because many of them aren't with child. They're wearing a fake bump. No kidding. We already have to tolerate the ads for disability aids that feature a 30-something with the agility of a mountain goat, simply because companies clearly feel that showing hair loss, wrinkles and bunions is a little too much reality. Yes. And if you're feeling a little bit down, she says, how about a week at a retreat on the island of Mustique, £900 a night? The Cotton House is run by an old chum of Meghan, now the Duchess of Sussex, and was mentioned on the royal couple's Instagram account. They were sort of shining a light on those doing amazing work for mental health. One of the key factors of being a successful royal is to sympathise with the plight of the less well-off proles, or at the very least pretend to. This blatant plug for a friend's luxury bolt hole fails on both counts. She's absolutely right. Madeleine McCann would have been 16 on Sunday. but we have no idea where she is, where she got to. We don't know anything about her at all. We just know that Madeleine McCann was taken. Or was she? Because we don't know. We have no evidence to suggest. The National Lottery's new game has still to be won. It's like being drawn 17 times. Do you know, I feel I'm being ripped off royally by the National Lottery, I'm afraid. It's £1.50 a play, launched in March to pull in new punters, has yet to produce a jackpot winner. God dear. The second prize, 10 grand a month for a year, has been scooped 18 times. But somebody here said they're not at all happy about it. D. Bishop says, what a joke. Surely changes should now be made. Why? They're minting it, aren't they? They're minting 6. Good morning. Welcome along. Come and see us in Alverstoke when you visit Southwark, says Jimbo. It's definitely worth going. We'd never been before, but it was lovely. Whilst you're on the subject, 2 villages that are well worth a visit if you've never been, says Stephen in Walton on the Hill. Meanstoke near Winchester, West Ashling just by Elmsworth, epitome of an English village, Richmond Arms, an old and very traditional pub, lovely food and garden. My favourite place is where they did the Vicar of Dibley. That's a very popular village because that hasn't changed and I quite like that. Shane says Tim Conway, the American actor who starred in McHale's Navy and the Carol Burnett Show, has died. 87. See, I didn't know who he was. I know Carol Burnett, but I don't know who Tim Conway was. Didn't know at all. Shame that, isn't it, really? Oh, do you remember we were selling the other week, Harold Wilson's collection of memorabilia? £200,000 it raised. His trademark pipes, his raincoat, and even a personalised HP sauce bottle, which went for 230 quid, were among 700 items. An order of service and invitation to Winston Churchill's funeral fetched 4,500 from an estimate of 200. They expected only 65 grand for this stuff. It belonged to his widow, Lady Mary Wilson, who died last year. He died in 95 at the age of 79. Mary was 102. 102. Why do people sell stuff? I never quite understood things like that. Surely you'd want to hang on to it if it's in the family. I don't know whether the children sold it or what, but, you know, either way, I think you have to hang on to things. I'm a bit funny about stuff like that. A batch of Cowingate baby food has been recalled from shops after bits of a blue rubber glove were found in jars. The jars of cheesy broccoli bake, 10 plus months, have the batch code 281-22020 and a best before date of December 28th, 2020. Good Lord. It lasts that long, does it? They were on sale at supermarkets and Boots. Cowingate said it was an isolated incident and the affected jars did not pose a health risk. Shoppers can return them to the place they bought them for a refund. It'll be nice. Not any compensation then. Not any compensation. I didn't realise the sell-by dates for kids' baby food was so long. That's more than a year. More than a year. About a year and a half on it as well. Ollie Murs knew Robbie Williams was fond of his kids' collaboration with Kylie Minogue. So Ollie had been invited to support Robbie on his European tour in 2013. Robbie celebrated his birthday the other day. So we discovered he was 35. 35. So many happy returns of the day. Seems to have crammed a lot in. Poor old Gemma Collins turns up in Los Angeles wearing the same outfit. I mean, really, how tacky. She gets on the plane in London, gets off the plane wearing the same outfit. Anybody will tell you, if you're in the media, you change your outfits on the plane. Mind you, she's wearing one of those sort of voluminous things, but she's got so much fake tan on, it just looks awful. All over her hands and everything. Never mind. Perhaps she'll stay in America. Couldn't be happier, could we? A cheap tablet taken to ease joint pain also cuts the risk of a fatal heart attack and stroke by a fifth, new study. And popular sex... This is an old story as well in The Sun. A couple of old stories today. Popular sex supplements for men are likely to flop. Ingredients such as horny goat weed and ginseng will not boost stamina. They've been selling ginseng for years based on the fact that it can sort of raise the Titanic. But only 17% of human studies into them reported improvements in erectile functions. There you go. There's something to contemplate over your breakfast cereal. You know, worrying, isn't it, really? But people buy it. It used to be powdered rhino horn, wasn't it? I used to think. I never took it. Didn't need that. They advertise Viagra at bus stops, do they? Saying what? That you can buy Viagra. No, you don't need prescription. You should never buy it on the internet. The chances are it's fake. Chances are it's fake and you'll just be wasting your money. Go and buy it in the chemist, although a bit embarrassing, isn't it? You get there and your favourite chemist, the person serving you, is about 15 years old and you go, I'd like some toothpaste. You know, I got more tubes of toothpaste at home and toothbrushes than anybody else. Only because you go in there and you go, I'd like some toothpaste. You end up with all that kind of stuff. Lots of pictures of style, and also mirrored by what used to be worn by the Calamity Jane actress Doris Day. So they've got some items which Holly Willoughby's modelling. Also, Holly Willoughby again, another item. Kirsten Dunst. A nice jumpsuit here. Rosie Huntington, what's-her-face. It's good. Kelly Brook, copy the look in March, which was the boiler suit, which we liked. Kourtney Kardashian, also a model. I think she's called Kaya Gerber. I don't know, I've never heard of her at all. But Julia Roberts playing Vivian in Pretty Woman reminds us of Doris in a brown spotted dress. I mean, she did have, but she just looked good in everything. Wouldn't it be lovely to be that thin that you just put something on and you go, oh, look, fits. Tuck my shirt in. I've never tucked my shirt in. Donkey's years. I can manage to go to some quite exotic places, not recently, obviously, but without having to tuck a shirt in. Oh, that looks nice. What's sourdough? Is that something I should be eating? Or it's bread? Why do they call it bread, then? Or is it sort of a different sort of bread? Oh, it's a type of bread. Is this the one they make pizzas? Artisan. Oh, for that read expensive. Because I've got a picture of one here. It seems to have bacon bits on, and mushrooms and cheese and everything else. But it can't be good for you. It must be quite fattening, mustn't it? Sourdough? Yeah. And it's double the... It does look nice, though. There's a nice picture of it here, and I'm going, I could eat that for breakfast. We could have it done in the canteen here. Have a word with it. Put egg on it and bacon, a little bit of cheese and some mushrooms. Suit me fine. They do a rather nice toasted croissant up there, ham and cheese. I can immerse myself in that quite easily. They're very good to me up there in the canteen. Really sweet. Very sweet. Kat Deely is channeling her in... What's she doing? Oh, so you think you can dance? She's been the host for the past 13 years. She's married now, isn't she? It's not the same. And looking for work is Dean Gaffney. He wants to be in the super tough celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. He once had ambitions to be the next James Bond, but he has got a list of reality shows. Obviously his agents died or something. Speaking as he played in a charity football match, he said, they did ask me to do Celebrity MasterChef, but I can't cook. Well, that's never stopped you. You went into an acting show and you can't act. So why not? They said to my agent, we'll come back in a year and see if he's done any cooking lessons. But I'd love to do the celeb SAS reality show. I'm recommending Coach Trip. Actually, I think that might sort of tax him a little bit, but still good. What have we got here? Stacey Dooley. BBC isn't put off by the fact that Stacey Dooley falls in love with her colleagues. The Strictly winner ditched her fella and hooked up with Kevin Clifton for the moment. And then they've recommissioned her makeup competition called Glow Up. I mean, to be honest with you, it's pitifully awful, but there you go. They developed a cult fan base, so they want Stacey to host it. She's now working back on the programme again. Obviously, everything else has gone out the window. It's easier to do trash TV than it is to do something that's a little bit more serious. Not that we ever saw any of them. Pressure is mounting, front page of the Mirror on ITV2X, the Jeremy Kyle show. They'll have to find something that pulls in the advertising, won't they? What about all the people who've been... Oh, I suppose you still get the same adverts. They just sort of transfer them over to whatever programme they happen to put on. Legend from Coronation Street, Helen Worth, said, do you know she's 68? She doesn't look 68, does she? Mind you, I suppose, because we've grown up with her. And she's rubbish, talks of problems on set, because a few people have said, oh, problems on set. She went, no, it's rubbish. She'll be there when she'll be there till she dies. Seriously, she'll be there till she dies. And, Steve, to receive a full state pension, you have to have 35 years of contributions. At the moment, I've got 47 years, and by the time I retire, it'll be 50. Why should we still have to keep paying? You don't get any extra. I think it's disgusting. Well, I've definitely got the 35 years of contributions. I've been here 40 years, and I was working before that. It's Brighouse's 1940s weekend at the start of June. Brilliant event. The whole town will be closed. Lots of historic stalls, food, dance music, a Spitfire fly past, a tank in the car park, and lots of people dressed up in the clothing from the 1940s. Pay us a visit, says Jill in Brighouse in West Yorkshire. So I love stuff like that. It's so good. I mean, I can immerse myself in it. I just sort of take it all in. And I'm very good at talking about things afterwards. You can now get Viagra in eye drop form. Does nothing for your sex life, just makes you look hard. Do you know, that's about as old as you must be, Dan, I should imagine. Somebody says, I don't think Gemma Collins could change her outfit on a plane, Steve. She must barely be able to fit into the toilet. Anyway, let alone get undressed and dressed again in there. And who'd want to witness her changing in the galley? Well, you just wear stuff that's easy to do. Fancy getting on a plane. Perhaps she's got no money. Perhaps she's a bit tight. Perhaps she doesn't like to spend money. It's not good, is it, really? I'm not sure about the idling drivers. When I say idling, your engine is idling. And if you get stuck in traffic, you could get an instant fine. Apparently the government's considering Westminster Council's call for new powers to issue immediate penalties to drivers previously caught idling. Officers there currently give fines between 20 and 80, only if a driver ignores a warning and continues to idle for at least a minute. Nikki Aiken, Tory leader of the West London Council, says for persistent idling, we need to be able to send a message. I'm not turning the engine on and off. That's just ridiculous. I know that in some of the hybrid cars, the engine idle, then switches off, and then they put their foot down and off we toodle again. But I don't think, fancy giving you fine just because your car's idling. Very annoying. I got to work yesterday, says Shell, to hear the ladies in the canteen talking about your show. I listened to you live yesterday and then again in the afternoon. Take a bow. Standing up for defence of vulnerable people used for entertainment. I get really annoyed. I get really annoyed about things like that. And I've been it's not recent. It's really not recent. It's been going on for at least 20 years, at least. But I worry this issue will die a quick death and normal services of trash TV will resume, says Shell. I think they might have to act, because now the Prime Minister's got involved. Once the Prime Minister gets involved, there is no evidence to suggest, because he didn't leave a note as far as I know, that this man committed suicide as a result of the Jeremy Kyle show. He just happened to have been on it. But he had a whole raft of other problems. He was a thief, he owed money left, right and centre, and he didn't have a job. For some, that might have been seen, in his case certainly, as a failure. There's nothing for him to look forward to, as opposed to everybody else would just go and get another job. He was driving a crane, I think, or something like that. Whatever it is, it can be done. It can be done. So, that's it. It is with great sadness, says Val. My 18-year-old daughter came home the other day and announced that she'd found the Jeremy Kyle show while staying at a friend's house. I'd managed to dodge the programme the whole time she was growing up, mainly because LBC was, and is, on every morning in our house. Fortunately, her temporary fascination, the toothless, tattooed, grey tracksuited morons, has now abated and normality has been resumed. Thank the Lord for that one. Another one says here, I just want to say a massive well done for yesterday morning. Because I listened to the early part last night. Totally agree with you regarding these reality shows, says Heather, my Norwich nurse. It's a long way to go, but it's well worth it. She says, however one feels about them or the people on them, it truly is exploitation. In the case of the Jeremy Kyle show, it appears it's the most vulnerable of society that appear. Do they truly understand what they give in exchange for signing up? The one thing, or the last thing these people need is to be on public display. I agree. But they're all doing it. They're all doing it. We seem to hail the most vulnerable in our society. We put them on the television, and the amount of times I've seen people sitting on This Morning or sitting on Loose Women, where they're on there for a reason. The reason is that four people can either gang up on somebody or not, and it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to try and separate what we should have on television and what we shouldn't. There should be clear guidelines laid down, but unfortunately, it comes down to how much money we're raking in. I mean, I would be mortified, as indeed you would be as well, if the Jeremy Kyle show continued. Now, I don't have anything against Jeremy Kyle at all. He's doing an act he's been doing for years and years. He's not going to change it all of a sudden. If anything, they'll probably find him something else to do. Perhaps he'll do a sort of Vicar's Tea Party every day, invite people round. But I just don't really think you can keep it going. Even though there is no evidence to suggest that this man, who had immense problems, anything to do with the Jeremy Kyle show, you'd never prove it. Did he leave a note saying, I blame it all on the Jeremy Kyle show? No. Can you tell that canny-less Joanne Webb that Weirhead in County Durham is pronounced Weirhead? What does she pronounce it as? I don't know. Around the country, I've heard some dreadful pronunciations. I heard somebody, what was it? Oh, it was on a BBC Points of View, where I always listen to the voices thinking, do I know that person? And they were mispronouncing things all over the place. And there was one of them in particular, I can't remember what the word was, but it was one particular word that really irks me. Oh, it's, schedule. He called it schedule twice, and it's schedule. Schedule. I felt like phoning up the BBC and going, are you really that poor that you can't find somebody who can pronounce? What do you pronounce? It's schedule, do you? It's schedule. It's schedule. It's like pronunciation, not pronunciation. You hear it all the time on TV shows, and it's just shoddy. Very shoddy, but that one does get me going. Pronunciation. Apartheid. To get all those, only saying that because I've got the female voice on my phone from South Africa. Probably a friend of Pick Botas. I don't know why. I always loved it. I was watching a programme the other day. I've told you this before. It's on YouTube, and it's a bloke who's American, but he speaks fluent Cantonese. And he goes around all the street markets and is able to converse with the chefs. And by the way, brilliant talent. I love watching him because he sits down and he eats the most peculiar food. Some of it looks awful. Some of these street markets. Ooh, not very nice at all. Steve, Jeremy Kyle has had hundreds, if not thousands of people on it, and one has committed suicide. Love Island has had a handful of people and 2 suicides. Why does one of these shows have people everywhere calling for it to stop, but the other show is okay to continue? I don't understand. I don't understand John either. I have no idea. I don't know how it works. You're right. Somebody hangs themselves who've been on Love Island. Then there was a girl as well whose mother you've heard on LBC, and they keep Love Island. They don't. It's like they don't care. And yet, Jeremy Kyle's show has somebody. There was no evidence to suggest that he'd been on the show and committed suicide because all right, he'd been on the show and he wasn't happy with the outcome of a lie detector, but that wasn't enough to push you over the edge. Surely he had enough problems of coming to terms with no job. The big problem is when you get to a certain age, and he was over 60. To lose your job over 60 is a very difficult thing to come to terms with. But he didn't have anything, did he? There was nothing going on in his life. The relationship had split up. They freely admitted that. Mary, no, they don't get a fee. I've told people, God knows till I'm blue in the face, there is no fee for the Jeremy Kyle show at all. And John in Brighton says, never heard of sourdough bread. Of course I have. Have you not got the gist of this programme yet? I mean, I know you're far enough away and you're probably sort of just about to go and dangle your feet in the sea. Of course I've heard of sourdough bread. I do it as part of the programme, okay? God, blimey, honestly. Yes, it could be tomorrow's recipe. I haven't decided today what my recipe is going to be. I was thinking of something to do with bananas because I like bananas, and then I thought that the nice thing would be if you're going to have. I mean, I was going to offer you today sesame chicken salad. Bit exciting. Also, pizza loaf. Woo! Or fresh mint lemonade. I mean, that's so easy. After yesterday, and thank you for all of you writing in to get hold of the recipes yesterday, and we've sent those out. I've got phyllo sausage rolls today, if you're interested. Phyllo sausage rolls. I mean, listen, I think it's very difficult. You're sitting at home, you don't know what to have. How about chicken quesadillas? Chicken quesadillas were particularly popular the other day, but we had a lot of fun with that roulade. I think that was our most popular recipe. Because people say to me, there's not enough programmes on the radio, Steve, doing a recipe in the morning because, we need a bit of guidance and help as to what to have for lunch. And most of these things are very easy to make. Very easy. I've had a couple of fizzy drinks. I've just realised over the past year I've had a couple of fizzy drinks. I'm not supposed to drink fizzy drinks. And then I discovered somebody else out in the newsroom. It's a diabetic. And how do I know this? Because their stuff is in the fridge. Their insulin is in the fridge, like a little packet of stuff. I'll tell you who. You tell me the name of the choir, I'll tell you who. Go, give me the name of the choir. Go on, I'll tell you who. I'm going to find out. If I'll tell you, before the month is out, I'll have found out that. I will. You'll be caught. No, I'm going to find out. I refuse to not know. I can't bear not. It's like people say to me, I'm going to tell you something, Steve, don't tell anybody. I say, please don't tell me. It's safer that way because I blurt it out. I can't keep secrets. I'm hopeless. Mary says you have to part with your stuff even if it's meaningful to you. You have to face the fact that even if you're loved and respected, you don't get remembered for long. Well, that's why, isn't it? I've already decided I want to be cremated. I think it's much better. Another one here. Maggie says you're absolutely right about pronunciation. The one that gets me is nuclear when it should be nuclear. Nuclear. I mean, some of the dreadful... But it was hearing somebody on Points of View, which I thought was been axed years ago. Axed years and years ago. And they get it so wrong. Pronunciation. Dreadful. Phil says there's a lot of pirate radio station interference in the Stanford Lee Hope area of Essex. He says, I turned the radio on this morning and thought you'd had a change of heart. I pictured you on the decks and the producer in the background rapping. Woo, woo. Yeah, wicked. Simon in Stockholm says, apparently Josh Groban turned down an advertising deal with makers of Viagra, where all he had to do is hold up a little blue pill, smile into the camera and sing, I'm not singing that song. Yeah, right. Let's see if we can get Stevie. We used to have a competition. Yeah, not a competition. They do it on the television, radio presenters do it occasionally, where we used to have a game where the producer would go, okay, can you weave in to the programme wet towel? Wet towel. It was like one of those secret voiceovers. And so you'd be sitting there and be going, go on, we've all decided wet towel. So you go, oh, what a day I had yesterday. I went swimming or something and got out and dried myself off and I ended up with a wet towel. And then they push it a little bit further to see how many things they could get you to say on the programme. I thought, I'm not falling for that one anymore. That Josh Groban, you raised me up. You don't think I'm going to be saying that on the show, do you? Huh? Not me, thank you very much indeed. Other stories in the paper, Kate, the daring duchess, because she's showing her legs off. Still looks pretty. And there's a couple here. If you are a gardener, you're going to love this couple. They have got, it's the Capability Browns of Walsall. They've transformed their suburban garden into a perennial wonder. They've got 300-footer paths. It's cost them a small fortune. They've got 3,000 plants in. It's 188 foot by 6 foot. It's stunningly beautiful. They've got Japanese maples all over the place. They were self-taught, and Tony and Marie Newton should be extremely... It looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They cut their grass. Oh, what a love! Oh, how lovely. You'll see this picture in a lot of the papers this morning. You should enjoy it. Now, why would the WI not be allowed to bake pastries and cakes for patients in a hospice? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, the WI are known for doing things like that. Why should they not do it? Why should they not do it? A Leicester City Council, for that is where it is, says the most recent food hygiene inspection of Loros rated the establishment as 5, the highest rating possible. However, to comply with current food safety regulations, the cake maker that supplies the snack bar must be registered with the council as a food establishment. The process is simple, free of charge, and registration cannot be refused. Well, that's good, isn't it? So perhaps they will be getting. Scene by Scene, a couple who claimed they were manipulated on the Jeremy Kyle show. And what the man here, this is his... You see, it's his little bit of fame. He's been on the show, now he's got some more fame. He claims the whole sequence was planned. ITV have said no, it wasn't. The couple were paid £300 in cash for the second show. An ITV spokesman said, with regards to the allegations around past participants or show sources, we do not recognise that characterisation of the show. So did it help concoct sordid tale of a threesome that left a wife pregnant? And so they all sit down and they all go through it. It's just... Oh, somebody stormed out. Who's this one? Who stormed out? Wait a minute. I love it when people storm out of things. Wait a minute. I've got the paper upside down here. Oh, an MP. The BBC's Jeremy Vine programme descended to its own haranguing talk show as an MP ripped off his microphone and ended the interview. Charles Walker, you know Charles Walker, don't you? We've been talking about him all night. Accused the show of making light of the Jeremy Kyle show death. So he walked out. Well, you can't have people walking out of interviews, no. But as I say, there isn't any evidence. You can't prove that something happened on the Jeremy Kyle show that ultimately left him taking his own life. Still to come, NatWest topping the fraud handling complaints table. More than 200 English beaches have won awards for being clean, safe and meeting environmental standards. How lovely, that's quite nice. More than 60% of shops still sell knives to kids. And a Liverpool fan is going to splash out £3,000 on a set of teeth like Jurgen Klopp's. Has he got Steve Allen's early breakfast? Are you well? I hope so. It's Wednesday, the 15th of May. Blooming freezing in the studio. I wish I'd worn a jumper. In 30 years' time, you're going to be eating insects, jellyfish, and DIY meat, whatever that is. It's going to be the staple diet. I mean, they already eat this stuff. Watching this cooking bloke who goes round all the markets in China and all over the place, and they cook a lot of mealworm and stuff like that. Looks disgusting. I have to be honest, I wouldn't want to eat it myself, but he seems to thrive on it. Trisha Goddard in the papers down how Jeremy Kyle has lost the plot. The Brave Dog, which gets a bionic face. Rihanna, I seriously couldn't believe this actually. It uses a Sainsbury's bag for life and they make out it's some big deal. They all do bags for life, don't they? Jewel thieves in the ram raid at the stately Pile. The drivers who leave their engines running while stuck in traffic could get an instant fine. How are they going to do it? Well, so all of a sudden somebody comes along and puts a ticket on your window. How's that going to happen? And a couple who claim a weed killer caused their cancer have been given a combined total of $1.5 billion compensation. I don't suppose there is actually any compensation if they say you've got cancer and it's terminal. There isn't anything, you know, if you said to somebody, oh, well, we're going to give you $1.5 billion, but unfortunately you're terminal. Would you want to do that? No. The 5 billion bananas, all coming from a single variety from the Duke of Devonshire's gardener. I think it's called Devonshire, we're not too sure. But anyway, they have a problem, they have a blight. And it looks like we might not have any bananas of this strain ever again. Other stories in the papers. It's not Kylie's fault. Dad's a liar. This is the fiancé's girl who pleads for the favourite show to return to television. This is the stepdaughter of the Jeremy Kyle guest found dead, demanded the show return, saying he was a selfish liar. This is the man who took... I mean, seriously. Now it's everybody else jumping in on the bandwagon. And so she's said here, the death wasn't Jeremy's fault. Well, I said you'll never prove it. Never prove it. Steve Diamond, who was planning to marry her mum, Jane Callahan, was found dead after appearing and failing a lie detector. Pals fear he killed himself and the show has been suspended indefinitely. The unemployed Sophie last night branded selfish Steve a liar who tried to kill himself several times before. She claimed he even faked his own death to escape a previous relationship. I mean, she said it's not down to Jeremy Kyle, which is what we've been saying. We don't know. You can't prove. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. But I've noticed that Theresa May described the death as deeply disturbing. He had serious, she says, not the Prime Minister, but his stepdaughter, serious mental health issues and lied constantly. So now who do you believe? Who do you believe? Do you believe the MPs who are saying, oh, we should axe the show because this man's taken his own life? There was nothing that happened on that show that hasn't happened a million times before. They do lie detector results and then they go, says you were lying. And that's generally it. In this particular case, he had a whole stack of things appearing behind him with sort of court appearances, money owed, no job, no nothing. But if he had serious mental illness, well, then he shouldn't have been put on the show in the first place. And they should have sussed that out, but they never do. ITV says staff were shocked and saddened at the death. Well, there's now, because of this man and the actions that he took, there's now a whole studio full of people who are not doing anything. They're not making the show. They've effectively closed the studio. So the cameramen and the producers and the runners and the assistant producers and the people who work in the gallery, they're all the people who are now sitting there going, are we going to work again or are we going to be deployed to something else? And Jeremy Kyle, who must be having talks with ITV about where it goes from here. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps but you might find by tomorrow morning that we've all changed our opinion and we should keep the Jeremy Kyle show. Because they can't prove. I mean, but Love Island, as somebody pointed out only a short while ago, they've had 2 deaths and they're still running the programme. So why are they not running the Jeremy Kyle show? The arguments all over the place, aren't there, really? Steve, no fees for Jeremy Kyle, but you do get a night in a cheap hotel in Manchester. Thank you. I teach English as a foreign language, and you're absolutely right about schedule. It's only pronounced schedule if you speak US English. Unfortunately, American English is infiltrating British English more and more. Where will it all end? What was that other thing that they use? They say upcoming. An up, as opposed to a forthcoming event, they call it upcoming. That's an Americanism, isn't it? Isn't it? Aluminium, aluminum. Tomato, tomato. Basil, basil. Oregano, oregano. They do make me laugh, some of these things, because I never know which is right. Don't get me started on mispronunciation, Steve, says Dallas. So many people only put one L in vulnerable and one R in February. Alas, nobody under 40 seems to be able to cope with double O, so Book and Luke come out as Burke and Lurk. Depends where you come from in the country, I suppose. What about the word garage? We have a divide at home with some of us pronouncing it garage, as in Farage. Garage. Lucky to have one round here, very expensive. Here's one that annoys me. How do you pronounce, is it controversy or controversy? See? Enjoy the sunshine, says Judith. I do. Well, actually, I don't really. I don't enjoy the sunshine. I want it to rain today. Kind of everything. Also, leverage or leverage. It's Americanisms, isn't it? I mean, why would you trust a country that can't speak properly? Bruschetta It's pronounced bruschetta and not bruschetta. It's Italian, and the H hardens the sea, says Diana, in Herne Bay, probably floating around on a lilo. H, yes. Oh, people who say H, he says H. He says H. Seriously, H. He says H. It's H. Stupid boy. Honestly. I'm going to pick you up on some of the way you read words out. You don't say it right. It's not H. It's not H. I can't remember who actually says that. Is that the Chav way of saying it, or is it just people who can't speak properly? Perhaps he's Chav. Perhaps he's trying to elevate himself. Yeah, what do you mean, me? Excuse me. I needed that. I only slurped my tea because I had to put my hand around the cup. My hands are so cold. What's the recipe today, Steve? Says Raymond. Jimmy Young used to have that. What's the recipe today? You get, well, today. Used to have. What's the past tense of bear a grudge? Some dictionaries, says Ulrika, say bared a grudge because the expression stems from bear/animal, but it could be bore a grudge. I like the latter. He bore a grudge. Bear a grudge, bore a grudge. I think both. Both, I think. Is it Beigel or bagel? It's whatever you want it to be. I never get into the Beigel bagel. I say bagel, but I know I've got friends of mine who call it Beigel. It's up to them. It's up to them. Kevin says, only yesterday I was watching a video on YouTube and surprised to discover bananas are slightly radioactive. Nothing that could harm us, nevertheless. Radioactive. And, the bananas from the Duke of Devonshire estate are called Cavendish, because Cavendish is the family name. Thank you. Envelope or envelope? I knew we'd get you on this one. I didn't realise it'd be this simple. Thank you, Sidcup Julie. And another one here. I've noticed you say medicine, not medicine, says Laurie. Medicine. 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 Who cares? Who cares? It's not worth getting into an argument over it, is it? Although some people would do. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you mentioned Pick Bota. In the 1980s, I was working for South African Airways, says Val, and I was assigned the job of looking after him on his arrival early one morning. I escorted him to the first class lounge, where he promptly poured himself a very large scotch at 6:30 in the morning. Ooh, Pick Bota. I tell you, it's one of those names that just pops into your mind, isn't it? And Barry says, I listened to your programme on my radio alarm clock, half awake, half asleep. I was looking at my Siamese cat, and had one of those creature comfort moments, and I think the cat seemed to capture your character perfectly. Thought I'd share that with you. Back on the medication, Barry. Back on the medication. And aluminium was originally aluminum, but the person who discovered it changed it to sound like the other elements, like bromium, sodium, potassium. Espresso, not espresso. Yes. It's a common one, isn't it? I like bagel and beigel. I always thought that was quite entertaining. I like that. So more people talking about the way that the Jeremy Kyle... You know, there's one here, a decorated Gulf War hero suffering from PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, says he was driven to the brink of suicide after he appeared on the Kyle show. He was told he'd be reunited with his estranged daughter. When he turned up, he was branded a disgrace by Kyle and booed by the audience. Fergus says, if it hadn't been for my kids, I would have killed myself. It turned into a kangaroo court. Yeah, but you must have seen the programme before. You must know what it is. You really must. And a clairvoyant told an audience the spirit of tragic Love Island star Mike Thalasitis was in the room. Helen Parry-Jones singled out a woman in Flintshire, and said the reality star told her to go on the show. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Why are you lying to people? There's none of this talking to the dead, thank you very much indeed. Lord above, honestly, it gets worse, doesn't it? We're back to Sally What's-Her-Face. Oh, he's here, darling, with me, and he's here on the stage. No, he isn't. No, only in your barking mad mind. Wayne, in Milton Keynes, he says, in Manchester, garage is pronounced garage. Yes, I've heard it pronounced all sorts of things. Is baking eggs the same as bacon and eggs? Why do people say route instead of root? Chemist and kettle instead of kettle and chemist. I can't stand it, says Liz. I have to bite my tongue. Well, you mustn't bite your tongue. That's very bad. Very, very bad. We will take a break, though. And we'll come back to some more of your texts and emails. On my way to the allotment, says Brenda, and listening to you, the American English is called Ebonics because it rubbished the English language. I like the way... I'm more intrigued by the fact you're going to the allotment at this time of the morning. How lovely. Not as good as going to Liverpool and doing the Beatles tour and doing... So, schedule came over from Latin Italian, where CH is always K. It was the British that changed it, says John. I don't care, it's schedule, not schedule. Martin says, I'm late today with the amount of people that say about something Pacific rather than specific. Chris in Chalfont says, the one that drives me mad is, can I get? Instead of, may I have? We're terrible at English, aren't we? I didn't realise. As Eddie Izzard said, Lisa says, it's herb, not herb, because it's got an H in it. Yes, the Americans call it herbs. But where is the H? Where is the H? Ever heard an American pronounce herb? It's hysterical. And yes, says Phil, they do play Ferry Cross the Mersey on the boat, and it drives me nuts as a Scouser. I wish they'd stop turning my heritage into a theme park. I think it's a good song, though, isn't it? Is he still alive, Jerry? Jerry Mars is still alive. Wow. How lovely. I do like the song. I do like the song. So, ferry cross the Mersey. It's so nice, isn't it? What about going to the pharmacy, not to the chemist? Going to the pharmacy. But is the pharmacy not inside the chemist? Is the pharmacy the bit that dispenses the drugs? And so it's inside the chemist. It's not the same place. We're not off to the farm. Is it? I don't know. Different European languages. Who knows? Somebody says here, I know I won't be popular with my view, but I wonder how many people who've called for Jeremy Kyle show to be banned actually watch it. Oh, I should imagine everybody. Everybody must have seen it at some point in their life. It's up to a lot of people, get off drugs, reunite families, get DNA tests who could never afford it. I've delivered to estates in the 80s and 90s that were full of feuding families and neighbours. Isn't it better to sort out problems with an audience and a bouncer than on the back streets without witnesses? Oh, I never thought about that one, actually. Perhaps they need a showing what goes on behind the scenes. Well, that wouldn't make it exciting, would it? Watching what goes on, but you'd be a little bit disappointed. It's like, here, people would sort of say, oh, I'd love to see what goes on behind the scenes of the Steve Allen show. And you'd be very bored. Seriously, there isn't anything. We open a packet of popcorn, I spill it all over the floor, and then we come in here and we wander through a few stories. The worst is, Steve, should have done that instead of should have done that. Should have done that. So, should have done that instead of should have done that. So annoying, says Robbie in Dundee. Should have done that. Should have done. Yeah, should have. We all do should have, don't we? I hate it when people say must have instead of must have. Grief, it gets worse, doesn't it? There's so much we have to be grateful for. And Steve, what happened to the railway station? Now it's a train station. Yes, I don't know. They just change, don't they? Is this a radio studio? Yeah, no, as opposed to what? I don't know. Is this a radio studio? What a daft thing to say. Another annoying word is the use of axe instead of ask. Right. Sorry. People get very confused by that. Symmetry instead of cemetery. Born laziness. To those people, says Lisa, I say keep your mouth shut and let people think you're an idiot rather than open it and remove all doubt from their minds. That's a very good line. I like that. How about people getting imply and infer mixed up? To imply is the making of a statement, and to infer is your interpretation of that statement. Another of my little bugbears is the phrase to try to do something, which is often said as to try and do something. To try to do something, which is often to try and do something. Gets more confusing by the day, doesn't it? I knew this programme was going to do very well this morning. The word salary comes from the Latin name for salt, which was sal. Roman soldiers were paid in salt as it was a very valuable commodity. Imagine at the end of each month here, they go, oh, by the way, Steve, we're not giving you money. We've got 2 sacks of salt for you. Thank you very much indeed. That wouldn't work, would it? Don't want salt. Overwinter for the snow. Yeah, do you know you can get that free for the council anyway? Did you know that? My friend Paul, we went to a place in Twickenham and they gave him some bags of salt for putting on your drive. Free. Free of charge. You can get it for free. I think they only give you a bag or 2 bags maximum. And I remember thinking, that's quite a good thing. But, I mean, salt, what a pain. Really is. Gets me, Steve, when people don't know the difference between bought and brought and should of instead of should have. Peter in Wimbledon says, listening to this discussion on pronunciation makes me think I'm listening to BBC local radio. By the way, my favourite biscuit's a custard cream. Mine is a fig biscuit. The dreaded H instead of H, even my spell check is underlining it. You're right, the local vicar. Actually, apparently not a lot of people are listening to BBC Local Radio. Apparently. So they say. So they say. Roxanne Pallett, troubled telly star. This is the one who made up stories about Ryan Thomas walloping her in the Celebrity Big Brother house. Then it turns out she's been doing this for ages and ages. And she told a benefit gig for mental health that trauma was pouring out of her, leading to erratic behaviour, accusations, doubts and despair. Well, then go and get some help. So now she's going to get some counselling to help come to terms with the tragedies in her life. There have been so many tragedies, but, you know, we've heard it all before. We've heard it all before. It's not an excuse, and it should never be an excuse. Laboratory-made meat. Apparently you can make meat in a laboratory. I didn't know that. It's going to become a dinner-time staple by 2050. Jellyfish will be a national dish with algae, or algae, used to produce milk as a global population boom makes traditional meats and fish more expensive. And we'll also be eating a lot more insects, with cricket flour for our bakes and grasshopper pasta for a spag bowl. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I'm hoping I'm not going to be around in 50 years' time. Thank you. I wouldn't want to eat jellyfish. Why would you want to eat jellyfish? What's the point of that? It's not very nice, is it? Steve, oh, here we go. When people say their phone number, they replace the 0 for the letter O from the alphabet. Really bugged. Do they? I always... 84850. Oh, yeah. What shall I say? 84850. Doesn't sound the same, does it? 84850, 84850. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I've never thought about that before. It's like steve@lbc.co.uk. It's not actually, it's nothing like that at all. I just made that bit up. Only because the producer looked at me like, I mean, obviously he's lost his marbles now. Purav says, when people... Oh, we've just done that. It was from Purav, actually, about the phone. You're very right. You're absolutely right. Nothing. I hear that a lot. Nothing. Instead of nothing. And in the West Midlands, I dain't instead of I didn't. I can't bear it when people say, Steve, can I lend, when they mean, can I borrow? May I borrow? Forehead or forehead, says Maxine. I didn't realise there were so many. You could write a book on this, couldn't you, really? Don't tell James O'Brien, I'll be there straight away. You know, the colouring version. Also, pronunciation, cell phone, stroke mobile, vacation, stroke holiday. And why do people start sentences with so or basically? Well, basically, didn't Nick Abbott fall foul of that one the other day? Because he did so-and-so, basically, and he went, oh, dear, I just said the word I shouldn't have done. But I like nothing. Nothing. And still, the 0 for the letter O from the alphabet really bugs me, says Purav. And now I've mentioned it, it probably bugged you even more. Caribbean or Caribbean, says Robbie. Well, I think it's Caribbean. But I do know people who call it Caribbean. Doesn't matter, though, does it? It's upset the boy from Aberdeen. He's got the faintest idea what we're talking about. It's either Aberdeen or Aberdeen. It's not meant to be Caribbean at all. That would just be the local dialect that would pronounce it Caribbean. But the rest of us call it the Caribbean. And another one here, Amanda, who says, Steve Allen Show, sorry lad, but waking up listening how to pronounce things, really? Oh my God, how dare you slag off local radio? Well, it's rubbish. Rubbish. As well you know. She probably works on it. You know what it's like. I'm a junior reporter. I'm a cub reporter. No, the BBC said their audiences are tailing off. Shame, isn't it, really? Ours are sort of going through the roof and theirs are tailing off. I couldn't be happier. It really annoys me when people use F instead of TH, as in thing, instead of thing, says Ray, who's in Aylsham. You can have so much fun, can't you, with these? I didn't realise you could have so much fun with it. We every day we do something different on the programme. So we won't. It's not like BBC Local Radio where you get this every day and then what's your favourite biscuit coming in? So we don't do that. We'll do this today and then tomorrow we do something completely different. Tomorrow will be, what's your favourite medication? That's always a popular one with some of my audience. In America, they say trash. Over here, we say Gemma Collins, says Phil. Oh, dear, that's such an old gag. They've all become very animated. And when Steve Allen, I love the way you're writing to Steve Allen, you go, when Steve Allen, as if I'm a third person, uses the word often, does he know it has a silent T? What? Oh, often. No, it's often, isn't it? I mean, surely somebody with half a brain cell would know that one. I love the idea, trash over here, we say Gemma Collins. It's very funny. It's an old gag. And another one from Monica says, slurping my first coffee in a traffic jam and enjoying a very illuminating hour. As a translator, I hope you didn't think being an annoying cabbie was my only profession. I love the differences between British and American takes on apparently the same language, especially that I'm usually translating American authors. Have a good day. And there are books already. Thank you. Apparently, talking about custard creams, and you're quite right to suggest, because I read it the other day, they're bringing out rhubarb and custard creams. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Rhubarb and custard creams. OK, we'll take a short break. We'll take more of your texts and emails. I'll give you a rundown in a moment. Yeah, look, Spotify killed the radio star. Beeb losing listeners. BBC radio stations are being killed off by the rise of Spotify and Apple. Younger listeners are switching off. Coming on to here. Every morning on here. Unbelievable. Welcome, young listeners. And ex-BBC people. We take them from anywhere. We don't care. So what are we going to do, actually? Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC at 7 o'clock this morning. Britain's top cop has admitted that the Met Police got the policing of last month's Extinction Rebellion protest wrong. It cost the force £7.5 million. So why did the police get it so badly wrong? Also here an LBC exclusive on the Crossrail staff being paid to just practice doing their job because the works to build the new railway line have overrun so badly. Plus, a representative for Theresa May says the death of a man who'd just been filmed for an episode of The Jeremy Kyle Show is deeply concerning. Will you carry on watching TV shows like this one? That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 on LBC. We could almost open a book, couldn't we, on do you think they will axe The Jeremy Kyle Show, or are you now going by his stepdaughter who said he was manipulative, nasty, and he tried to take his life before? So it was probably nothing to do with the Jeremy Kyle Show. I don't know how they're ever going to prove it. Or will the stigma of the Kyle Show not go away? Will they have to change the way that they present the programme? They might. Because if they've suspended it immediately for what's going on, if they bring it back, it'll have to be different. Perhaps they won't have people shouting it. Perhaps they'll have nice people from Chelsea. And sort of, Tunbridge Wells and places like that. Because otherwise it's going to be a bit ridiculous, isn't it, really? And apparently, Steve, I'm 27 and a new listener. BBC stations now aimed at 13-year-old girls. Really? I didn't think 13-year-old girls listened to the radio. I thought they were far busy sort of putting their music packs together. Steve, may I be so bold as to pick you up on your pronunciation of Liam? The am should be soft as in Liam, not hard as in Sam. No, definitely he actually pronounced it Liam, Paul. Definitely. I know that because he's written to me saying. Paul in Knutsford says, I really enjoy watching The Chase until Chaser Mark says 35,000. And Lindsay said, common now is the confusion between historic and historical. Historic is in the past, but historical is about the past. So an historical novel is about history, but an historic court case is in the past. Now, people don't know the difference between it, and the BBC get it wrong all the time. E.g., an historical sex case. Hopeless. I really hate it, Steve, when people come to my house saying, could they borrow my toilet? I say, you can use the toilet, but you can't take it with you. Well, people come up to your house saying, can I use your toilet? What sort of people are you letting in the house? Dreadful. Karen says, I can't stand it when people pronounce a hard G. Words like wrong and thing. James O'Brien's a shocker for it. Oh, you could listen to the radio 24 hours a day and you'd find presenters who have their own idiosyncrasies. And that's just the way it is. People who say Brexit and exit, says Sheila Fogarty does it, says Dan. You see, every single presenter on LBC, if you listen to me, is it Brexit or Brexit? It's the second one, isn't it? So is it Brexit or Brexit? But she says Brexit. I don't care, I still love her. When I first started work, says Anne from Chesterfield, 45 years ago, I was sent on training to the telephone exchange in Sheffield because I was going to work on a switchboard. They insisted that we use O as in 01235, not 0, so it couldn't be confused. I've used it ever since. Yes, I mean, I'm with you on that one. Elaine says the same. I far prefer my friend Pam's use of naught. Is it naught or nout? It could be the same, couldn't it, rather than 0 or O. The thing that irritates me is when somebody in a cafe asks, can I get a? I know, people say, can I get, what do you want? I've done it here. Oh, can I get a? I shouldn't do it. But then, to be honest with you, when you've done 3 hours freewheeling through a programme, it's hilarious. Don't lose your head, says Charlotte in Leeds. Dark chocolate digestives. My favourite dark chocolate digestives. And tomorrow, as they say, your favourite medicine. Andy, are those biscuits pronounced nice or niece? I think it's nice, but somebody told me it's niece. They're called nice biscuits. The ones with a little bit of sugar on the top. We thought that was a treat. My wife, Helen, Steve, was discussing my sense of humour with her friend and recounted the time I'd replaced one of her favourite Tunnock tea cakes with bread facsimile. They were always out of bounds, so I carefully removed the foil from one. Using my pottery skills, I moulded a copy out of bread, rewrapped it and put it back in the box. When I returned from the gym, she told me that she'd rung Tunnock's customer service and spoken to a production manager about the find. It quickly dawned on her that I was the culprit. Dear, because of the face I was pulling. So she called the factory back and could hear the... Oh, and I can't read the rest of it, actually. And could hear the... Where is the rest of that one? Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she called the factory back. So, lovely. Simon says, Steve, what about the pronunciation of spluffs? Well, that is the pronunciation of a spluff. It's regional. Yes, it's spluff or sploff, and the majority of people like spluff. Although down in London, we're more sploff. But it's a regional accent. Estuary English. That's all I can tell you. The locals in Aberdeen often call it Aberdoom. They do. Aberdoom, doom. Aberdream. No, that's Aber. I had a dream. It's not Aberdream at all. It's not. We've seen a picture up there. It's gloomy. Up there is a doorway to a place of enchantment. Not in Aberdeen, it's not. Not in Aberdeen. The locals in Aberdeen call it Aberdoom. I still think my joke, which he talked all over, was really quite a good one. Aberdoom, doom, shaped by an apple. And, Steve, you mentioned eating insects earlier. 250 million people in Africa include insects in their diet. We are attending, says Ian, the World Business Forum in London on the 5th and 6th of June, promoting our company, African Insect Protein. Although they're not eaten in the West, hundreds of millions of pounds has been invested in large-scale insect farms in Europe. It's not April the 1st, is it, or something like that? With the objective of reducing our dependency on fish meal, which is the main ingredient used in animal feed around the world. Win-win for everyone by promoting insects, but unfortunately not a penny has been invested in Africa. So hopefully we'll change the mindset at the World Business Forum. Well, I hope so. I'm curious to know why you say an historical instead of ahistorical. An hotel is an hotel because hotel is a French word, so the H is silent and shouldn't be pronounced, says Julia. You're going to have such a day today, aren't you? You're going to be saying, Steve Allen said on the radio this morning, it's an historical. The use of the word amount instead of number. Amount of people should have been number. You need the whole day to get through all of these, Steve. Well, listen, the moment it comes to 7 o'clock, my brain switches off, seeing as we're going to be standing by a bus stop for 35 minutes. Better not be today. And Benjamin, good morning, Benjamin. Do you like my shirt, Steve Allen? Benjamin is very young. I'm guessing that Benjamin is 6 or 7, something like that. I love your shirt, Benjamin. That's a very, very cute... That's the sort of shirt I would wear. It's like a Tommy Bahama shirt. He's very cute, very cute. I get loads of pictures, because I always say that when my godchildren were very young, they were so cute. I'm not saying they're not cute now, but they were even cuter when they were younger. And Benjamin is a very, very cute young man. Very cute. He says, I'm enjoying the weather on one of them, he said, but I'm sensibly sitting in the shade. I love it when kids send that in. I know it's mummy or daddy who sends it in, but it's still cute to see you anyway. Right, front pages of the papers. So another one. Oh yes, the former boss of EastEnders, this is an odd one, has said Albert Square should be flooded with water from the Thames if the show ever has a final episode. John York, who left the soap in February, says it should bow out in the most dramatic circumstances possible. Well, they're not planning on taking it away, are they? I couldn't bear that. Couldn't wear that. Apparently, EastEnders hardman Danny Dyer claims his spiritualism allows him to lead a Zen-like existence. What with the foul language you use? Every other word's a foot word, which is not very good. Oh, look! Here's Leanne Payne again. Leanne Payne out at Annabelle's the other night with Rita Ora. We're all very familiar with Rita Ora. And Rita is 28, Liam's 25, Naomi Campbell was 48. But I don't think they talk to each other anymore now. But that's okay, I don't mind that. Winning X Factor really messed up Louisa Johnson. Are we supposed to know who she is? She won the X Factor. I didn't know that. Nobody tells me anything. And it's messed her up. She was, the former 2015 champ never got round to releasing an album. But this year, she says, I've come into myself. Now the music is literally me and my thoughts and feelings. Sounds very dreary, doesn't it? Nobody wants your thoughts and feelings. Nobody wants that. There's a dating site snubbing the UK. Why? It's for beautiful people. It's for beautiful people. And what they say on this website, deemed beautiful by existing members, says the UK has some of the world's ugliest men and women. I will not have that. We don't have the ugliest men and women in this country. All right, they're not the best looking. Some of them are. More than 8.5 million people from 140 countries have been rejected over the years because they failed to make the grade. This is beautifulpeople.com. Very embarrassing. British women don't fare much better, with only 14% passing the vetting. Well, if they all look like The Only Way is Essex and Chelsea and Geordie Shore and the Welsh programme and all the other ones, well, yes, obviously we agree with that. There's nobody good looking. Then you look at a picture of poor old Gemma Collins. I mean, oh dear, honestly. The fake tan looks even more ridiculous than you can ever imagine. James Corden has slammed a sick Twitter troll who told him, I wish your kids get cancer. The star says he hopes the troll's own son never gets to read the twisted comments. And he had posted a video of a skit from his US chat show where Donald Trump is shown as Game of Thrones something. I don't know what the name is. It doesn't mean anything to me. But the troll wrote, you can't even watch TV without a fat spoiling something. Luckily I got to see it before this, but seriously, I hope his kid gets cancer. That's dreadful, isn't it? That is absolutely dreadful. But apparently in America, they seem to be able to get away with stuff like that. Over here, I think hanging. Go green, says Ron. Stroll down to the station. It's a lovely morning. No need to wait for the bus. Well, we did yesterday. But don't worry, that won't ever happen again. I've had got an affidavit signed, and we won't be having any of this. I'm not going to tell you what the bus routes are doing today. It could have so easily saved us so much time and trouble. People north of Luton call dinners tea and lunch dinner. Well, don't talk to people north of Luton then. I mean, quite clearly, they're idiots. Tea is tea. You have that about 5 o'clock, don't you? Dinner you have in the evening. Lunch, you have lunchtime. The other week, you pronounced, says Stephen from Ladywell, kilometre as kilometre. Kilometre is American. No, I pronounce it kilometre. That's what it is. It's a kilometre. I have dual car things. So the other week you pronounced kilometre as kilometre. I didn't. I did it as kilometre. I know what I say on the programme. I won't have people... Where's he from? Ladywell. Rest my case. Where is Ladywell? Near Lewisham. Oh, it's near you, is it? Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Kilometre. There is 9 minutes to 7. LBC, north of Luton. Don't talk to people north of Luton. How about don't listen to people south of Manchester, goes Steve, who's got the staggering sum of 13 followers. Need to find some friends quickly. What time of day does a school dinner lady work? Well, there's one I can't tell you. Probably early in the morning, don't they? Would they not be in by 8 o'clock, school dinner ladies? We'll have to check. Miriam says tea time in Jerusalem is 4 p.m. She says, I still drink tea religiously, but herbal and fruit teas. It's lovely. Sitting down with a cup of tea is the best thing ever to do. Jan says, when people say asked instead of asked. Yes, I mean, we just don't speak proper English, do we, anymore? My partner laughs at my pronunciation of seen as sin, as in, I've seen you do that. I've no idea where I've got this from, says Rachel in Surbiton, but otherwise I speak estuary English as well as you do. But I'm on the radio, that's the problem, isn't it? We're supposed to be absolutely perfect. Vanessa says, very annoying when people say Westminster as opposed to Westminster. I used to have a friend who lived in Westminster. The word colour is often spelt colour, C-O-L-O-R, which is the American spelling. Do we have English spell check? The American spelling can often be seen in children's books. Yes, I've seen that before. And in fact, I had a dictionary once, and it was all American. It was all American. There were different colour, you're right, C-O-L-O-U-R here. In the American version, C-O-L-O-R. But I don't mind. Your newsreader, says Grace, said historical crimes rather than historic. Eventually, he's not listening to the programme. Oh, sorry, evidently. Well, I shouldn't imagine he is. They're far too busy out there to start listening to this program. They'd get very they'd be sort of sidelined, I should imagine. And 84850, Tony. Oh dear, no followers at all, actually, in Tony's case. Never mind, Tony, you'll find somebody soon. I wonder if your producer would be interested to appear in Eastbourne's Barely Bowling Club charity calendar. I don't think he would, actually. I don't think so. I was up in Blackpool, says Carl from Dudley, and the weather was lovely, blue skies and hardly a breeze. Looking out to sea at the static wind farms, I had a thought. Surely if they electrify the turbines, they won't be so dependent on windy weather. They would spin all the time. Well, you can go up to Blackpool now, and apparently newsreader Thomas Watts says he is listening, but historical is the right word, and historic is wrong. See? Don't ever upset a newsreader. Oh, blimey, they come back immediately. Oh, blimey, we'll have to defend you in a court. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? We know he's listening all the time. He's a man of impeccable taste. Except in clothes. But anyway, that's another story. So I don't think the producer wants to appear in Eastbourne's Barely Bowling Club charity calendar. It sounds like you've got to take clothes off. I don't think he'd be up for anything like that at all, really. My dad says half-past instead of half-past. Why? I don't know your father. I've got no idea. Why does he say that? I don't know. Half-past. Depends where you come from. If you're regional, if you've got a regional accent, there's going to be all sorts of pronunciations, isn't there? But I like the idea up in Blackpool. The weather was lovely. It's going to be lovely down here in London. If you're getting on a train to come to London for the day out, you have a nice time. You have a nice time. I was trying to recommend places for the producer to go. Sorry, the assistant producer, Thomas, to go. And I've come up with a few ideas. Grenoble was very popular. And also the Outer Hebrides, but he wasn't keen on that at all. Daily Mail today revealed the secret that could help you retire years early. Who wants to retire? How much money do you need to retire? That was the bit that always worried me. TV Kyle ripped into my suicide father. This is The Sun tells of the male victim's agony after the show. So this is Stephen Diamond's son. His stepdaughter is saying completely the opposite. They can't even agree in the family, which is slightly disturbing. At the front of the Daily Star, Roxanne Pallett, nobody's interested anymore. We've heard it all before, we've heard it. Also, the stepdaughter of the Jeremy Kyle guest feared to have killed himself, demanded the return of the TV show after branding him, this is her stepfather, a selfish serial liar who made various suicide attempts. Doesn't make it any better, does it? Daily Mirror, Harry hugging people again. He says, I can't imagine my life without Archie. He's only a few weeks old, for goodness sake. I mean, of course you can't. The Jeremy Kyle Show shamed the theatre of cruelty. I mean, it's been the same all the way through. Why are they now coming up with this? The theatre of cruelty. It's been exactly the same for years and years and years. And now all of a sudden they're going, oh, we've never seen it before. Good Lord above, it's a theatre of cruelty. And it's just mad. Steve failed the detector on the show, but he's got history. Got history of emotional problems, no job. No money. He owes money all over the place. Well, he did owe money all over the place. With him dying, I presume the debts die at the same time. Theresa May says she was deeply concerned about the apparent suicide. They make it sound as though he did it on the programme. He didn't. This was ages before. But Kyle fears ITV bosses will make him a scapegoat. I don't know how they know that, because he hasn't spoken to anybody. There is no interviews that he's done at all. But the body of Steve Diamond lay undiscovered for days in his flat, so nobody was visiting him either. He obviously didn't have the happiest of lives, did he? And it was just, I suppose, the ultimate would be the Jeremy Kyle Show. But then that's how things work nowadays, unfortunately. Unfortunately, television is very cruel and very disposable with people. Very disposable. Radio could be the same, couldn't it? Radio could be the same, but on television you witness it and we watch it and you watch the How many times have you sat there looking at the audience on the Jeremy Kyle Show? It is like being back in Roman times at the Colosseum, where they're baying, oh, go on, hit him, punch him, do this, let's hope you're not the father, let's hope you are the father. It's all those sort of things that make up these television That's why they had to axe Big Brother. It had descended into that. It descended into major bullying on the television. People, I mean, practically coming to blows. You know, people were suffering with it. And then you get Ryland going, oh, I'd like to bring the show back. No, thank you. Very much indeed. Keep it well away. And there's quite a few others I could add to the list. You know, we just want nice family entertainment, or is that just me being a little bit older than usual? Turning heads at Cannes. At Cannes. I do beg your pardon, I don't normally get that one wrong at all. And more than 2 million smart meters don't work. All right, okay, I shan't get one then. Front of the Times this morning. The Chelsea Flower Show opens on Tuesday. If you're a member of the Horticultural Society, you get preferential treatment. And The Guardian. The man, Dwayne Davison, who says he was publicly mocked. I became the most hated Jeremy Kyle guest ever. I've never even heard of him. So that doesn't help me, does it? That's it. Before I go, time to let you know what's coming up on the free podcast. Just let you know what I'd do if we had the budget of the Jeremy Kyle show. Phil Vicker would be very busy, I'll tell you. Also hear about old Katie Price's latest idea for cosmetic surgery. This one might be the most vomit-inducing yet. And bad news about Robbie Williams, who really doesn't get on with his neighbours at all.